thought of me as just being wild and unpredictable, which unfortunately I've never achieved that.
In private life, are you wild and unpredictable?
No, I'm rather tame and predictable and boring, actually, rather quiet. Slightly introverted, which surprises people, but you often find that people who are slightly shy and introverted, as I think I am, are able to kind of explode into action when they're given a socially sanctioned opportunity to do so, like they're on the stage and they damn well have to be extroverted. Yeah. The Dead Parrot I was fond of, and also the Cheese Shop. Do you remember the Cheese Shop?
Yes, the Cheese Shop. Did you write those as well?
Yes, most of them. One of my disappointments with Python is we always fell into the pattern of writing with the same people. I think it would have been much more fun if we'd mixed the writing.
Did you all sit around a table?
Well, we used to sit around for about 3 days at the beginning of a series and have lots of ideas and agree what we were going to write, and then go off and write completely different things. I think that was because once somebody thought of an idea, there was no honour in writing it. I mean, the prestige comes with thinking of the idea of writing it. And then we used to get together about every week and read each other's material out to us. But not a great deal of passion for cricket amongst the Python group.
But you used to have some sketches which took off me and Peter West once or twice.
Oh yes, you're absolutely
I don't know who was the chap who put those in, because one of them obviously was fairly keen, because he obviously watched us very closely and took off all our...
Right,
we were very well mimicked.
Well, I'm afraid that was me.
Was it?
Yes.
But you did, didn't you? And you made no pretense who it was. You said Brian and Peter were the one.
That's right. That's right. Yes, I forgot that sketch. Well, I think I wrote that originally for the radio, and then I think we rewrote it, as far as I remember. Yes, we had one or two others. We also had Pasolini's Test Match, which had naked cricketers riding around on the ground.
Do you think that would improve cricket, to have the naked cricketers?
No, I like it. I like it stayed
with the white flannels and the.
That's right.
At Cambridge, you got into the footlights, but I mean, had you done any sort of acting before? Why did you suddenly join the footlights?
I don't really know. It's all very strange because, I mean, there's not a great deal of artistic activity in Western Superman, and certainly no one in my family or anywhere near it had been near entertainment or the stage or anything like that. But I think it was something to do with being so tall and also being an only child and therefore slightly reserved and capable of being on my own a lot without needing to seek out company. And I think I found that when I first went to school, I was a little bit of an outsider. And I think I discovered that by making people laugh, I could get accepted more and become more popular.
Farukas today whispered to me, he said, I can't help laughing every time I look at him. Now, do you think you've got a funny face?
Oh, no, not at all. Well, it's peculiar, but I wouldn't call it humorous.
Well, it is, you see.
Yes, disturbing, I think, is the word.
No, I don't think so. We've got used to it because it
people
is
get
funny.
used to it, given enough time.
But it is. And when did you discover this marvellous ability to twist your leg round in that the city walk?
Oh, the city walks. I'm not sure. I certainly discovered I could get laughs. I remember quite distinctly in Form 2A in Mr. Sanger Davis's English lesson. There's a lovely man who I'm afraid is no longer with us. He taught me cricket, but it was that particular moment when I started making jokes.
Right.
And I remember that the class laughed, and I remember that made me feel very good because it is it's actually wonderful feeling to make people laugh. Everybody likes to tell.
I've tried for years. I haven't had the feeling yet, but I often wonder too. And those marvellous dashes you made up the stairs in Fawlty Towers. I mean, did you often have to have retail? Did you always strike the right stair? Did you ever trip up going up? You went
no, in an odd way. Although I don't have any rhythm, I'm reasonably coordinated and nimble. I mean, I was always quite good at ball games, just provided they didn't require any physical courage.
But you'd suddenly turn around and race up those stairs, and most people would trip up or something. But you
no, I could do that. I mean, everybody thought that was very funny that way. I used to walk or run when I was Basil, but that unfortunately is the way that I walk. It's not a characterisation.
I mean, when you're starting to run now, you go down a little bit, don't
That's
you?
Right.
Lower your height, and then you stretch out with your legs.
It's something to do with reducing the wind resistance, I think. But I noticed I'm very peculiar when I move, and the first time I ever saw it, it was a terrible shock. We were in New Zealand doing a tour there with Tim Brooke Taylor and Bill Oddie and David Hatch.
Oh, yes.
Yes, bow.
Yeah, we must bow, yes, certainly.
And Humphrey Barclay and Joe Kendall, I think. And Johnny Lynn, of course, yeah. And the New Zealand people came along and taped the show, and it was the first time any of us had seen ourselves. Now, you know what a shock it is when you first hear your voice on a tape recorder and you sound as if you're from Birmingham. Yeah, you're right up there or something, and you think, that can't be me. Well, watching yourself on video for the first time is absolutely horrifying, and I couldn't believe this creature that was using my name. because first of all he ran around I always describe it as being like a giraffe on a hovercraft, because the top half kind of waves in the wind in all directions, but rather slowly and languidly, and the bottom half doesn't have any upward or downward movement, seems to be capering around on a cushion of air. And then the extraordinary thing was that I made tiny little gestures. Instead of making reasonably nice, expansive gestures, I made horrid, nervous, tight gestures. And also, which was very strange, I realised that I hardly moved my lips at all when I was speaking. I had a stiff upper and lower lip. I looked like a bad ventriloquist. And I had to go and lie down for about 2 days, because when you have damage... Well, you have damage like that to your picture of yourself, you know, it's really quite painful. So I worked on the gestures afterwards.
Are you bored being asked about Fawlty Towers? I mean,
No,
do you mind people thinking of you as Basil Fawlty?
Well, I think that there's always a bit of you that would rather that the audience thought that the writing and acting was an exercise of craft of some kind. But it is a funny thing, because John Howard Davis, who produced the first 7 Fawlty Towers, he warned me in advance. He said, when he realised that the show was going to be a success, he said, you realise that now everybody will think that you are like Basil. And I said, will they really? And he said, yes, it is always the case that straight actors are recognised as acting. You know, nobody thinks that Laurence Olivier is going to be terribly jealous because he played Othello. You know, people are able to say, yes, that was a performance. But he said, if you do a successful character, if you do Alf Garnett or one of the Richard Bryars characters, one of the Leonard Ross characters, then they always think that that's who you are. And it is. I have noticed it's true that somehow but it's only with comedy. They don't have any problem seeing that the straight actors are different from the characters.
When you struck Paul Manuel, was that a sort of, you know, full sort of tap, or did you actually strike him once or twice?
Well, there are ways of doing it that fake it, but on one occasion, I'm afraid, when I was hitting him with a saucepan, I didn't get the timing quite right. Dear old Andrew was kind of a little out to lunch for about 2 days.
Yeah. I think you did 12, is that right?
That's right, only 12. Which you know how long ago they were.
Well, I know.
75 and 79, so I haven't done any for 7 years.
They look so fresh. But any one particular one? I mean, the one with the rat under the...
The rat I was enormously fond of.
Oh, I thought
the rat, they made the special effects department, when they produced that rat, I almost kissed them. I mean, we got about 60 seconds out of that rat sitting in the biscuit tin.
Because it was hysterical. When the chap lifted the liver, the dead body.
And there's my favourite moment is in the one when he goes down to get the ducks from the restaurant. You remember he drops the first one, gets the second, he's only got the blancmange. And when he takes the lid off, my favourite moment is he puts the lid back on as though it might help the blancmange to go away. But when he lifts it up, he actually looks in the blancmange. You know, he puts his fingers down just in case there's a duck underneath. That's always the moment that gets me.
You must have had a lot of... Is it a fact that you might be writing some more, or is it curtains?
No, because Connie and I, we wrote them together, and we definitely felt after we'd done the 12 that if we did any more, we knew what the audience response would be, which was people would say we enjoyed them, but they weren't as good as the first 2 series.
I suppose that's a natural thing.
I think so. I don't think there was any way of getting around it. The second series is probably the best thing I'll ever do, which is why I don't come on television now, because if I do something that isn't as good, everyone will say, he's not as good anymore.
You're a bit in the film thing now. I saw your film Clockwise the other day, which is all about you're mad on punctuality.
Yes, that's right.
Are you in real life?
No, it's very much Michael Frayn's film. Yeah. And Michael admits openly, they said in all the interviews, he has a terrible problem with punctuality. When he used to fly up to Manchester to do what the papers say, he got so good on it that he actually knew if he missed the plane at Heathrow, he actually knew that there was a train leaving Euston that he could just catch. He used to work out these fail-safe schedules.
This is a wonderful film. The frustrations of you trying to get to this conference and all that.
Well, the only problem with the film is that it does make some people too nervous. Because I know you're obsessively punctual.
I am. You ask my wife, she gets furious with me.
But did it make you nervous?
Well, I thought I was biting my nails whether you were going to get there, because I said so sorry for all these ghastly things happening. And you've got the petrol station, you haven't got the money and all that.
That's right. Well, it's very strange that, but just occasionally people who have real problems with their punctuality themselves say they don't enjoy, which oddly enough, the only group of people who regularly tell me that they don't enjoy Fawlty Towers that much are hoteliers. in this appalling state of nerves. But I get that too, watching England playing cricket or football normally, particularly football. I mean, there's no enjoyment in it at all.
Thank you very much. You've come up especially. We're very complimented. You come all the way.
Well, it's very nice to be asked, and also you do get the best view in England from this box. I mean, this is almost as good as watching it on the television.
Well, we hope it's even better. I'm not sure if that's one in the eye or not.
But no, I'm half serious, because one of the problems about sport now is that if you watch it on the television, and in particular if you watch either cricket or tennis, you are actually watching it from a better position than 95% of the people in the ground.
Yes,
and you actually go to the ground, you get the atmosphere, but watching cricket from mid-wicket is quite a problem, and you don't really know what's going on.
Well, John Cleese, thank you very much for coming up here, and I think England had lost the chance of having a great fast bowler when you didn't take it up as a young boy. It would have been marvellous to see a 6'6.5" or whatever you are coming in bowl.
They're lovely. John Cleese talked to Brian Johnston in 1986, just one of the classic View from the Boundary interviews available on BBC Sounds to help celebrate 40 years of the feature. Well, from comedy royalty, you can also hear an interview with actual royalty. His Royal Highness, the Duke of Edinburgh, spoke to Brian Johnston in 1987.
Your Honour, it's very nice of you to join us on Test Match Special, and we're not known for our modesty, so can I start off by asking you, how good a cricketer were you when you were a boy? I mean, where did you start your cricket?
Oh, well, I was never very good. I started at my prep school, I suppose, at Cheam, some years ago. So. And then I had a bit of a break because I went away to Germany for a year to school, and then came back again to Scotland and played there, I suppose, most of the time I was there, until I joined the Navy.
I'm rather cheating, because I found a report of you at Cheam which said, an energetic all-rounder, highly unsympathetic to stonewalling. Now, that was evidently some report about you at Cheam.
Apparently, yes.
A hard-hitting batsman.
Well, I may have attempted to hit it hard. I don't think I ever succeeded all that often.
And what about Gordonstown? I mean, did they play cricket seriously there? I mean...
Well, fairly seriously, yes. But the only problem was when I went there, it was right at the beginning, and we didn't have a ground, or a pitch, basically. We used to go into the public park at Elgin and play there. But it was quite fun. We played all sorts of people round about. We played against the army at Fort George and in Inverness, and we played against various schools up and down Fort Augustus.
And was there any cricket in the Navy at all? I mean, when you went to places like Malta, would you play?
Well, very little, because I joined in, I suppose, in the summer of 1939, and so it was rather pitchfork straight into the war, and there was really very little opportunity to play cricket during the war. I did play just after the war in Malta. And also, I had one ghastly match in Aqaba. It's a place not to play cricket, in my opinion. I now know exactly what it feels like to run out of water in the desert after I'd bowled 3 overs. My tongue swelled up to such a degree I couldn't breathe.
Rather sandy pitch or something? Or...
Yeah, well, it was a matting, I suppose, but it's the thing I'd rather forget about.
I mean, as a boy, were you taken to watch cricket? Did you watch it? Did you have any special carers?
No, we used to, yes, we used to. Certainly from Cheam, we went up to Lord's to watch, I can't remember what it was. I suppose it must be one of a test match or something. Oh, yes, I mean, the usual, I suppose, it's awfully difficult to remember names, but I seem to remember the wicketkeeper was called Duckworth, wasn't he?
Oh, yes, yes, the quack he was called. Quack, he used to...
But you must be about the same age, aren't you?
Oh, as Duckworth?
No, I meant as... Aren't you about the same age as I am?
I'm regret to say, sir, I'm about 10 years older than you.
Well, then you'd remember all these people.
I remembered all them. I mean, I wondered if you saw the great Wally Hammond. I mean, because he was the chap who stood out then, or even Bradman.
And Bradman, oh, yeah, surely.
Because, I mean, those were the greats of that time.
Yeah.
And what about Prince of Wales and Duke of York and Prince Edward? I mean, did you have them coached, or did they...
No, I didn't have them coached. I rather expected them to play in the ordinary way at school, which they did, majority of them. But they never went on with it, as it were. I mean, they just played their bit at school and then rather sort of drifted away.
I got 3 sons, and none of them ever played cricket, you know, so it's...
They did play, but I mean, they didn't continue it. Yeah. I had a short period after the war when I played at Windsor. There was a marvellous... do you remember the cartoonist Jackie Broom?
Oh, yes, yes. Oh, yes.
And I remember one glorious occasion when I thought I'd bowl a googly. It came out of the back of my hand, but when it hit the... I mean, when I did it, when it hit the ground, it did actually go the wrong way. But this time it flew fairly high into the air, and so Jackie Broome saw this coming and ducked, whereupon it hit the wicket full toss. Which he then did a splendid cartoon of this ball arriving.
Spedigue's dropper, Conan Doyle wrote a thing like that. But again, in my researches, I'm told that you took 1 for 12 against Hampshire. That must have been probably at Highclere, I should think. Probably.
Well, we had George. Do you remember George Newman?
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
Well, he organised a series of sort of charity matches for the National Playfield Association. The first one was at Bournemouth, actually.
Was it?
Yeah, and
well,
it was the first time I'd ever played on a sort of good pitch at first, and I rather enjoyed it. And of course, playing with what amounted to first-class cricketers, either active or retired, they had a marvellous way of organising the game.
They're very cunning, aren't they?
Yeah, and everybody was allowed to get off the mark, but there came a moment when it was considered that they'd had enough. Things got quite serious then.
Yeah, I think you were a bit lucky because Porchy was once going in one of his games, and Ingelman Mackenzie said to Butch White, who's the very fast bowler, give him one. Like you said, give him one to get off the mark. And Butch White thought he meant give him one. He took a 35-yard run and sent him a tremendous beamer, which rather shook Porchy. So that,
no, that was a lovely ground. I played there. John Reed was playing in that match, I think, and he made the fastest 50, I think, that anybody's ever made anywhere.
Not off your bowling, I hope.
No, I think he was on my side. I thought I did rather well there. I made 25 in the last innings. At Arundel, one thing I do remember is I had Tom Graveney was caught at short leg, I think, which of course caused enormous hilarity all round. He was promptly dubbed as my rabbit. You know?
Well, not a bad rabbit to have, too.
Well, yeah, if you're taking one wicket, I think, come on.
Prince Philip speaking to Brian Johnston back in 1987, and you can hear that interview in full, many more, on BBC Sounds. Just look at the TMS feed for the 40 from 40 series. Heading towards the end of lunch here, the sun is shining, a bit ironic, isn't it? This has done throughout the lunch break, but we've had a couple of interruptions through rain this morning. So before everyone gets back together again, let's bring you news, shall we, of the latest round of the Bob Willis Trophy Games. That's begun today. Of course, every ball of every game is available to hear on the BBC Sport website and the app. Kevin Howells is at Headingley for the Roses match, and details of that in a moment, Kevin. But first, some news on Gary Balance.
Yes, he's not figured for Yorkshire yet this season, and obviously people are asking why. And Yorkshire County Cricket Club have issued this statement this morning on Gary Balance's return to cricket, as they say. I shall read it out. Gary is currently managing some heightened feelings of anxiety and stress following a long period of isolation due to the COVID-19 lockdown, his own recent viral illness and other personal factors. The post-viral symptoms that affected his physical preparation for this shortened cricket season. He goes on to say he's currently unavailable for selection. We're unable to put any timescale on his return to playing at this time. However, Gary's increased his training volumes over the last week, working hard both in the nets and on general fitness. Gary's health and well-being remains our priority. Club and medical staff continue to work closely with Gary to support his return to playing as soon as possible, and obviously then goes on to request privacy for Gary. So it's clearly a situation which goes much beyond cricket, and obviously we send him our very best wishes, because the thing about Gary is that seemingly every time that there are question marks over England, there are still those seemingly many people who think, well, you know, look to Gary, and obviously there's more to life than just playing cricket, and more than just scoring runs in county cricket and that sort of thing, and obviously these factors are brought into it. But from a personal point of view, we just hope that he gets back as soon as possible, obviously, don't we?
Absolutely. How's the cricket in front of you?
Well, that in a completely different scenario is looking a little bit grim, because the weather has returned here in terms of rain. It's a Roses match, obviously something that the crowd in normal circumstances would really look forward to, a game between Yorkshire and Lancashire. We had just 2.1 overs, and in that time Yorkshire elected to bat first. They got themselves 8 for no wicket. Just a very quick reminder, I think, Jonathan, at this stage, we only got one round after this to go in the Bob Willis Trophy. The prize is a Lord's final, and that team needs to win their group. But also, and this is, I think, probably the most interesting bit of it all, is you need to get more points than at least one other group winner from the other group. So you've got to keep an eye on that. And Essex, although doing well in the south, they've only got 4 more points than the two other counties leading their group. So it's really tough. Weather has any bearing as it's doing today in some parts. Well, obviously that's not going to help the situation. But in terms of this North group, Yorkshire were in second place behind Derbyshire. Derbyshire at the top, but the gap was just 2 points. Now Derbyshire are doing okay for themselves. They've got some cricket. They're taking on Durham. At Durham, 99 for 3 is the Durham score. So obviously they're getting a little bit of an advantage at the moment over second place Yorkshire. The other game in the North is Leicestershire against Nottinghamshire, and Leicestershire 100 for 5. Peter Trigo having moved from Somerset to Notts, having taken 3 wickets. We move to the central group, again very close here between Worcestershire, who top the group. They're taking on Warwickshire. You know the saying, it's all about rather be a pear than a bear, all that sort of stuff, so plenty writing on that game as well. Warwickshire 100 for 1 in the game against Worcestershire. Somerset 72 for 4. Although Somerset have done well in this competition, really frustrated in Birmingham last week because of the weather on the final day. They've been struggling a little with their batting, but they're 72 for 4 in another derby game against Gloucestershire there at Taunton. And Northants Glamorgan 108 for 6 against Northamptonshire. If we move to the south, Essex, as I say, quite a gap between them and Hampshire. Those two teams meeting at Arundel, but they've had no play so far due to the rain. A further inspection at 3 o'clock. Sussex 119 for 2 against Middlesex at Radlett, and Kenton 99 for 3 against Surrey, of whom of course Sam Curran has returned and is playing for Surrey, taking some wickets there. So Kenton 99 for 3 in that game.
Might be a cruel question this, Kevin, but just say two teams do top their groups to the same points.
Oh, do you really want me to look that one up?
Or even 3.
Oh, do you? I have got it down here somewhere. Where did I put that particular note of?
But there must be a bit of a chance, wasn't there?
I think it's wins. I think that's the first count back on that. And after
sense.
that, do you mind if I were to look that one up? You are rotten to me sometimes. I just of putting it somewhere on my phone, but can I find it now? Can I blaze it?
No, don't worry. Save it for the next time. It only got me thinking there. So while Kevin's searching for that, don't forget you can listen to every ball of every game on the BBC Sport website and the app. We've got some Pakistanis loosening up down there. The sun is still out. I've got Phil Tufnell loosening up alongside me. I knew I got it wrong with the Wright brothers. I just wasn't happy. Yeah. As soon as I thought, no, they weren't the first across the Atlantic. So I've just gone to a little bit of...
No, the Wright brothers were, weren't they?
Homework. No, they were the first sort of powered flight.
Yes, that's right.
No, it was Messrs. Alcock and Brown who flew across the Atlantic. I just want to clear that up, because it was bugging me.
Wow, it's quite significant.
Well, it is. You've got to get things like that right, haven't you? But I don't know how we got onto it now. Probably the Spitfire.
Yes.
Which we're going to find about more at tea, of course. We had this terrific fly past this morning, raising money for the NHS. It had a beautiful sound,
didn't it?
And I don't know how high he was when he came over. We shall find out.
I quite liked it was a loop-de-loop.
It was sort of a loop, yes.
Where it sort of went straight up, came over, and then sort of went straight up, and then might have done a little roll.
A technical term, but I think it's called half Cuban or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, I do, because it was written down
like
a
small cigar.
Anyway, so we'll be finding out all about that at tea time. Meantime, well, it's been a funny old day again, hasn't it, here with these interruptions and so on. Zach Crawley, he's been incredibly patient, isn't he? I mean, nothing's pushing. He's moved on from 171 to 186 not out. And it's Joss Butler, really, who's even he has been not becalmed. I think they're just playing. I think they sense, that this pitch is doing quite a lot now. Yeah. And I think you made the point earlier. It just seems to speed it up a little bit.
Yep, that's right.
And I think England fancy their chances if they can get 500 up. That batting might not be terribly easy.
Yeah, and we all know what it's like, John, as well. If you've been in the fields for a couple of busy, cold days, you just want to get off, and the spirits are a bit low. Last Test match of the summer as well. You know what I mean? England will be thinking, well, if we get out there with that new ball with our pace attack, they might not fancy Jofra Archer steaming in.
No.
And the likes of Anderson swinging it and seaming it. If they get 3 or 4 early, they could run through Pakistan. So get a big total on the board.
It's unusual, isn't it, to get a pitch that seems more on the second day than on the first. But there were some good balls knocking around yesterday, but I think there'll be more today, and not just a little bit of extra bounce that they found, but definitely that movement off the seam as well.
I think pitches nowadays, when I played, They seem to be a lot sort of like have more of a sheen on them, you know what I mean? I think pitches nowadays, especially in a place like the Oval and what have you, and here, they're sort of like, they're a bit tufty, aren't they? They're a bit sort of tufty and grubby looking. And I think that even, you know, when that then just hardens, there's a few little sort of cracks appear and they sort of grip into it more than actually perhaps in our day, perhaps, when it was sort of more kiss the surface of the greenness.
Yes.
Yeah, so sort of by hitting the pitch, it then seems more than sort of by kissing the pitch, perhaps, a little bit.
Yes. Well, they've all the seam bowlers have had a go to Hay. Mohammed Abbas has bowled beautifully. Hasn't got any wickets.
No, he hasn't.
30 overs for 67. And he's toiled away. He's got that ball on a piece of string again. Afridi rather wayward. At 1 for 91 from 25 overs, and Naseem Shah again beat the bat quite regularly. But he took one wicket yesterday, 1 for 72 from 19 overs, 4 maidens. So we're just waiting really for Zach Crawley to
double up
to get to his double 100, which we've been waiting for hours.
Yeah.
It's not his fault. They had the interruptions, of course, but
a Demek, as we used to call it.
Did you?
Yes, a Demek.
Right. Okay.
Yes, after old the sherry.
Yes. And he's shown again, though, and I like this, he's played so fluently yesterday.
Yeah.
And runs were easy to come, and he just knocked it around, put some lovely shots. Whereas today, it's a completely different experience, a completely different exhibition of him, and we're seeing actually a lot of patience, a lot of concentration, because after all, you know, he's an opening batsman by trade.
He looks like he looks like he's got a good head on his shoulders, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Because he played a couple, as did all of the England players, to Yashir Shah in that middle spell where Pakistan were actually in the driving seat a little bit. He played a couple back and got completely done by Yashir Shah's length.
Yes.
And on one of them, it was almost like a half volley, and he's gone back and just managed to sort of like get a bat on it and laugh to himself. And then he completely changed his mindset. So I think he's got the ability to sort of like, you know, go through the gears and then drop back down again and learn on the job. You know, some batsmen, they go out there just with a plan, and this is how I'm going to play, and this is what I'm going to do to this bowler, this is how I'm going to play spin. But I think he's almost sort of like evolved on the job a bit here today, and which is great signs, you know, because I love seeing, you know, I love seeing a batsman. There's nothing really that frustrates me more than sort of someone coming in going, oh, well, that's just the way I play. Yes. But obviously then he's actually going, well, hold on a minute, I can play a little bit different. New day, I'm going to get myself stuck in and fancy a biggie.
Well, that's the type of attitude that scores big innings, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
You know, because innings do tend to change in terms of rhythm and flow.
Yeah.
And so if you don't get frustrated when the runs are hard to come by, but you fight your way through that a little bit, then suddenly, ding, you get a nice half volley and you're off and running again.
Sometimes you've got to give it to the bowler. You know, you're going to have sessions when they go, you know, they've got the right angles, they've got the right lines to you, and things are tough. Yeah. And you've got to work through that, and as you say, and then reap the reward. So, it's been a good knock, hasn't it? Yeah. Cracky, it's been a great knock.
Mark Ramprakash made me laugh this morning. He made me think of you, actually, because we're talking about Zach Crawley and how he might feel this morning. And Mark was saying that there are two types of batsmen. There are those who are very anxious when they go to bed about the next day, what they're going to do. There are others who just lie back there and they sort of repeat all those lovely shots in their mind. It made me think of you, because I wondered how many times you'd laid back in your bed and just dwelt on any shots that you might have played in any of your innings that day.
Well, waiting to go into bed, I was mainly dry reaching in the evening, waiting to face Patrick Patterson. No. I could never particularly get the old dinner down too well, you know. Yes. Just that feeling of
York's coming next day.
Yes, foreboding. You know, where I'm going to have to be going out there, you know.
Yes.
But I think he would have. I think he would have had a lovely little snooze last night. So. Mr. Crawley would have been nicely exhausted.
But he seems the type. He does seem quite calm.
Yeah, he does. He's very impressive. Very impressive. And I suppose Nengel's just put a little marker down, hasn't he?
Yes, definitely has.
In that first three.
Definitely.
You know, to say, well, hold on a minute, when Mr. Stokes gets back.
Yep.
Remember my knock up near GS?
Here he comes, 186 not out. Jos Buttler, 113 not out. And Chris Wokes is still sitting in the chair up there. Because everyone's so superstitious in cricket. Yeah. I suspect he's been sitting in exactly the same chair in which he sat for most of yesterday. Yeah. And he'll have been glued to it again all morning, because it's just what you do.
Sweaty shins.
Yes, exactly. You sit there waiting, don't you? But what's the partnership now, Andy? I should be able to work it out, but...
It's 246 in 69 overs.
So he's been there a long time, waiting for his opportunity.
They do sometimes have to go for a comfort break.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
So someone else straps on.
So someone else straps on, but then, you know, you're a bit miffed if just at that point you lose a wicket and you miss your turn.
A little bit late getting underway here. Perhaps they went off the field a little bit later, but Naseem Shah is going to bowl from this end, again into the breeze, which isn't nearly as strong as yesterday. But it's a bit cloudy around. As you can see, the wind just pulling at his trousers there. He was bending, he's bending over for some reason there. And anyway, in he goes now, bowls on the off stump, and Crawley comes forward to the first ball after lunch and just taps it away. It's picked up there by the man coming in from cover. And it's been a long time out there for Pakistan now as well.
Yeah, isn't it?
So to count up the overs, 108 they've been out there now.
Yeah, he'll learn a lot from this, the youngster.
I think he will.
Yeah. First sort of test of a bit of toil.
Yeah. Do you know what he's doing here?
What do you mean?
I think he's coming off a bit of a shorter run.
I think he might be.
Which is interesting. That's why I had to look twice to make sure it was him. And he goes again over the wicket, bowls on off stump. Crawley plays it quite late. See what he likes to do. He allows the ball to come onto him and he just plays it with a soft hands, as they call it. The ball runs out to point. But no, he was crouching at the start of his run there. And it seems to be running not quite as far as he was earlier on. A young man learning every time, I would think. This is a shorter run, isn't it?
Might be, or it might just be slightly deceptive, mightn't it? Because I think this is the first time he's bowled this ever.
Maybe that's it. Off he goes again, bowls to Crawley, pretty straight, round about middle stump, and with a flick, Crawley sends the ball to mid-on this time. That's by Shaheen Afridi, left arm quick bowler. One or two shouts from behind.
Yeah, not quite as many shouts.
Nothing like as vociferous as it was at Manchester.
No, when you're on top, or the first half an hour on the first morning.
It was very noisy up there.
Yeah. Well, it's a bit like...
And goes Shah then, bowls, and that's driven. That's a lovely shot. He's found the gap again, Crawley.
Glory.
And that'll run away for 4 out to the extra cover boundary. Pursued by the captain, but never really any chance of stopping that. It's a little bit full. And it's Crawley again. He leans into the shot. The weight's all going forward. The bat is just so perfectly straight.
Well, that's the one advantage from being a tall fella, isn't it? Because he's a bit skiddy, isn't he, at the seam? And so that was a pretty good length. But then when you're tall, you can just get on, and there's not particularly much bounce in the pitch. You can just seem to get on top of your good length, and then you pull it back a little bit. And if you've got the pull and the hook on you, you find it hard to hit a length.
Excellent shot. And the next one has him flicking into the leg side this time, working the ball from around midland leg out to deep square leg. I made the point yesterday, and I know it's obvious, and people say that's, well, of course it's obvious, but he does hit the ball where you expect it to be hit. And what I mean is he plays so straight that he just hits the ball in the right place, isn't he? Whereas others are a bit flicky, a little bit this and that, in and out, and the ball goes off into funny angles. Crawley just plays where the straight line is,
which is usually a shorter batsman plays that, very compact. You know, very compact, and they sort of like get behind the lines and punch and push things. For a tall batsman, usually they are a bit willowy, but
flourishing. He just plays so straight,
solid.
His Shah bowls a good one. They go straight through Butler. He didn't move his feet there. That's woken him up after lunch. The ball whistled through to the wicketkeeper, and it's 378 for 4.
He'll be having a lovely time. Crawley, 191, he'll be having a lovely little time.
Well, he's slowly inching there, isn't he? I wonder if he might free up a little bit once he gets there.
As you say, don't strike me to be the nervous type.
No.
He looks like he's got good hair on his shoulders. Popular member of the team, I think. You know, everyone very pleased with him. You could tell by that, by the reception for his 100.
How do these spinners do this? So the wrist spinners now talked himself on downwind. The young fast bowlers bowl into it. How do they do it?
Well, it's a little bit, you've got to get the old stripes out occasionally.
Just seniority.
Yeah, you've got to get the old... Been doing it a little bit longer than the young.
Yeah, it's not as strong as yesterday, but he's still bowling into a breeze.
Yeah.
So Yasser Shah's going to bowl his wrist spin from the pavilion end. 378 for 4. The ball to Crawley on 191. Mid-off is temptingly half deep, as it were, and he drives out towards extra cover and finds the captain Lazzarelli. There's no run, so he's in a tempting place there, really.
3/4, isn't it?
Yeah,
we call it.
There's room over the top.
Yeah.
If Crawley is so inclined or feels that he might take it on. So Bowles too many drives with a bottom hand in this, and picks up an easy single.
The other reason for that, of course, is like those first two shots. As a batsman and you're in, you can just see that gap. That all I've got to do is push forward and just off drive one, and you can get an easy cheap single. But then that brings out the outside edge, and you know, if one does turn,
pop a catch back or something.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
So almost some people see that as negative. I never particularly did. Sometimes.
379 for 4 then. And Shah moves in, Bowles are googly there, keeps rather low. And I think Butler must have spotted that because he punched it off the middle of the bat. It's either a wrong one or a top spinner, only one of the two. It did keep rather low, but if it came out of the hand in a different way...
Yeah, it's a wrong one.
It's a wrong one.
Yeah, it is a wrong one.
Here he comes again, Bowles, Butler forward, and it's played defensively. Do you know what really frustrates you about that? If I'd been batting, I wouldn't have picked it. So how can I pick it 100 yards away?
Well, there you go, I don't know.
Really annoying.
You tell me.
I'd have played for the leg spinner there, but LBW.
Well, it's all a bit of a flurry when you're out there, isn't it?
Yeah, but you'd think you'd be able to spot it, wouldn't you? Here he comes again, and Bowles, and that's turned away towards square leg.
He's getting no bounce at all from that end at all.
1 run taken. Butler goes to 114.
Oh, so what would you have done with it then? John, you said, "Oh, here comes the wrong one." No,
well,
old middle stuff.
Yeah, it's just been
nice to pick it.
Yeah, but from here, somehow
you can see
it. 380 for 4, and Crawley's on 192. There's a slip. Man at deep point as well. As Yasser Shah comes bouncing in, and Bowles and Crawley's well forward there, just tapping the ball away. It's picked up by Rizwan to end the 110th over of this innings. We go on late tonight. If the light is right, we could go through to 7:30, but for that to happen, they've actually got to be playing at 7 o'clock. So in other words, you can make up an hour of the time that we lost today, which is actually a little more than an hour. And the interesting thing, Tuffers, will be, will it be the first time this committee meets to decide whether or not we start early tomorrow?
Oh, right, yes, okay.
I wonder.
Yeah, well, it seems a good idea to me.
Yeah.
And I like the little bit that he pushed lunch back.
Yes.
That was a good idea, wasn't it?
Well, they could have taken it, I thought, in the second.
Oh, yes, shower came down.
Yes.
Yeah.
Here's Naseem Shah on his way. Bowles outside the off stump, and again, he beats Butler the second time in successive balls he's done that.
Obviously didn't have a committee meeting about the lunch.
No. But I don't know how it works. So if they get through to 7:30 tonight,
yeah,
there's still going to be, I don't think, all the overs required, will there, Andy, because we'll have lost more than an hour today. But whether they will convene and decide, right, we're going to start at 10:30 tomorrow.
Well, I think they will.
Yeah.
If time's been lost today.
Well, you can take half an hour across into tomorrow, you see.
Yes, that's what I mean.
In the evening.
Yeah. Oh, right.
Yes, Naseem Shah bowling and squares Butler up. That's this played back to him. I mean, the normal rule would be that you would start at 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
But then you'd go through again
to the extra,
to 6:30 or 7. We'd make up half an hour carried over. But whether they decide we like the look of this, the sun's shining.
Yes.
And we're going to start at 10:30.
Yeah, obviously they're going to have to be sort of like a siren go off so everyone's alerted that
that's
started.
If I'm up in Telegraph Woods up there, someone's going to have to come and get me.
That's going to be a bit tricky.
Well, they might send you out. We'll look for those mushrooms. Here's Naseem bowling, pitched up, driven hard back at him by Butler. And there's no run.
Yeah, they'd have to get it round the old grapevine pretty sharp.
Yes. Well, I don't know. Yes. Some sort of announcement will be made, no doubt. Steve Tuffers, you're a legend. I've been trying to get my newborn baby to sleep for hours. I've tried everything. White noise, hoovering, all to no avail. Finally, she's gone to sleep, listening to your dulcet tones.
Lovely, you see.
There you are. Yeah. You could hire yourself out.
There you go. There's perhaps,
But hoovering's never going to work, is it?
Oh, yeah, who's going to go to sleep at a hoovering?
Wouldn't have thought so. Naseem Shah bowls, Butler on the back foot waits, plays down to point. No, you'll wake it up to singing. Can't do that. That would be... No, absolutely not.
No. Oh, well, I'm good. I'm glad I'm good for something.
Yeah, that's right. You've achieved something there. Yeah. No, how do we find out? This is the question. There'll be some sort of tannoy announcement.
Yeah. Aeroplane go across with it sort of on the back. We are starting at 10:30.
There's a potential drawback, though, to an early start.
Oh, go on.
Well, will the groundsman have to get everything organised half an hour earlier?
Well, of course.
Yeah. He goes Nassim Shah, bowls on off stump, pushed away by Butler.
They can't play on the covers.
No, but it means that if you noticed it, I mean, I know you sleep very soundly.
I do.
The cover comes off at 7:15, doesn't it?
Oh,
every morning.
Oh, no, it wakes me up.
Yeah. So what happens when it's 6:45 then?
Oh dear, we haven't thought this through.
No. I think the 7:15 bit is an agreement with the teams and so on. We will not, because it makes quite a noise, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it's sort of our alarm call, really.
Yeah.
So that would mean 6:45 tomorrow.
Yeah. There's a chap that comes around with a blower blowing the concourse away with the leaf blower.
Yeah. Cool. Shah bowls wide of the off stump. Butler ignores it. And it's taken by Rizwan. So we're still waiting for Crawley. He needs 8 more. It's 192 not out. Butler's 114. And these two will be batting forever.
Yeah, they have. Good partnership. That's just soul-destroying, isn't it, as well? You just think, how am I going to get this not out?
Chris Woakes' beard might have grown a bit while he's been waiting down there.
Hair might have got a bit longer.
I think it has.
Just 2 more runs needed for England's highest 5th wicket stand in Test cricket.
Whatever. Really? Good luck.
How many? 2 more? Oh, wow. We've got a first coming up.
That's a big one. Here's Shah starting a new over. He squares Crawley up. He prods the ball into the offside.
I thought you'd have been a bit more excited about that, and you said that very sort of nonchalant.
It was a very laconic announcement of something that's actually, and with all the stats that Andy comes out with in the course of a match, that's actually quite a big one.
That's
one of the more interesting ones. This is short and steered away off the back.
Go on, 2.
Out to deep point. Are they going to get 2? Fielder's there, converging on it now, throws the ball in. They only take 1.
Perhaps it's all inside. He's keeping it all in.
381 for 4. I think Andy would like it to be registered with a 2 as well. He likes his 2s. So let's see if we can get a 2 here then. To register the highest ever 5th wicket partnership for England.
Cool, I bet there's been some good players.
254 at the moment.
Cool, I'm waiting now. I hope I'm still on.
They need 1 more. Here's Sharp, bowls, and that's just pushed away back to the bowler.
Who would have been
no run?
Who would have been involved in some of those big ones then? 4 or 5, perhaps a Lamb and a Botham, perhaps, and I bet there's some Hobbses and things.
There might be some very serious names in there.
Yeah, there could be.
Shah bowls, and that's driven out to deep point.
He's got his hand up.
He's got his hand up. Andy, do you want to make an announcement?
Well, that is now England's highest ever 5th wicket stand in all of Test cricket, overtaking the 254 added by Keith Fletcher and Tony Gregg against India in February 1973.
Wow, do you know I can remember that as well.
Can you?
I can. Here's Shah bowling then, and that's pushed away out to cover. Well, it's really quite a serious landmark.
Yeah. Cool, they'll be chuffed.
Crawley 193, Butler 115.
Well done. Who are some of the other ones there, Andy, if you can be bothered? Well, I mean, you will be, yeah. Sorry.
Here's Shah again, and Crawley defends this one, pushes the ball away to the offside, and Rizwan fields. 382 for 4. Crawley 193, Butler 115. Sun beating down.
It is lovely.
And here's a statistician in his element.
Come on. Who are some of
others? So Fletcher and Gregg are now second on the list. Behind them, Les Ames and Wally Hammond.
Oh, here we go.
Christchurch 1933. Dennis Compton and Norman Yardley against South Africa in 1947. Then Bairstow and Johnny Bairstow and David Malan against Australia in Perth in December.
Wow.
2017, a game England ended up losing. Collingwood and Morgan, previous record against Pakistan, 219.
Yes,
Collingwood
Trent Bridge.
Collingwood and Matt Pryor against West Indies. And then Amos and Gregg.
Yeah, some goodies there.
In goes Shah over the wicket, bowls short, is pulled out to deep square leg as a man there rushing in, making sure that they only take 1 more run. But it brings Crawley down on strike. It was 193 not out.
Greggy. Tony Gregg.
Oh, we're talking about him this morning because his sister hadn't realised how. I mean, I knew Sally Ann was very ill, but she was in a very bad way with coronavirus. It's great that she's well. Good. And moved by the Spitfire to make sure we're listening at tea time. Sally Ann. Now, Shah On his way, Crawley's slightly bent at the knee. He bowls on the leg stump. He can't bowl there. He's flicked that away out towards that deep mid-wicket boundary. It's going to go for 4. It has done. There's a dive, a despairing dive there by a fielder. And now Crawley's within touching distance of becoming the 3rd youngest double centurion for England. Most recent, David Gower.
That just emphasises your point there, John, as well, about he hits it where it's meant to be. I mean, that was a perfect leg side flick in front of square, and it went there like a rocket.
Yep.
Great shot, great timing, good power.
Twiddle of the bat.
Here we go.
And Crawley's ready. He's faced 328 balls. There's 2 slips in the gully. It feels coming a little bit in the offside. Shah goes in, bowls over the wicket. Crawley plays a loose shot, and he knows it. And he swished the bat there as he walked away towards square leg.
Wow.
And Naseem Shah, I think, offered him a little bit of advice there. He seemed to be saying something, yes. He might say, move your feet, Zach, or something.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a good shot, that.
He'll learn.
That was just a get-out shot.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, he knew it too.
Yeah, good ball. Just occasionally just get one to lift, doesn't he?
Yeah.
You know, on a placid pitch. The odd one just skipped past him. Bit of swing. Yeah.
197 not out. There's 3 balls left in this over. Down go the slips. Shah's on his way, bowls, and Crawley this time lets it go by. Back into that patient mode again.
I found it never really good to give people advice on 197.
Well,
they've kind of got the upper hand on it already.
They probably have. It best just keep turning around and bowl another one.
A little look.
Yeah,
a little look. That's what I've done you there, mate.
Raise an eyebrow.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, but
I'm not sure about a full-on sledge at that stage.
No.
It's a bit late.
It is, and he's kind of in.
197 not out. He looks there to the offside. He scored his 100 through there. Where's he going to get his 200? Shah runs in, bowls short. He's going through third man. It's an edge. It's a streaky one, but Zach Crawley won't care. He's 201 not out, the 3rd youngest Englishman ever to score a double century. The last one was David Gower 41 years ago. It's his 8th Test match. And he's raising his bat, he's got his helmet off. What a shame there's not 20,000 people here applauding this innings, because it's been a really beautiful knock from a very promising young player indeed. He's only 22. And he's 201 not out. He's faced 331 balls. That was his 25th 4. It wasn't the best. It wasn't the best of those 25 by any means. It was off the edge and flew at a catchable height straight through the slips. But he won't care. He's got there, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, well played. And got a nice cuddle from his mate out there as well. What a landmark. It's to say 200.
Yeah.
Well played, Zach Crawley.
Shah again runs in, bowls to him, and this time he defends off the middle of the bat and finds the cover fieldsman. So, well done, Zach Crawley. 201 not out. And England are 391 for 4. Again, they come down. He's got an enormous smile on his face. Yeah. Toughest thoughts from you. And then Atif Nawaz is coming in here.
And he's gone about it beautifully. Showed a lot of patience today with the on and off nature of the weather, and with the rain we've had a little bit about a bit, and he's stuck in, showed a lot of patience. Had a bit of a torrid time against Mohammed Abbas when the keeper stood up to him, and has got through those periods, and he's got himself a Demek double century. Good lad, well played.
Yeah, superb innings that from Zach Crawley. You don't really begrudge him the way he got there with the thick outside edge.
No, his placement.
Really was.
Placed, yeah.
Really was. Fantastic achievement.
Yeah, well done, as saying, John. Wouldn't it be a shame? Could you imagine all this? The place would be up. But there you go. He'll still love that moment, and it will live with him forever.
Absolutely. His name is very much in the record books. 201 runs. What an effort.
It's a lot.
332. Yeah. Full teams can't get that sometimes. 332 balls for that knock as well. Superb. And
yeah,
we've got a change in the bowling from the far side. Yasser Shah's only had a few overs, and we're going back to pace again. It's been very pace heavy today. You understand that with the way it's been a little bit of lateral movement, a bit of moisture, and of course a bit of rain around as well makes it harder for the spinner. So Shaheen Shah Afridi is back in, and he's bowling to Jos Buttler. He comes in and bowls a decent line just outside the off stump, defended by Jos Buttler for no run. 391 for 4.
It shows a good about the old noggin, the old nut.
Yeah.
Swede of Zach Crawley as well. As you say, it's a really sort of patient innings as well. You know, I mean, it takes a lot of concentration, a lot of application, putting bad shots and bad balls behind you and just looking forward. You know, it's a great effort to get a double 100.
Yeah, look, he had that intent straight away. The first ball flicked it away off his pads for 4. Always looked good all the way through this. In comes Shaheen now, and this time just cramping Joss Butler for room a little bit. Ball's pushed defensively to mid-on for no run. And he's done it quickly. It does strike you as quite a considered knock, which is strange because he faced 330-odd deliveries to get to 200, but it didn't seem risky. It didn't seem particularly overly aggressive. It just seemed like he paced it perfectly naturally. That's the way he plays his game. Andy?
Well, I've been looking at the phases of Crawley's innings. Give me a few more stats. And there's a 331st ball from which he reaches 225 fours. The two players younger than him scored double 100 for England. David Gowan, Len Hutton, when he made his 364 at the Oval in 1938 against Australia.
Something to aim for Zach Crawley in this innings. Conditions can be much better for it. There's just the one slip in place. In comes Shaheen Shah Afridi. This time a little bit short and has been cut, but only as far as a short extra cover. No run.
He's the 7th England player to convert his maiden Test century into a double century, the first since Robert Key, his Kent's colleague and mentor in 2004. It's the 18th double 100 by an England number 3. Look at the phases of his innings. 45 from his first 46 balls. Then 12 off his next 55 as he sort of restrained himself for a while.
Shaheen now. In he comes to Joss Butler. Full and wide, just outside the off stump. Tilled in a bit, but left alone. Through to the keeper, no run. Andy?
Yeah, so he scored a run a ball in his first 46 balls, basically. Then very slow for another 55. Then 69 off 113. Took him up to 126 from 214. Playing with sort of constant purpose without going nuts. Then 42 off 34 as he accelerated significantly. Then either side of stumps, 18 off 63. That was up to the lunch interval. So he's had lots of phases and then a little more aggressive since lunch to get him past the 200 barrier with a few boundaries.
It's interesting. Yeah, I like that. I like that in the batsman.
Shaheen in now once again, just back up length, pushed into the covers. Gully fielder onto it quickly. No run scored.
Plays the situation, plays the bowling that is ball by ball. If they're bowling well, prepared to say, well bowled. You know, I'm not going to be, playing into your cunning plan, you know what I mean? I'm not going to be lured in, and then sort of give some passages of plays to the bowling side. But then when it's his time and the bowling's there to be had, cashes in and makes the most of it. It's interesting. Very, very good knock.
Yeah, it's been very good to watch as Shaheen Shah Afridi comes in again. Just short ball, pushed into the offside with soft hands. They run through for a quick single, make it with ease. As Shan Masood came round from Gully to collect. That's the end of the 114th over. 392 for 4. And, 202 of them have come from Zach Crawley. Extraordinary effort with the bat today. And as we say, he looked pretty good. He really did demonstrate this kind of wiseness about his game. He was just so, in control, considering, I know people talk about the young bowling attack of Pakistan, but it's a very capable attack. You've got the likes of Muhammad Abbas, who's picked up a ton of wickets, and Yasir Shah, very threatening leg spinner, 2 young, exciting fast bowlers. It's not like he's done it against like a middling attack. This is an exciting attack, and he's proven that he can play all around the wicket, play the situation, build an innings, and move on quite quickly with it as well. So well-rounded performance, I would say.
Absolutely, and really put a marker down in an England side that is got a lot of depth to choose from. He's stuck his hand up in the air, and not just got a flashy 100. He's gone on and got a biggie.
It is indeed a biggie.
It's a Graham Gooch 100.
Well, the other man's also got 100. Joss Butler, 117 not out at the moment.
Might see a few fireworks here now.
He's on strike to Yasir Shah, who's had a change of ends. He comes in and starts with a flighted delivery, which has been driven out just wide of the fielder and long off. They take the first one quickly. They're coming back for 2, and they will make it comfortably. A lot of applause in that dressing room as well, as they show appreciation for some very astute running between the wickets there.
We've got a few scouts out with Joss Butler here. got deep mid off, deep mid on, deep mid wicket, man on the sweep just behind square, and a deep point. So there's plenty of gaps. I think these two might be looking at, run Pakistan ragged here a little bit.
There's a slightly more defensive field. There still is a slip in place, but
well, good.
there is a lot of invitation to just run the balls up and down the ground. Loads of gaps there. Yasser just hanging on at the top of his run for a split second. Now here he comes, and he bowls a flat one down the leg side, and it was right there for the pull shot. Just got through it a little bit too quickly. Jos Buttler, he missed it and taken down the leg side.
Top spinner, was it, or a little googly? Just seemed to rush Buttler, short of a length, just skipped off the pitch, luckily going down leg side.
Yasser Shah in once again now, plenty of flight given, this time driven down the ground hard by Jos Buttler off the back foot. There was a diving effort from Yasser, it was nowhere near it in the end. Comes in for a single.
He loves the dive, he's got a good dive, Yasser.
Yes, he'd be good in goal.
Yeah, he would be. He would. He's got a good dive, he gets good good spring and good height and it's good.
Yasser Schmeichel, they call him.
Do they?
No.
You've done me there.
In comes Yasser Shah, a little bit short outside the off stump and kept a little bit low as Zach Crawley attempted to cut that through the covers, and no run.
Yeah, he does look. He looks like he enjoys himself. I can remember that. Oh, he made a great effort at Old Trafford when I think it was Wokes just got a top edge hook just towards the end of the game.
Yasser in once again, full and wide, and comfortably swept, and in fact swept really well in between that gap at square leg and mid-wicket. 4 runs. What a shot that was from Zach Crawley. Picked it immediately and got on top of it all the way along the ground as well. Very well controlled. And 4 runs.
Yeah, great sweep shot. Hit it hard. Hits it hard.
Yeah, there's a bit of aggression behind it. You get the feeling he was just holding back a tiny bit in the 180s, 190s, and now he's got license to go after the ball, hasn't he, Phil?
Smack, yeah. I mean, he took that early. The man was on the sweep, quite fine actually, but he's taken that a bit early. Just got it just behind square, but no chance of cutting it off. Got it right. Hit that sweep hard. Didn't just put a bat on it. Smacked it.
Well, milestones all over the place. Jos Buttler got his ton earlier. Zach Crawley's got his double 100 about sort of 10 minutes or so ago, and England on the cusp of 400 runs.
And also the 5th wicket partnership.
And the 5th wicket partnership, of course. Of all time. Not just Pakistan, of all time.
All time. We've got an all-timer.
Here we go. In comes Yasser Shah once again. Lots of flight given, and down the track came Zach Crawley. They're looking for the gap this time, just finding extra cover, so no run. End of the over, eventful one. 399 for 4 England after 115 overs. And Andy.
Well, another stat thrown into the mix. Jos Buttler's now got the highest score by an England wicketkeeper against Pakistan. It's a third 100 by an England keeper against Pakistan. Matt Pryor 102 not out. Trent Bridge 2010. Alan Knott 116 at Edgbaston in 1971. So Buttler with 120 is now top of that list.
Extraordinary. What a list to top, and what a marker he could set there, because he's batting really well, and there's no reason why he couldn't press on himself and still make a little push for the top scorers list. The conditions are pretty good, and the Pakistan bowling attack does look very wary at the moment. Very defensive field. The fielders in the deep, lots of gaps, 1s, 2s for the taking. These are really ideal conditions for England to build some monster scores. Phil Tufnell's just left the commentary box, and very pleased to be rejoined by Mark Ramprakash. Mark, how are you?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. In comes Shaheen Afridi again. Starts with a short delivery, quick and short. That one ducked underneath it quickly to Jos Buttler. We see 83 miles an hour apparently, but looked pretty quick from here, coming down the hill. Yeah, superb batting performance from both these players, Mark, and a memorable day for England batting.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I suppose these players have been waiting for a good pitch to utilise, and once the captain won the toss, you really felt England needed to step up and make a big first innings score, and Pakistan did very well, didn't they, initially, to reduce England to 127 for 4.
Shaheen in now once again, just wide outside the off stump and pushed off the back foot by Jos Buttler, only as far as extra cover, no run scored.
But I mean, Crawley looked fluent straight away, didn't he? Mm-hmm. He got into his stride. That 50-odd that he got at the last day of the previous match clearly gave him a lot of confidence, and that was in a very testing conditions. Pitch moved, the ball moved around all over the place. So to come here on a good wicket, he looked fluent. His feet were moving well. He looked well balanced. And, he got into his stride early. Jos Buttler, I think, has been very measured, cool, calm and collected. just played in a pretty orthodox manner. It's been an excellent partnership.
Shaheen in now once again short this time, pulled handsomely by Jos Buttler into the deep. There's a man out there and he makes a diving effort, and he does really well in the end in the deep. I think that was Abid Ali, I can't tell. We'll just have another look in a second. And a great effort out there in the deep to prevent the boundary. 2 runs taken though, as England move on to 400 runs. Wow, what an effort that is. 401 for England.
It's their 4th 400 score this year in 9 tests. They'd only had 1 in each of 2018 and 2019, so 2 400 scores in 25 tests, and 18 and 19, 4 already in 9 tests this year.
England batting in great shape. In comes Shaheen Afridi, another slightly short delivery, a bit fuller than the previous one. This time, Jos Buttler just leaning into his crease and defending that down into the ground for no run. Different strategy, this from Pakistan. We'll talk about that in a second, but, I mean, people talk about England's batting woes, Mark, but actually, they're on the up, according to the stats at least.
Yeah, look, I think we have to recognise it. In the last 3 or 4 years, it's been really tough work batting in England. The stats show the ball has moved more laterally. You know, we're playing when we've got floodlights on and overcast conditions when normally we wouldn't have in the past.
Shaheen in now once again, slightly fuller this time, and just rushed Jos Buttler for pace and just squeezes it out into the covers for no run.
You know, and I think in terms of top order batting, you know, perhaps there are less players possibly to choose from first class cricket who are perhaps excelling against the red ball. You know, and that's, you know, a debate that's long been had about the influence of white ball, and a lot of the players perhaps putting that first as a priority to try and excel at. So, you know, I think it's been tough, but England have transitioned in South Africa. That's when these young players came in.
Shaheen in now once again, sort of just back of a length, defended back to him by Buttler for no run. That's the end of the 116th over. 401 for 4 England now, looking very, very ominous for Pakistan, and any sort of chance they have of getting back into the game seems to be dissipating with each passing over. 10-year unbeaten record again against England from 2010. That looks like it's coming to an end.
Well, it does. You don't get 400 in a first innings and lose too many test matches. I mean, it's an important spell for Shaheen. I'm just watching him there. He's running hard. He's got the wind. He's got the end that he really would like. You know, he opened up this morning into the wind. He's now downwind and bending his back. Got up to 88 miles an hour there. So big spell for him.
Yasir Shah in now once again, a bit flat this time, just beating that outside edge, just turned sharply away from Zach Crawley, and they went through to the keeper. He didn't collect it cleanly, but a bit of encouragement. Andy, I wonder just to give a little bit of hope to Pakistani fans that are listening, or something to stay in the game for. What are I'd love for you to find out the highest scores that teams have made over the years and still lost a test match. That's what I'd be curious to see. As in comes Yasir Shah once again, and down the track comes Zach Crawley. Just checks his shot there, defends back to Yasir for no run.
Well, England did lose 2 tests in India on their tour a few winters ago, having scored 400 in first innings. I'll get the list of highest losing scores for you to cling to.
Yes, please. Thank you. Yasir in once again, a bit short this time. It's been cut nicely, just past that fielder at backward points. Shah Nasuddin. Ahmed Ali will come in from the boundary to send the ball back in. Another single to the England score.
That's a shot that Zach Crawley's played particularly well against Yasir. He's punched it off the back foot with a straight bat. Too many guys are trying to get away and play with a cross bat, and of course Yasir does have that ability to skid the ball on a little bit, as he did with Ollie Pope, but Crawley standing tall and playing with a straight bat, he punches it so hard and so clean through the offside.
In comes Yasir Shah once again, just back-of-link, once more driven to extra cover. No run scored. Breeze kicking in again. You can hear it on our sort of effects microphone. You can see the trousers of the fielders rustling. Just makes it a little bit more miserable for Pakistan while they're out there. In comes Yasir Shah once again. Plenty of flight given, and kept it very full that time as Jos Buttler leans forward and blocks it out.
I think from a Pakistani point of view, you know, their batsmen should be looking forward to batting on this pitch. You know, the sun is out, it's a good surface, dry surface. Yes, it's nipped about a little bit, but if you get in, you can make hay.
Yasir Shah in once again. Fuller this time pushed to gully for no run. It's the end of the 117th over, 402 for 4. Yes, absolutely, Mark. You know, when Pakistan do get to bat on this pitch, I suspect in September, they will very much enjoy batting on it. But it doesn't seem imminent at the moment is the way to approach it. And you know, from an England perspective, they've got you know they've almost snuffed out any hope Pakistan have of winning this game if they bat till the end of the day, or you know, past tea and have that 500 plus score. They've got to start thinking about things like the declaration, and then you know, without getting too ahead of ourselves. You know, Zach Crawley's got a good score on, got a good basis, doesn't look too threatened at the moment, looks quite comfortable. He can press on. How do you weigh that up? You know,
well, I think Pakistan have beaten the bat actually. I mean, the shot that he got a double hundred with, through just past very catchable height through sort of third slip. I thought Naseem bowled a good spell there, testing spell.
In comes Shaheen Shah Afridi again, persisting with that short line. That was a short length. It was a good line as well, just to force the batsman to move away to evade the ball through to the keeper for no run.
Yeah, Abbas had an extended spell where he bowled his normally miserly line and length and beat the bat on several occasions, and Yasser in that last over got the ball to turn a little bit. So, you know, Pakistan have stuck at their task, but you know, it's a funny thing, isn't it? Momentum in sport, and they just haven't managed to create or make that half chance into a chance where they can break this partnership.
There's the highest fifth wicket partnership of all time for England, all time against all opposition. Shaheen Shah Afridi in once again, short again, and this time Crawley had a little flirt with that as it went over his head, and almost kind of playfully just thought about getting involved as it went through to the keeper. No run. That's the one head height bouncer for the over now. It's been signalled by the umpire to Shaheen. Interesting, this new strategy of bowling short, something a little bit different.
Well, mix it up. I think he's a very clever bowler, Shaheen, because he's got that cutter that he can bowl across, you know, turning away, if you like, or moving away from the right-hander. He can swing it back. He's gone short here with a bit of protection at deep square leg. So he's just mixing things up. He's got his dander up. He's bowling with the wind, and he's coming in hard.
In he comes again, once again, just back of a length this time, not quite as short, and this time punched off the back foot by Zach Crawley, racing away into that deep extra cover region. They'll take 2 more runs. Zach Crawley moves on to 208 now. England 405 for 4. Well, it's been a tough day for the bowlers. Their stats as Shaheen Shah Afridi is approaching his own century, 1 for 97 at the moment. And it's going to be quite demoralising for the bowler, really. I haven't seen too much interaction between captain Azhar Ali and Shaheen Shah Afridi. He's been kind of left in the wind a little bit, both literally and figuratively, I suppose.
But these guys have played in UAE, haven't they? You know, they've bowled on some flat surfaces over there, goodness me, and heat as well. So,
well, Shaheen's only really into his 10th test match, so maybe not as much as one might think. In comes Shaheen Shah Afridi once again, just wide outside the off stump and cut away nicely. There is protection in the deep, and good work there in the deep by Fawad Alam. He gets the ball back in, just a single to Zach Crawley. He moves on to 209. Yeah, it's still got to be tough, Mark, even if you have played a bit on flat pitches, to be quite inexperienced and to have this onslaught, which is the only way to describe this partnership. You know, it's a world record now they've conceded. They look at their own stats on the big screen, 1 for 98 now, Shaheen Afridi. You need a bit of backing from your captain, surely.
Well, yes, communication, absolutely, and a bit of direction, but I mean, this is Test cricket. You know, it does challenge you in so many ways, and the opposition are on top, and they're going to learn from it, aren't they? You know, they're hugely talented bowlers, Naseem and Shaheen in particular, and they're going to reflect on this performance, I'm sure, at the end of the game.
In comes Shaheen now, and just wide outside the off stump, lots of width and a good length there, but there is protection in the deep. They'll take another single into the deep, and
तारीख को पहला मुकाबला जो आपको खेला जाएगा इन दोनों टीम्स के बीच में। फिलहाल आप सभी को बता दें 28 तारीख को जो है फ्राइडे का दिन है गाइस, आज और कल 2 दिन है। और फ्राइडे के दिन जो यहाँ पर आपको खेला जाएगा पहला T20 मैच। फिलहाल हमारे साथ 30 लोग जुड़े हुए हैं, तो बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आई एम सऊदी, थैंक यू सो मच मिस्टर असलाम जी, शुक्रिया आपका जुड़ने के लिए सऊदी से। इंग्लैंड जीत जाएगी ये टेस्ट मैच, बिल्कुल। मैं आकाश जी, मुझे भी लग रहा है कि इंग्लैंड की जो टीम है ये मैच बिल्कुल जीतेगी। मेरे ख्याल से तो इंग्लैंड की टीम ही जीतेगी, लेकिन बट समय बताएगा यार। टाइम विल टेल अस दैट व्हाट इज गोइंग टू हैपन इन दिस गेम, इजंट इट। आप सभी को बता दो जो भी लोग हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं, फिलहाल पाकिस्तान की जो टीम है बल्लेबाजी यहाँ पर करने आने वाली है काफ़ी जल्दी ही। थोड़ी देर इंतज़ार करें गाइस, और इंतज़ार थोड़ी देर करेंगे तो आप लोगों को बता दें यहाँ पर हम जो अपडेट आपको देते रहना लगातार। आप पिच देख सकते हैं यहाँ पर। जी हाँ, पिच की बात करें तो पिच जो है यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं हरा भरा। इंग्लैंड वर्सेस ऑस्ट्रेलिया का इंग्लैंड और ऑस्ट्रेलिया का सीरीज़ अभी नहीं है यार, इंग्लैंड और ऑस्ट्रेलिया का सीरीज़ बाद में होगा। लेकिन हाँ, पाकिस्तान और इंग्लैंड का टेस्ट मैच जरूर होगा। पाकिस्तान मैच डिटेल क्या है भाई? पाकिस्तान का मैच डिटेल ही दे रहा है विकास भाई। पाकिस्तान बैटिंग करेगी गाइस, 310 रन चाहिए। हु इज़ द सेकेंड हाईएस्ट स्कोरर इन थर्ड इनिंग्स? सेकेंड हाईएस्ट स्कोरर आई एम नॉट श्योर ब्रदर, बिकॉज आई वाज नॉट वाचिंग दिस गेम। सो बाय द वे गाइस, ऑल ऑफ यू हूएवर इज वाचिंग द गेम एट द मोमेंट, जो भी लोग हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, जल्दी जल्दी आप लोग वीडियो को लाइक, शेयर और सब्सक्राइब का बटन दबा दीजिएगा, ताकि जो नोटिफिकेशन है आप लोग को मिल जाए हमारे वीडियोस की, मेरे भाइयों आगे भी। जी हाँ, काफ़ी बढ़िया मुकाबला होने वाला है इन दोनों ही टीमों के बीच में। तो आप सभी को बता दो मुकाबले के बारे में अगर हम बात करें तो गाइस, पहली गेंद आने वाली है। अभी तो कल का ही मैच अभी भी दिखा रहा है हाईलाइट गाइस, और अगर हम बात करें तो आज के मैच के बारे में हम जानेंगे क्या आती है अपडेट्स और क्या आती है इन्फॉर्मेशन। तो आप लोग बने रहिए हमारे साथ, जुड़े रहिएगा हमारे साथ अगर आप लोग पहली बार जुड़े हुए हैं तो। और आप लोगों को बता दें, आखिरी में जो है कल आपको यासिर खान 20 रन बनाकर आउट हुए थे। यासिर ने भी काफ़ी अच्छी बल्लेबाजी करी थी, और देखते हैं आज के मैच में क्या कर पाते हैं ये टीम। आपको क्या लगता है गाइस, कौन जीत पाएगा ये मैच? आप लोग अपने अपने प्रेडिक्शंस बताते रहिएगा। तो सीरीज की बात की जाए तो दोनों ही टीमों ने अच्छा प्रदर्शन करा है अभी तक। हेलो ओलिविया, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग द गेम। मार्केट के हिसाब से इंग्लैंड जीतेगा, असलान जी कह रहे हैं। बिल्कुल, आई एम हियर फॉर पाकिस्तान। ओके ओलिविया सेज, असलान जी कह रहे हैं कि मार्केट के हिसाब से इंग्लैंड जीतेगा। बिल्कुल। हाउ आर यू टुडे? आई एम वेरी गुड, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर आस्किंग। हु इज द हाईएस्ट स्कोरर इन थर्ड इनिंग्स? यासिर शाह है वो। यासिर शाह ही तो बोला मैंने यार, क्या बोला मैंने? प्रथम जी क्या यार, प्रथम भाई ऐसे करोगे यार आप, मतलब यासिर शाह, यासिर शाह। तो फिलहाल मुकाबला शुरू होने वाला काफ़ी जल्दी ही गाइस। जी हाँ, मुकाबला जो है अगर हम बात करें मैचेस की, मैच जो है बस काफ़ी जल्दी ये शुरू होने वाला है। दोबारा बल्लेबाजी करने के लिए आने वाली है पाकिस्तान की टीम गाइस काफ़ी जल्दी ही, तो बस कुछ ही समय और इंतज़ार करिए आप। और आप लोगों को टॉस तो हो चुका है मैच में, फिलहाल ये दूसरी इनिंग्स है गाइस। दूसरी इनिंग्स यहाँ पर बुलाया गया है इस टीम को फिर दूसरी इनिंग्स में। जी हाँ दोस्तों, मुकाबला जो है शुरू होने वाला मात्र और मात्र 10 मिनट के अंदर। तो 10 मिनट के अंदर जो है मैच शुरू हो जाएगा। तो आइए देखते हैं इस 10 मिनट के अंदर क्या हो पाता है। कल के मुकाबले की बात करें तो काफ़ी बढ़िया प्रदर्शन करी थी इस टीम ने। तो अजहर अली यहाँ पर कल 141 रन बनाकर नॉट आउट थे गाइस। और आज के मैच में देखते हैं आज भाई इट इज़ रेनिंग। नो नो नो, इट्स द रेन हैज़ स्टॉप्ड भाई। रेन जो है रुक चुका है गाइस। जेम्स एंडरसन का टेस्ट मैच 600 क्रिकेट हो गया है क्या? जी हाँ भाई, जेम्स एंडरसन जो है आपको हम बता दें मुरलीधरन का रिकॉर्ड तोड़ेगा लगता है। यही लौंडा है जो मुरलीधरन का रिकॉर्ड तोड़ेगा भाई। है कि नहीं है भाई? बारिश रुक चुकी है गाइस। जीत दोबारिया जी कह रहे बैटिंग कौन करेगा? पाकिस्तान की टीम बैटिंग करेगी गाइस, आप सभी को बता दूं जो भी लोग हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं फिलहाल। जी बिल्कुल, स्टुअर्ट ब्रॉड विकेट निकालेगा भाई मेरे ख्याल से। तो आपको क्या लगता है, क्या स्टुअर्ट ब्रॉड आज के मैच में विकेट निकालेगा? तो आप भी बताइए यार अपनी अपनी राय कमेंट में, जल्दी से आइए और कमेंट में अपनी बात बताइए, क्या लगता है आप लोग को इस मैच के बारे में। और सब्सक्राइब करते रहो, चलो यार सब्सक्राइब नहीं करोगे तो मज़ा कैसे आएगा, मज़ा कैसे आएगा। गौरी जी स्वागत है आपका, गौरी गौरी गौरी, यू आर वेलकम। जीत डुबारिया जी वेलकम टू द लाइव स्ट्रीम। मिस्टर प्रथम से यस फॉर पाकिस्तान। पाकिस्तान अच्छा खेलेगा आज भाई, पाकिस्तान आज चाहेगा कि कम से कम अच्छा खासा स्कोर बनाया आज के मैच में। स्टुअर्ट ब्रॉड ने अपनी पूरी कोशिश करी थी कल के मैच में। कल के मैच में अगर हम बात करें तो आज देखते हैं आज स्टुअर्ट ब्रॉड क्या करते हैं, क्या आज स्टुअर्ट ब्रॉड कुछ कर पाएंगे मैच में। मेरे ख्याल से स्टुअर्ट ब्रॉड ज़रूर कर सकते हैं गाइस। एक ऐसे बल्लेबाज हैं जो स्टुअर्ट ब्रॉड गेंदबाज हैं कि कुछ भी कर सकते हैं इस मुकाबले में। बट नेवरदलेस जो भी लोग हमारे साथ बने हुए हैं गाइस, आप लोगों का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। जो भी लोग जुड़े हुए हैं जल्दी जल्दी शेयर करते चलिए, सब्सक्राइब करते चलिए वीडियो को। स्टुअर्ट ब्रॉड की बात करें तो कल एक अच्छा मौका था वहाँ पर, इन्होंने रनआउट, हो क्या रनआउट किया था उन्होंने कल। जोफ्रा विकेट निकालेगा, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल जोफ्रा आर्चर आज जो है विकेट निकालेगा भाई। आज जोफ्रा आर्चर जो है छोड़ेगा नहीं किसी को भाई। बाबर खेलेंगे क्या? जी बाबर आज सेंचुरी मारेंगे भाई, बाबर आज सेंचुरी मारेंगे भाई। सभी लोग जो भी लोग देख रहे हैं आप लोगों को बता दें, बाबर आजम इस मैच में चलेगा। अगले ENG पर कल का मैच दिखा रहा अभी भी। बाबर आजम अच्छा खेलेगा क्या? बिल्कुल अच्छा खेलेगा, सेंचुरी मारेगा बाबर आजम। कहीं 0 पे आउट ना हो जाए भाई। तीसरी इनिंग जैसे कि आप देख सकते हैं गाइस शुरू होने वाली है। तो आप सभी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया जो भी लोग हमारे साथ बने हुए हैं। फिलहाल 7 मिनट मात्र और बाकी है गाइस। 7 मिनट के अंदर जो ये मैच शुरू होने वाला है आप लोगों को बता दें। फर्स्ट विकेट कौन निकालेगा? देखो फर्स्ट विकेट अगर हम बात करें तो भाई फर्स्ट विकेट जो निकालने की उम्मीदें हैं, मुझे तो लगता है कि आपको फर्स्ट विकेट जो है आपको जेम्स एंडरसन निकालेंगे। मुझे तो ऐसा ही लगता है। आप लोग को क्या लगता है पहला विकेट कौन निकालेगा? आप लोग जल्दी से बताइएगा कमेंट बॉक्स में। जी हाँ, दोनों पाकिस्तान के बल्लेबाज जो हैं वो आने वाले हैं ग्राउंड के ऊपर दोस्तों। तो आप लोगों से बता दूँ थोड़ी ही देर में बस मैच आपको शुरू होने वाला है। थोड़ा देर और इंतज़ार कर लीजिएगा इसमें कि मैच की अगर हम बात करें, प्लेयर्स जो यहाँ पर बस ग्राउंड से अब आने वाले ही हैं। तो आप सभी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया जो भी लोग हमारे साथ बने हुए हैं। अगर आप पहली बार हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं गाइस, जल्दी से चैनल को सब्सक्राइब का बटन दबाने के बाद बेल आइकन का जो बटन है उसके ऊपर ज़रूर दबाइएगा, ताकि जो नोटिफिकेशन है वो आप लोगों को मिल जाए आगे भी हमारे वीडियोस की। तो आसमान यहाँ पर थोड़ा थोड़ा भारी भारी नज़र आ रहा है मुझे। आसमान भी चाहता है आज के मैच में थोड़ी सी बारिश नज़र आया हमें। जी दोस्तों, तो फिलहाल आप लोगों को बताते हैं मैच के बारे में, क्योंकि बारिश जो अभी तक नहीं हो रही है। ये एक अच्छी खबर है भाई कि आप लोगों के लिए बारिश जो है नहीं हो रहा है इस मैच में। 273 रन कल बनाएगा पाकिस्तान की टीम ने। इस साल का IPL कैसी खिताब जीत सकती है आपके एक्सपीरियंस से? आकाश जी, मेरे ख्याल से इस साल का IPL जो है रॉयल चैलेंजर्स बैंगलोर की टीम जीत सकती है भाई। बैंगलोर जीतेगी इस साल भाई। IPL का पूरा दिन बारिश गिरेगी भाई, पूरा दिन बारिश गिरेगी तो कोई बात नहीं भाई। स्टुअर्ट ब्रॉड निकालेगा विकेट, स्टुअर्ट ब्रॉड विकेट निकाल देगा तो और क्या चाहिए भाई। आप सबको बता दें 5th डे है में। जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, आज चौथा दिन है गाइस, आज चौथा दिन खेलेगा, आज चौथा दिन होगा। फिलहाल खेल शुरू होने वाला है। अगर हम बात करें पाकिस्तान और इंग्लैंड के बीच में, और पाकिस्तान जो है बिल्कुल हार के कगार पे यहाँ पर खड़ी है। अब यहाँ से पाकिस्तान को देखना पड़ेगा पाकिस्तान क्या करती है आज के मैच में। जी हाँ दोस्तों, और लेट्स सी ये देखना ज़बरदस्त होगा कि पाकिस्तान क्या वापसी कर पाएगी मैच में। मुंबई चेन्नई में भाई चेन्नई जीतेगी। तो फिलहाल आप लोगों को बताते हैं गाइस, बल्लेबाज जो यहाँ पर आने वाले हैं बस काफ़ी जल्दी ही ग्राउंड के ऊपर। जो भी लोग हमारे साथ बने हुए हैं फिलहाल आप लोग बने रहिए मेरे भाई, और जल्दी जल्दी सब्सक्राइब का बटन दबाते रहिए और लाइक का बटन दबाते रहिए। फिलहाल बल्लेबाज जो हैं दूसरी पारी में आ रहे हैं बल्लेबाजी करने के लिए। तब तक आप लोग हमारे साथ जुड़े रहिएगा गाइस, ताकि जो नोटिफिकेशन है वो आपको मिल जाए आगे भी हमारे साथ। चलिए, तो दोनों प्लेयर्स की अगर हम बात करें तो प्लेयर्स जो हैं ग्राउंड के ऊपर आने वाले हैं धीरे धीरे। भाई फर्स्ट विकेट किसका जाएगा? अरे भाई यार, सारी चीज़ें हमको नहीं पता प्रथम की। मसूद और अली, अली आउट होगा भाई। चलो लो भैया, अब खुश। जी हाँ, अली अली मौला अली, अली मौला अली, अली मौला अली, अली मौला अली, अली। इमरान खान जी स्वागत है आपका, क्या हाल चाल है आपके इमरान भाई? वाह मेरी भाई, मेरी फेवरेट टीम बैंगलोर कब से उम्मीद लगाकर बैठा हूँ कि आईपीएल का खिताब जीतेगी। इस साल भाई आपको उम्मीद लगानी नहीं है, क्योंकि इस साल उम्मीद छोड़ो, अब इस बार एकदम गारंटी लेके चलना है कि इस बार जो है बैंगलोर की टीम आराम से ये साल का आईपीएल जीत जाएगी। ऐसा मुझे लगता है गाइस, आप लोगों को क्या लगता है आप भी बताइए कमेंट करके। व्हाट इज़ योर फेवरेट इन टीम इन आईपीएल? भाई आईपीएल की बात नहीं करेंगे अभी, हम पाकिस्तान के मैच की बात करते हैं। पाकिस्तान के मैच में अगर हम बात करें तो काफ़ी यहाँ पर दबदबा है जो बना हुआ है यहाँ पे इंग्लैंड की टीम का। बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने डिलक्स स्पोर्ट्स से, बिल्कुल वो तो जीतेगा ही जो आपने कमेंट किया है। सबसे आगे वही तो आता है यार, सबसे पहले कौन जीतता है? सबसे पहले जीतता है आपका वो जो आपने लिखा है, सबसे पहले वही जीतता है भाई। भाई कौन जीतेगा, पाक की इंग्लैंड? भाई ये जीतेगी, आप देखो डिलक्स स्पोर्ट का आप वहाँ पे कमेंट पढ़ो, वो जो उन्होंने जो लिखा वही जीतेगी भाई। मैसेज करते हो आप, मेरे मैसेज का जवाब नहीं दे रहे हैं, क्या वजह है? क्यों हमसे नाराज़ हो भाई? हमारे मैसेज का जवाब दो। कहाँ है आपका मैसेज इमरान खान जी? हम यह कह रहे हैं कि पाकिस्तान का देशावर कितना बनेगा? दिसावर आपसे है कि पाकिस्तान का दिसावर कितना रन बनाएगा? दिसावर बैट्समैन का नाम है, कौन है भाई ये दिसावर? डिलक्स स्पोर्ट, ये देखो बंगाली एकदम पगला गया है, 100 मैसेज करे जा रहा है, एक ही मैसेज को 100 बार कर रहा है। बताओ यार इस बंगाली को कोई समझाओ। चलिए दोस्तों, फिलहाल टीम जो है ग्राउंड के ऊपर फिलहाल धीरे धीरे पहुंच रही हैं। तो फिलहाल आप सभी को बता दो, दोनों टीमें जो यहाँ पर फिलहाल बढ़ रही हैं। आइए आप लोगों को बताते हैं मैच के बारे में। जी हाँ दोस्तों, मैच के लिए फिलहाल आ चुके हैं बल्लेबाज, और यहाँ पे गेंदबाजी करेंगे कौन? शहीन शाह अफरीदी गेंदबाजी नहीं करेंगे गाइस, शहीन शाह अफरीदी की टीम बल्लेबाजी करने के लिए आ रही है। देशावर बिल्कुल आपने डिलक्स स्पोर्ट भी बिल्कुल सही फरमाया। तो फिलहाल रूट जो है यहाँ पर गेंद पकड़ कर बैठे हैं भाई, रूट भैया गेंद पकड़ कर बैठे हैं। तो शान मसूद और उनके साथ आसिफ अली बल्लेबाजी करने के लिए आए हैं। डिलक्स स्पोर्ट जी क्या हाल चाल आपके? गाइस डिलक्स स्पोर्ट जी के चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिए आप लोग, अगर आप लोगों ने नहीं कराया तो। चलिए प्लेयर एंटरटेन कर रहे हैं गाइस, प्लेयर जो है यहाँ पर धीरे धीरे ग्राउंड के ऊपर आ रहे हैं। दोनों प्लेयर एंटरटेन कर रहे हैं। 10 पावर की, मैं 10 पावर की बात कर रहा हूँ। पाकिस्तान कितना स्कोर मार्क करेगा? आपने बॉल बोला था पोलार्ड 50 करेगा, मगर वो 47 करा गया। बहुत अच्छा बोलते हो आप भाई मेरे। अरे धन्यवाद यार, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका। 10 पावर की समझ नहीं आपका सवाल, बिल्कुल भी हमें समझ नहीं। पाकिस्तान सबसे फिसड्डी टीम है, हो चुकी है और बहुत अच्छी टीम करती है, पर अफगानिस्तान आइलैंड से अच्छी थोड़ी है। बिल्कुल सही कहा। तो यहाँ पे गेंदबाजी करने के लिए तैयार है गेंदबाज गाइस, बल्लेबाज दोनों आ चुके हैं एंटरटेन करने के लिए। हमें शान मसूद आए हैं बल्लेबाजी करने के लिए। शान मसूद के साथ हम बात करें स्कोर आसिफ अली की। आसिफ अली यहाँ
region just sort of north Vietnam. It's a different sort of.
I mean, they have beef chow mein, they have prawn balls, they have everything. It was
the Vietnamese was shut. Okay. So we had Chinese.
It was a very, very nice evening. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Anderson's first ball is on his way as England try to bowl Pakistan out today to win the match, and that goes grubbing down the leg side, and they take a run of sorts. Whether that's a leg bye, it probably is. See the umpire here bracing himself. There we are, a couple of taps of Ridgely Illingworth's right knee.
And it amazed me, you didn't know the rule about the umpire staying play?
No.
Oh, wow.
You presumably had that tucked away?
No, I didn't know that one either. It's amazing, isn't it?
Well, I think
20-odd years.
I know. I think it'd have caught a few, but it certainly caught me. And because when it's explained, the logic...
Play, everyone always knows.
Yeah.
OK, gentlemen, is everyone ready? And play.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I just thought they were sort of doing it to be polite.
No, in any other case, as soon as you walk over that boundary road...
Yeah, you're in.
That's it. And the clock stops ticking for if you're being timed out.
Oh, yes.
Anyway, he's not opening. He's probably good. Well, it's the right decision now.
Yeah.
Abid Ali's on strike. Anderson runs in, bowls stumps outside the off stump. There's a little bit of movement away there.
England, if they're looking to... Going to be crucial with the new ball, isn't it? Because it looks like a new ball pitch. When that new ball gets old, it flattens out, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So, I mean, England did very well in that first innings, getting those 4 quick ones, and Anderson 3 of them, so in the first innings, but they want to make early breakthroughs.
Very soft yesterday, isn't it? I mean, there's nothing happened.
And even Archer bowling 92, sort of was manageable.
Down go the slips. Anderson's on the way. Abid Ali, right-handed, allows that to go by. A little bit of movement away. And the breeze is absolutely set right for Anderson for this end. It's coming up, as I said, from 2 o'clock or from fine leg. As we look at it from here, we've got Chris Wokes down there and on that line, just coming over the woods. But a very nice lady in there today. She's walking her black Labrador. Morning, Aggers, she said. I thought,
did she really?
She did. She said, what a great day's cricket yesterday.
Yeah.
Certainly was. There's different routes. Nice little lily pond in there.
Oh, is there?
There's all sorts in Telegraph Woods.
Yeah.
So I hope she's having a nice day anyway. And goes Anderson over the wicket, bowls outside the off stump. And Abid Ali lets it go by. And I said a sort of a possible farewell to the steward, who's still sitting there.
Is he? Unmoved.
He's still sitting there. And I said, listen, thank you so much for being there. I didn't like to ask him if he ever went to bed or anything. He just sits there every day.
Can't he sort of turn his chair around and watch the cricket? Or isn't there a view?
Well, he's facing the cricket.
Oh, that's all right.
No, it's not, because there's a big wooden fence up.
Oh.
So he's actually literally staring at a fence.
Oh, you would have thought you'd have found a bit of a better viewpoint.
Yeah. Anderson runs in, bowls, and Abid Ali lines that up and then takes the bat out of the way. It must, for some reason, be sort of strategic.
Yes, of course.
Placement.
Sentries, guards.
I don't know why. He's there. But anyway, I said farewell to him.
Yeah.
Because he's been there every single day. If we think right back to that first West Indies.
Indies up at... it was here, wasn't it?
It was here.
Yeah.
He's
lost that one, didn't England lost that, didn't they? Blackwood scored those runs to knock them off. Great game. We've had some great games. We really have.
Yes. Anderson on his way again, bowls wide of the off stump, and Abid Ali lets that go by. So it's a maiden. I'm not sure they had to play any of those. But, Pakistan, of course, are 309 behind. They are following on, and I think that England would have enforced that. There was a discussion about them maybe batting again for a session, but I think when you see a forecast that there is, even if Pakistan's first innings had dribbled into today, I think England would still have put them back in again.
And I'd just like to thank Andy. Thanks, Andy, for being chief duck, crispy duck, sort of.
Yes.
What's it called? Sort of. You tear it, don't you?
Yes, it's the half duck and the pancakes.
Shreddings.
That was also a bit of a giveaway. I thought, crikey, so the Vietnamese do that as well, do they?
I just always appropriate Tuffers at your takeaway. There was an awful lot of duck.
Well, yes. Yes, I did ask for a number 67. Not out.
Did you?
Yes, it was my highest score.
Was that the prawn toast?
I think it might have been or something, so it was lovely.
Thanks
for coming.
Well, pleasure. I was looking forward to my Vietnamese introduction.
Good shredding, Andy, thank you for that.
Now Broad, of course, will open from the other end, and he's going to bowl to Shan Masood, who got 4 in the first innings, and he's hitting the pad this first ball, which is then fielded at square leg by Dominic Bess, who might have a role to play today on the 4th day pitch, although all reports are that it still looks a very good strip.
Yeah, it is. Well, as we were just saying, West Indies knocked them off, didn't they? We all thought it was going to sort of... And that was a hot day, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah, we all thought it was going to sort of disintegrate a bit and fall apart, the wicket, but they played very well on it. It sort of goes to a point and then stays, this kind of pitch.
Broad. Round the wicket. wicket. Bowles finds the edge, but it runs away through the vacant gully, and down to third man the ball runs, and they'll come back for 2. So Shah Massoud's off the mark, and Pakistan are 3 for no wicket. Whether it's just because it's the whole sort of bubble situation, but it just seems, Andy, as if there has been a lot of interruptions and a lot of kicking heels and talking nonsense this summer. I mean, is it right? I mean, if you go back through the days of Test cricket of this summer, have there been an awful lot of interruptions, or does it feel like it?
Well, there have been a lot, I think, and one of the previous Tests, there were, I don't know, some 9 or 10 passages of play, none more than about 40 overs long. So yes, it has been a frustrating summer. I mean, it feels unusually so, but I'd have to.
Whether we're influenced by the last Test in particular, which was
it's stuck in the mind.
So miserable. Now, what's going on here? We've got Ollie Pope heading off.
He might have hurt himself doing the old as you do down there.
The dive. Well, he's got his short legs things on.
Oh, he's hurt his shoulder, you know. He might have sprung a shoulder there.
But his left shoulder?
Yeah, because he's gone down to do the slide and sort of flick back, and his arm's gone out, and I think it's, subpronax or something.
He had a shoulder injury fielding a ball on the boundary for Surrey early last summer as well.
Well, he's off the field at the moment. Broad comes in and bowls to the left-handed Shah Massoud. And
good shoulders. I had a load of cortisons in my shoulders.
It's painful, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's not very nice.
So James Bracey's back on then. We got very excited last night because we thought finally that Jack Leach might have come out. Let's looking at the replay here. He lands on that left arm.
That's it. It's when you is that called? Is it subaquination or something? What's it called?
That was your number 67 last night, wasn't it? with boiled rice.
Yeah, when you sort of like push it through the perpendicular, so to speak, and it pops a little bit. I used to do that on mine.
Did you?
Yeah, you've got to be careful of shoulders.
Broad comes in, bowls, and Massoud allows a fuller ball to go by outside the off stump.
I remember I was bowling in the West Indies a long time ago with Tour there, and I did have a shoulder problem. I had 2 or 3, 4 or 5 in there, and I was bowling in the nets, and I just felt it go. You know what I mean? That was the old rotator cuff and all that kind of stuff, and I knew that it would be 3 to 4 weeks and the tour would be over. So I said, listen, take me for a jab. So it was in Antigua, so I've gone for the old jab. For the doctor, he's put me up in front of the screen that he's going to X-ray it.
Outside the off stump, no stroke from Massoud. That's the end. No, it's not long to go.
So I'm sort of up against the old screen and sort of like, no top on and everything. It was a really hot morning in Antigua like that, and then he's disappeared to go back round to his little booth and push the screen button. He's got round to the booth, looked through the window, and I'd collapsed. I'd fainted, yes. And he's come walking round and he said, "So, you're England's secret weapon during these Test matches." He said, "You haven't even had the jab."
Oh, toughness. But this is what I mean. This is why I'm so amazed by your wing walking and things. In comes Broad, bowls, and that's an ugly defensive shot from Massoud there. He got a bit of a tangle, plays it back up the pitch. The end of the over, 3 for no wicket. 2 overs gone.
So, and as he picked me up, he sort of gone and said, I don't think Brian Lyle's going to have too much trouble with you, Mr.
No, he didn't. Oh, well.
Yeah, and then he pictured it. Oh, it's horrible. Great big long needle. Oh, it was a bit early on a Monday morning.
Did it work, though?
Well, it did, yeah. It works 3 or 4 days and then it goes, but it's not really the ideal because it's still there. Yeah. It just masks it, but we only had like 4 or 5 weeks left for the tour, and we've got to bite the bullet a bit, haven't we?
Yeah. Did Lara score already?
325.
Yeah, I thought
she did. World record at the time, which I'm very proud of.
Well done. Anderson's on his way, hunting for these 2 wickets, and there's an outside edge to an outswinger. So he's fielded at backward point.
Yeah, happy days. Yes. I think he will be. I was just thinking, because you did say to me, is he clutching for it a bit last night? I know he had a load of catches dropped, and I think that was mainly because of his 5-for. You want a 5-for. But I think he might have woken up this morning and there'll just be a tingling of,
yes.
Oh, I hope someone just misses one and it knocks middle out.
So not least because he doesn't know when he's going to play again. When no one knows when they're going to play.
No, especially not in this winter. No, crikey, yeah, they want to get it done.
Anderson bowls a nice ball. That's pushed away by Abid, though, for a single to cover. It squared him out a little bit. Again, that outswing. He's not a tall man, Abid. He tends to play from the crease. So broad fields.
So even with all these years of experience, I think you're right. I reckon there will just be a little bit of, oh, go on, let it happen quickly.
Yes.
Let's get it over with.
Well, the irony of the fact that it's his old sparring partner, Stuart Broad, who dropped what would have been the 600. I mean, it might have been. I mean, caught Broad.
Bold Anderson
would have been a perfect way for him to have got there.
Wouldn't it be?
He shelled it. It was an absolute sitter.
Didn't get a mitt on it. Didn't get a paw on it.
And there's also something rather unusual about that, I think. There's Anderson again bowling, and Masood's on the back foot. Putting a single. Could be a run out here as Anderson picks up, flicks the ball underhand and misses the stumps by some way. But Abid Ali there responded quickly. 5 for no wicket. Here's one for you, Andy, because you're in that sort of mood today. I hope. Just say that that wicket, the 600th, caught by Broad, was the winning, as it were, the record-breaking dismissal. I wonder how many wickets in his 600 he would have had caught mid-on. I mean, it's just probably the least likely place.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going for 5 or below, probably. It's such an unusual place.
We had a 600.
Anderson bowls. Beats the bat.
It's a beauty.
It's on the front foot there. It's moved away.
I reckon a couple more.
There'll be something really quite intriguing about that.
Do you reckon
certainly single figures?
Do you reckon, yes. Do you reckon he's third man, perhaps? Wouldn't have had too many of them.
No.
Fine leg, might have got the odd hook.
Well, I think he's mid-on might have had the odd hook.
Yes, straight up.
Yeah.
Or mistimed hit, flattered him or something. I reckon third man's the least, then mid-on, you're right.
That would be tricky to find out, although...
Oh, I thought you were smiling. I thought you had it.
Would it have been the 600? Because Azhar Ali had already been one of the previous drops.
Oh, don't get technical.
Yes, you're right.
Anderson and bowls down the leg side, a flick and a miss from Abid this time.
What do you think he'd want? What middle stump out the ground?
Oh, anything.
Or classical nick, caught keeper.
Just anything. Anything.
Yeah, anything. You wouldn't want to caught down the leg side, perhaps.
No. What's caught mid-on difficult to find in the records then? Or do you think you just can't be bothered? Well, that's not that.
Of course not. Nasty.
Well, on the standard scorecards, it just says caught.
Yes.
So I'd have to dig around.
In these days of crick buzzes and crick vizzes and everything else.
So I'm still coming to terms with this. See what I can find.
Don't worry, it didn't happen anyway. In goes Anderson, bowls, and him on the pad, and runs away to square leg. And as you rightly said, it's irrelevant. And there's some overthrows, and that's Bracey, who's just come on. This rather sums up Jimmy's recent run of play, really, because he's been hurled into the boundary for 4.
Wow, and that's from the youngster as well.
Yes.
He'll want to dig a hole, Bracey, and crawl into it right now. He's picked it up coming in, well home. The batsman on the run and hurled it at mid-off. Jofra Archer was changing over and it's just rolled into the boundary. Against Jimmy Anderson.
It was leg buys though, so it won't go against him.
Oh, was it leg buys? Oh, well, that's all right. I thought it came off the bat. Oh, well, that's all right then. Who cares?
Well, Bracey's putting the helmet on.
A bit like how many has he got caught mid-on?
How many leg buys off Jimmy Anderson's bowl? You want that, is it?
Oh dear.
Well, Bracey's putting the helmet on now.
Yeah, and so he should.
And is going into short leg.
Stay there.
Yes, a bit of a punishment for that.
Keep the head down.
It was a funny one. He's obviously nervous. I mean, out there in a test match and so on. But the batsman, who was so far in that he'd just about stopped running.
Oh, I dropped one off here on both of them.
Did you?
Yeah. Oh, as a youngster. Oh, you just with one person you want to impress and take a great catch for.
Was it a dolly?
Yeah, it was. Well, it was hardish. Oh, it's horrible.
In comes Broad, bowls to the right-handed Abid, is squared up and gets a thick outside edge. The ball runs away to deep point, where Best slides across the grass and throws the ball in. So we're in the 4th over, and no wickets as yet. Pakistan are 12 for no wicket. They're still 298 runs behind. Cloud, well, it's still behaving itself at the moment from what we can see beyond the trees.
I went for the don't even catch the eye.
No, that's good policy.
Yeah.
Where were you fielding?
I think it might have been. I think it might have been on the other. It might have been fine leg, wasn't it? Oh, God. Yeah, head down.
Yeah. Did you raise raise the subject at all later?
No.
Sorry, Ian.
No. Oh, I might have done it the other play.
Yeah.
When it sort of simmered down. No, he was all right, but you just don't want to catch the old eye of the senior pro.
In comes Broad with his white bandana. That's edge and lands just in front of Burns at second slip. Not by far at all.
And I tell you why I think they were struggling. I was listening to you and Mark saying that they were struggling in that slip corner. I think that they have come up quite a long way just for that. And so when the edge does carry, it is hitting them quite hard. Yeah, that was a genuine.
That's fallen a long way short.
Yeah,
we've been saying throughout the game, from that end particularly, that the ball has kept rather low.
Yeah, you can't come really any closer otherwise.
You don't see it.
No, you don't.
They've come up a little bit though, look.
Yeah.
Very, very tight.
Yeah, it is.
In comes Broad again, bowls. Abidali's beaten to a ball's a little shorter. And I think probably it's moved away a little off the seam, and Abid presented the bat at it.
Well, the one that Joe Root caught above his head absolutely thumped him, didn't it? That one that lifted off of Stuart Broad last night.
Roy Burns has asked for something. I can't. It's a finger protector, I think. And he completely bamboozled the 12th man, who's looking quizzically, saying, "What's he talking about? What does he mean?" But I think he's putting a little protection over his fingers there, because he's so close at second slip. Broad bowls, and that goes sling through. That's the problem. If he nicks that, you're not going to have. You have no time at all to see it.
That was like the one Root caught above his head, didn't it? It was exactly that. You inch up, and then one kicks off, and they get a big waft at it, and it's on you before you can move.
I think Burns is in pain here, because I think that one must have maybe the trouble with slip catching is if you get a bruise in there,
it's all summer.
It literally all summer, because you have no time. There's no time for it to get better. So if you've got one in a joint, particularly, it's incredibly sore. In goes Broad, bowls full, and Bracey there. He dived to his right at short leg, but no chance really of stopping that. The ball rolls over the rope, and it's a boundary, clipped away from leg stump. Abid will have enjoyed that. He goes to 7.
Nice shot.
16 for no wicket.
When Burns was calling for his new finger protector, he said it seems to cause some confusion. Mark Wood. Burns seemed to be miming dipping a tea bag into a mug, and Wood sort of made a tea sign. What do you want, a cup of tea?
It was a bit odd. They didn't know. They have no idea what he's talking about, do they? There are signs for virtually everything. As a new 12th man, you almost get issued with a semaphore book, don't you, of what all these signs mean? Broad runs in, bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke from Abid Ali. It ends that over, which is the 4th, and there's been no success for England so far. However, it's dry, which is the main thing. And tougher some thoughts from you, and then Ish will come in, and she'll also, I'm sure, say thank you for that lovely Vietnamese banquet that we savoured last night.
Steady start, mate. Not a lot of movement. Jimmy Anderson's moved a couple away with a bit of late swing. He'll be desperate to get a couple of innings and then just relax a bit as he chalks up his 600. Isha, morning.
Morning to you. Yeah, I have to say, I've never heard a Vietnamese quite like it.
No, thanks so much.
No,
I try to be a little bit different, you know.
Yeah, that is wonderful. Everyone's provided something different, haven't they, across the course of this series? It was a lovely touch as Anderson pushes away from the northern end to Masood, who allows one to pass outside of the line of off stump. 4 slips in position, point Jofra Archer at a wideish mid-on. Stuart Broad, as we so often see, with his great mate at mid-on. James Bracey on field for Ollie Pope at mid-wicket, and Chris Wokes down on the boundary at fine leg.
Yeah, they're a bit like out on deck, aren't they? You know?
Yeah, they are.
You never see
They're
one
a double act, aren't they?
You never see one without the other.
Anderson running into his footholes at the crease, bowls to Masood, again leaves outside the off stump. A good lead delivery. Just looking for that bit of shape. Anderson dismissed him a couple of times, the ball coming back in on the pads.
Hasn't swung a great deal this morning. Except sometimes it just takes an over or two to get that lacquer off and get a bit of warmth into the ball, perhaps. But it'll be looking to hoop that one back in, I think, on the pad.
A couple of spots of blue. You look up to the sky as Anderson bowls. Beats the edge as it goes through to Jos Buttler. And it's fumbled by Buttler in the end. smile on his face, just thankful that he didn't get anything on it.
Yeah, I think if anything, they're probably going, if someone does nick it, don't let it be me. Let it go to someone else. I don't want to have to drop it.
Oh, he went for the drive.
Close.
Wide of the off stump. Draws him in.
It's a regulation. You start getting a bit twitchy, you know. You do start getting a bit twitchy when you know that something big's about to happen. You just go, let it be bold, let it be bold.
Anderson, I wonder what's going through his mind. He's probably just thinking, oh, it needs to be LBW or bold. I need to take it into my hands. As Masood works it through mid-wicket off the front foot. Comes back for 2. That time it was angled onto the stumps. Used to 18 for no loss. Shah Masood to 3.
I think he did hit that.
No.
He did. He's hit that.
No, he didn't.
Joss has dropped an absolute goober, I'm afraid. Full and wide. I think he's got a little feather on that.
Has there been an ultra edge on the television?
No, there hasn't, but I think he would have nicked it. Yeah, on the looks of it.
That would have been wicket. That would have been wicket number 599 as he now goes to retrieve the ball from the floor. Driftfoot Archer having tossed him the ball.
He'd be on about 605 by now.
No.
Dear, oh dear. Oh. And that can only be nerves. That can only be nerves from the slippers and the keeper, that, you know.
Anderson bowls to Masood, who allows it to pass, shoulders, arms, outside the line of off stump.
I think he's got a little feather on that, full and wide.
I'm hoping that it shows up on the television replays just so we can have confirmation.
Well, we've got a few eagle eyes at the back of the box there going. They think he got a nick on it.
Very serious. Very serious face now from Joss Butler.
That's what's making me think he got a little nick.
Well, they both smiled, so that's why I thought, oh, it might have been just past the edge. I didn't hear anything as Masood defends back down the track this time. A good then delivery on a round off stump. Comes forwards with an angled bat and plays it solidly. He's got some movement in the middle. He's sprinting to get to the other end, the slip cordon. Pakistan at 18 for no loss, 292 behind. Shah Masood on 5, Abid Ali on 7. They're actually just showing the drop catches from last night now. I just hope that they don't put it up on the big screen here at the ground, because that really would be rubbing salt into the wounds. It did look like he was about to combust. And they've added it to the drop catches collection. The one to Shah Masood, who's now just staring into the ground. James Anderson at wideish mid-on as Stuart Broad comes in to Abid Ali, who's defending to extra cover. No run.
And you don't want to drop Shah Masood because, you know, as they found out at Old Trafford, he can go on and get big ones. And it just sets the tone for the day a little bit when there's rain around and what have you. You know, that once you get through that opening partnership, it just lifts you. You know, you think you're on the march to victory, you know, but yeah, you don't want to drop an opener early on. It can just hurt a bit of morale.
4 slips in position for Abid Ali as Broad steams in. Covers the top of off, does Abid Ali, as he gets onto the front foot. And Stuart Broad has the ball back in his hands as he strolls back to the top of his mark. Tosses it to James Anderson now, who uses sweat to give the ball a bit of a shine.
Is that Paul Collingwood? Is he coming to do some catching because no one else can catch? He was a great fielder.
Not a bad fielder to come on.
God,
substitute is.
I think Jimmy Anderson's called on for the fielding coach to stand at slip for him.
Broad comes in on an angle. Bowls to Abid Ali, who's punching it to the leg side, but short leg dives to his left to take the ball. James Bracey in that position.
Yeah.
And no run is taken. It's quite far back there.
Yeah,
Bracey.
More for a kind of, if anything, a little sort of hip clip or something, isn't it?
Yeah.
More than a genuine little sort of edge onto the bat and plop up in the air. That's for a bit of a clip there, perhaps. Yeah, what's he there? 15 foot back?
It's a good take anyway.
Yeah, it was.
As he was diving away to his left. Here comes Broad again then, arms pumping. Past the stumps, bowls to Abid Ali, who defends to the offside. Comes a little bit wider of the crease. Stuart Broad, seen that from him right throughout the course of this series.
Okay, thank you for waking me up this morning as well, Rich. Otherwise I had a bit of time. I don't know, I forgot what day it was. I didn't know what time it was. So you did me a favour. We were doing a little bit of...
Yeah, we had some interviews this morning, didn't we, Tuffers? And I got a message from a lady at the BBC who looks after all of our press. At 8 o'clock. I've got to be honest, I did forget about the interview. She sent me a message. Abid Ali clips this past James Bracey out to deep mid-wicket. James Anderson will chase after the ball at mid-on. As they come back for 2, they'll think about the 3 and they will take it as the throw comes in now from Anderson to Just Buttler.
I knew I was in a bit of trouble because I've never heard you call me Phil. You call Phil because we're neighbours.
We are neighbours.
I came out on the adjacent balcony. Phil!
Through the short straw there, I think, for this... these test matches at the Ageas Bowl. Abid Ali leads to 10-21 for no loss, Pakistan. You've been keeping me up at night,
Quiet
Phil.
as a mouse.
No, you have. You have. You've been going to bed early. No. So at 25 past, so the interview was at half past, I thought, I haven't heard of people out of Phil Tufnell.
Rustling about.
Stuart Broad comes around the wicket to the left-hander Masood, who's forward and defending to the leg side. James Bracey this time sprawling across the floor over to his right to take the ball at mid-wicket. And no run at the end of the over. 21 for no loss then, and there is a bit of movement. Paul Collingwood, he's getting his spikes on.
Wow.
He's coming down the purple steps here.
I think that might be because of... oh, well, no, hold on. Well, they've got Bracey on there for Pope, who's hurt his shoulder, so...
It might be Burns having to go off.
Burns coming off his finger, yeah.
But, so there's... They can't... Should they be using Jack Leach or Mark Wood? No?
Best pair of hands you got up there. Get the best pair of hands you got.
That is allowed.
Yeah. Also, Collingwood had a Rory Burns shirt on, so it might just be a little John Terry moment for him.
Yeah. Perhaps he's just a big fan.
As Anderson shuffles away. Past the umpire, bowls to Abid Ali, leaves outside the off stump.
Wonder where he's going to field.
Yeah, well,
I reckon gully, yeah. It was brilliant. Well, brilliant field on it.
It was. Some of the catches. Wow. There's one you might be able to find it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Of Matthew Hayden leaping in the air like a salmon, taking it one-handed. He always used to take it one-handed, even if there was a double-handed catch on. It just made it look even better. But just so much agility for Collingwood.
I think it's got to be a natural. You've got to be a natural at it. I mean, you can make yourself a competent fielder, but you've got to have an ability to pull them off.
Here comes Anderson again. Abid Ali beats the edge. It goes through to Buttler. Good lead delivery. And to play the line. Been moving away from Ali there.
Oh yeah, the way they keep replaying it.
Yeah, they keep showing that drop off Shan Masood.
What have you got to do? There you go. You fly your way to 597 or something. No one.
It's always the way.
It is.
Always the way.
It is.
And then all of a sudden it'll be like London buses. Anderson past the umpire. Bowls full. Abid Ali swipes outside the line of off stump, misses it, goes through to Buttler. Oh, he couldn't help himself there. There's a wide gap at cover, and just flirted at one. It went early from Anderson. You can see it early, just going out of the hand, shaping away from the right-hander.
Is that a dart at that, isn't it? Not a dart at that.
It's coming. You just sense something's coming. As Anderson turns at the top of his mark. Pushes away, running away from us. As Anderson bowls back of a length, Abid Ali guiding it to backward point, no run.
Just watching that back on the replay, it didn't actually go in. Josh Buttler didn't get a glove on it. It was one of those wobblers like that, and it's hit him on the back inside thigh. So as it's coming through about mid-shin height with him in his crouch, he hasn't. I don't think he's got a glove on that. He should. Someone up.
This is the Shan Masood drop.
I don't think he actually got a pair of hands on it.
No.
It is.
He was lining up. And he just went basically straight through, didn't it?
It's strange. It has been tricky for keepers, to be fair. Like wobble after the spin through.
Anderson bowls to Abid Ali on the back foot, punching to wideish mid-off. Stuart Broad stops the ball with his left foot now, picks it up and gives the ball a shine with the sweat from his forehead now onto his trousers.
It does go through a team, though, the old drops. Is
contagious.
It is a bit, isn't it, sometimes? And then sometimes when everyone's pulling them off, you think no one's going to drop anything ever again. You know, the great ones getting, plucked out of the sky. And, well, like yesterday, that catch Josh Buttler took down the leg side.
He has some spectacular catches from Buttler behind the stumps.
Absolutely, first class.
This Test match. That's probably the best one of the summer, isn't it?
Without doubt.
Anderson passes stumps to Abid Ali on the front foot, defending to Jofra Archer at mid-on. And he will continue walking because that's the end of the over. James Anderson will collect the cap from Stuart Broad. 21 for no loss. Then Pakistan made an over, trailing by 289.
And the one he took off Dub Best was a beauty because that turned and bounced and kicked.
Yeah.
And sort of had to go right up there. So we call it about shoulder high, perhaps even head high, off the outside edge of forward. And then, sorry, I'm going there. Simple as that.
It really is. For listeners who've been joining us throughout the course of the summer, we've been in the bio bubble as Stuart Broad will continue from the pavilion end. Pushing forwards now, one's pumping, bandana on, bowls to Masood, who's defending the ball back down the pitch to the bowler. Now tosses it to Anderson. The one benefit of being in the bio bubble and having the hotel at the ground is if we weren't doing television, we could very much just rock up in a dressing gown, couldn't we? If we were on radio.
Yeah, I have turned up in the dressing gown here beforehand. No, against India.
Yeah.
Very nice little sort of
with DJs.
Well, yeah. It was nice.
That interview that I mentioned this morning, which you just about managed to get on, is Broad bowls around the wicket to Masood, patting the ball to Anderson at extra cover. Casually walks over to the ball there. Anderson, no run is taken.
It ended up all right, didn't it?
It was fine in the end, but we were on a Zoom call as well, so we were next to each other, but we were on Zoom together. And I noticed, well, firstly, when I called you out of your room, you had a towel around you, didn't you?
And a sort of hoodie on.
Yeah, and a hoodie, yeah. So you were...
I didn't have time to get prepared.
You had your hoodie on too. As Broad comes around the wicket again to Masood, who looks solid in defence and defending down the track once more. Good length delivery again on the line of off stump. And I asked the presenter to ask you what you had on below.
Well, mainly because
I'd seen you in a towel.
Well, that's right. And mainly because the hover cover came in. The hover cover started up and everyone started mowing and all the super sockers were everywhere. So I decided to move inside and shut the door. And got the towel caught on the handle of the door.
As Masood allows one to pass outside the off stump.
Well, it was all okay, was it?
It was. I mean, you didn't reveal anything on Zoom.
Sorry.
But we had Phil Tufnell going commando on live radio.
Well, just thank you for getting me up in the first place. It was only I only had 2 minutes to get myself together. It was good though. Looking forward to that up at Old Trafford.
Yes.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
Yeah. Live game, 1:45 p.m. on BBC One next Sunday.
Yep.
First one in over 20 years.
Yeah.
As Broad bowls to Masood, edges pass, ball slip, will go down to their man boundary. There is no one down there. Don Best chasing after the ball, and he will pick up for Masood as Stuart Broad shakes his head. He looks determined here, Broad, as Masood goes to 9, just squares him up. Good length delivery on the off stump, slightly fuller.
Don Best is going to have to do some bowling today because, as I was just saying to Waggers, it is a pitch that the new ball just does a little bit but then flattens out, as that wonderful knock by Azhar Ali showed. So when the catches come, you've got to keep hold of them.
Hands on hips for Stuart Broad at the top of his mark. They're just checking the ball, whether it's misshapen. Michael Goff just placing it through the rings as it's able to squeeze through there, so it's absolutely fine. Tosses it back to Chris Wokes, who uses his short sleeve jumper to shine the ball and remove any dirt as Broad and turns at the top of his mark. You'll be happy to know that Phil Tufnell is fully clothed at the moment. He's just stepped out as Broad comes wide. Beats the edge of Shah Massoud. There's a half appeal as it goes through to Joss Butler. Extra bit of bounce off a length there outside the line of off stump. And that is the end of the over. England making the ball talk this morning. Yeah, just slightly more back of a length from Broad outside the off stump. That angled seam hits the pitch, goes away. And Shah Massoud doesn't get any bat on it. He's on 9, Abid Ali on 10, Pakistan 25 for no loss. Bright sunshine here at the moment. See some blue skies, some grey clouds dotted above. Some news from the Oval. Ben Foakes has reached 100 in his first match out of the bubble, playing for Surrey against Kent in the Bob Willis Trophy. You can hear commentary on the BBC Sport website and app. Brilliant stuff from Foakes as Anderson continues from the northern end, bowls to Abid Ali, struck on the pad as it trickles to the leg side. Going down the leg side from Anderson there, otherwise I'm sure they would have appealed. There's an interesting graphic up on the TV screen at the moment of James Anderson's test bowling averages and how it started at 35 and then 39. In terms of tests played, into his 20th test, it was up at 39, and then it's gradually come down. So by his 156th test, he's on 26 as Anderson is through. Abid Ali drives back past the bowler. Stuart Broad, who's positioned at extra cover, will chase after the ball, running towards us here in the commentary box as Anderson kicks the ground. They come back for 2, and the throw is sent in. Abid Ali then to 12, 27 for no loss. Slightly fuller, wants to make him play. 4 slips in position to take the catch, if it indeed goes there. We've already had a drop this morning as Michael Vaughan is in.
Morning.
Morning to you, Michael.
That was a goober, wasn't it? That's as easy as they come to Joss Butler behind the stumps. Might want to be the next fielder to drop one off Jimmy. But I said that after the second one last night.
He bowls, Abid Ali drives again, similar area as Jofra Archer this time, chases after the ball. It's almost like tag team as who's going to go and fetch it as Abid Ali comes back for 3. Driving off the front foot, slightly fuller again from Anderson. And the score moves to 30 for no loss. Abid Ali to 15.
Pleased for Ben Foakes. Again, proof that we always talk about when you go on tour, you don't play much cricket. How can you be expected to perform well? Sometimes when you just arrive and play, without any kind of past baggage in your mind, just watch the ball and strike it, don't you? Don't always have to be playing all the time. Sometimes a fresh mind. Just been bored of practice for many weeks. In the nets, in the indoor school, out in the middle, just having a few throwdowns. Must have been an absolute delight for him to actually play a game.
Flashes of orange from the soles of Anderson's shoes as Massoud leaves one outside the off stump. Good that delivery as it goes through to Joss Butler. 4 slips still in position there.
The Joss Butler drop, it took us all by surprise. I don't know if you were on air, but it took me by surprise because there was so little lack of reaction out
there was, and so I actually didn't think it was an edge.
No, I didn't. I was kind of watching it, and there was no. And it was obviously, once I'd seen the replay and seen that, it was a reaction of Jimmy Anderson, because usually Jimmy would
smiled.
Yeah,
he just chuckled to himself, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Anderson past the stumps to Massoud. Solid in defence once more, gets across the stumps and back and across, angled bat, plays it down the pitch.
Yeah, and he's got a feeling today could be quite difficult for him. The ball's not doing a great deal. I think the way that Azhar Ali played yesterday is it's always good when the captain plays in that fashion, because it really does drive the rest of the team on to follow suit. And the pitch isn't really playing with any kind of demons in it. There's no uneven bounces yet. I feel like Don Best might have to play quite a big role today for England.
Anderson bowls, Massoud leaves, shoulders, arms. easy one to leave as it goes across him through to Butler. End of the over then, 30 for no loss. 9 overs have been bowled in this innings. Shah Masood on 9, Abid Ali on 15. Some more words from you, Michael, and then it will be Dan Norcross.
Yeah, and you always know that a team is just kind of searching a little bit in the field when they start looking to change the ball after 8 overs. The little machine that they use, that device where they put the ball through the hole and it goes through, you find if it doesn't, there's a chance that you could replace the ball. It went straight through. So they'll have to carry on with this one, but they've obviously got a ball that they feel is just a bit big, going a little bit out of shape early. It's only had 9 overs.
Yes, it's not really been hit around that much, have it, is it?
It's been dropped.
That's true, yes. Well, maybe when it cannoned off Joss Butler's thigh, it got misshapen.
I don't think he got a hand on it.
No, he didn't. No, it must. I mean, it does wobble a bit, doesn't it, after? But it was very curious because it went above his hands, and bearing in mind it was at shin height, that's quite an achievement.
It hit his inner thigh.
It hit his inner thigh, yes. Yes. And you're right, it was the absence of a crowd partly. It was all a bit, what's happened there? Has he actually edged it or not? We're going to change a bowler. It's Chris Wokes. Has he had a haircut?
I don't think so. I think he's just got his Alice band further back.
That's what it is. Yes, that's what it is. So Chris Wokes is replacing Stuart Broad from the pavilion end. 3 slips are in. He's into Abid Ali. And his first delivery is wide outside the off stump and wafted at, cut at poorly by Abid Ali. He didn't get the bat on it and it went through low to Butler, who took that one.
Now, just because I like a little bit of fun and games in Test cricket, I wouldn't mind one of the England fielders to go off.
Yeah.
Because it looks to me like Paul Collingwood has got his whites on.
He has. We've got news on that.
Is he going to be the reserve fielder?
He's running the drinks. That's why he's got the whites on. Because we've already got one reserve fielder out there for Ollie Pope.
Yeah. Could Collie go on and field?
I believe so. Which would be thrilling, wouldn't it? Wokes is in, wide, cut. This time Abid Ali does get a bat on it, but it was the bottom of the bat and it rolls out to a diving Dom Bess. Backward point, who prevents the run. 30 without loss, Pakistan.
I don't think it's a great... If Collingwood is the next fielder to come on, I don't think it's a great indication for Mark Wood and Jack Leach.
Not a lot, is it? No.
Professional international players and a 44-year-old is going to do the fielding ahead of you.
He was a very good fielder, though, wasn't he?
Very good, yes.
Here is Wokes again to Abid Ali, and that's wide and full, left alone. He shoulders arms is Abid Ali. Of course, it instantly has us in mind of Bob Taylor. You remember when he came on as a sub-wicket keeper? He was out at Lord's, Andy, and he'd have been pretty elderly then, I would think.
Yeah, he was. That was 1986. We'll just get there. I think he was nearly 45 or just 45.
I remember in my time as captain, we had Trevor Penny as the fielding coach, and he came on a few times.
Wokes in again, and Abid Ali punches off the back foot up high and over the top of the ball and pushes it square of the wicket and out towards the backward point boundary. A sliding Dom Bess retrieves the ball, throws back in, and they get through for 2 more. 32 without loss. He played that well, did Abid Ali, just getting on top of the bounce, as they say, and pushing it into the ground and square of the wicket. So Trevor Penny came on, and
a few times. I'm trying. I think it was back in 2, 3, 4. Might have even been in. I know we had a bit of Gary Pratt in 2005, but Trevor Penny might have fielded a little bit in that series as well.
Was he qualified to play for England?
I don't think he was. I think we broke all the rules. We had one of those.
Here's Wokes. Abid Ali's trucks on the pad. A big appeal, but a bit too high. And the umpire thinks that as well. Wokes isn't really interested in going to DRS. Root gives a universal sign for was it too high? And they're not going to go to DRS. I mean, the Bob Taylor one was just every romantic's dream, wasn't it?
I think the Trevor Penny one, I think we may have... very similar to Geoff Arch, when he was kind of... The process was quickened up to allow him to play in the World Cup.
Yes.
I think that was a similar thing with Trevor. We just got him qualified very quickly.
Wokes in, made and missed. In the channel, a bit wide of off stump, quite full. And Abid Ali didn't play that at all well. He was slightly on the walk and the bat was a long way from his body, but he's got away with it. The ball goes into Butler's gloves. There's no run. End of the 10th over today. England still haven't made a breakthrough. Pakistan 32 without loss. It's been a morning not without incident. And there's been that drop catch from Butler, of course, that we've talked about. I mean, it's such a crazy game, cricket. After yesterday, and he kept so well, he took 3 terrific catches. There was one off Dom Bess, and there was one off Wokes on the leg side.
I think it's an indication for Josh Butler that he has to be on it all the time with the gloves. You know, I don't think he's a Jack Russell style, just pure natural at catching the ball. He has to be so focused all the time because he doesn't have the most natural technique to catch the ball. He's a decent keeper, but I think it's just a little indication to him that, you know, yesterday clearly he was on it, you know, concentrating just for that split second. He must have just lost his concentration because it was such an easy catch. And that's all it can be, concentration. It's not, I mean, there's no real technique required to catch that delivery. It was just a straightforward one. And since then, when the ball's been going through to him, it's all been going in the middle of the hand. So just a little bit of a sign there for Josh Butler.
Change of bowler, and it's Jofra Archer coming in from our end, the broadcast end. First delivery, he bowls as wide of off stump and left alone by Shan Masood. The gloves are Butler, no run.
First time from his end for Jofra this week, isn't it?
Yep, we get a chance to see straight down the barrel. Now we keep talking about that drop catch, and you know, you don't have to take our word for it. If you want to see that drop catch, you can go to the BBC website and indeed the Sport app, because there you will find clips, in-play clips of all the big incidents today. So can check that out for yourself. And as Archer is in and Shan Masood defends, back of a length ball, pushes it into the offside, picked up and covers, there's no run.
See, I've got so the Azhar Ali situation. Andy, can you look into this for me? So Azhar Ali came out to open last night, and obviously because they'd not said let's play, he could then be replaced this morning with the official opening batsman. Say you had 4 hours in a test match to survive the draw. Would it be possible for the first opening batsman to take guard, but they've not said let's play, and go, no, we're going to change, and then you have to wait 2 or 3 minutes for the next one, and by the time the next one's come out and they haven't shouted let's play, and they just keep going to number 11 to waste like half an hour?
Archer in full ball, pushed to Stuart Broad mid-on.
I mean, it's not in the spirit of the game. Could that happen?
Warwick Armstrong would give it a go, wouldn't he?
Yes, obviously an international captain, always looking for the crucial 1% that can make a big difference. I'm not sure, I'd imagine there's some little niche in the laws for
So for instance, you're in an Ashes series and you've got the Ashes and it's 1-1 and you've got 4 hours to survive the draw to make sure that you keep them.
Jofra Archer is in and full ball is defended by Shan Masood. Back to the bowler, there's no run.
And half an hour or 20 minutes out of the 4 hours left could be, knowing that the bad light's going to, it always plays a part, doesn't it? It's going to come in. Is that possible?
I do like your devious mind.
Yes.
I mean, presumably though, couldn't you, Andy? You could sort of fake injuries and you could be retiring hurt constantly back and forth, couldn't you?
Concussion.
Or just a sore hammy, you know. Archer in, that's defended again by Shan Masood. A little bit wider this time, but Masood got right in behind it and pushed it the front foot up the wicket.
I don't know what's wrong with the time-honoured tradition of sending a physio on with bogus pairs of gloves and things.
Yes.
Served England so well in the past.
Yeah, that was tremendous in goal one year. We were magnificent at that. Gareth Batty and co. Tremendous.
I do have news from the England camp from Danny Reuben, which I'm going to bring you after this ball. 3 slips, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. As wide delivery outside the off-stump is let alone by Shan Masood. It passes into the gloves of Butler. And there is no run, a maiden over, but not a very threatening one, that from Archer. Pakistan 32 without loss. Shan Masood has 9, Abid Ali 17. Ollie Pope has a sore left shoulder. Is that the one he dislocated? I think it might be. And there are no plans for him to return in the immediate future. He will be reviewed at lunch. Assistant coach Paul Collingwood is in whites and can run drinks on alongside sub-fielders Jack Leach and Mark Wood. James Bracey has replaced Pope on the field. So that's a disappointment, isn't it?
So we need probably a couple more to go down before Collingwood gets his chance.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what you want now, isn't it? Yes, Andy.
It was his left shoulder injured diving for a ball on the boundary in a similar fashion for Surrey against Essex last year.
I witnessed it. Wokes is in. Abid Ali leaves at the last minute, a full ball outside the off stump with a bit of a flourish, and his back wasn't that far away. When he did the leave, he was actually slightly in danger of glancing that ball either back onto his stumps or towards the slips. My word, that was close to his inside edge.
That's good shape though from Wokes, getting late movement away from Abid Ali. Wasn't quite at his best yesterday, Chris Wokes. He started nicely here.
Here he is again with 3 slips, and Abid turns that off his hip. It's a little bit too straight and sends it down to the long leg, where James Bracey does.
I like that movement. I spot little things in the field. I wasn't a great fielder, but I know when I can see a fielder that's good. Bracey attacked that ball, went to meet it rather than... Generally when a ball gets hit to fine leg, usually a bowler that he just lets it come to him, just waits, and he attacked that, met it halfway. I like that.
Now he is a keeper as well as a fine batsman, and yet he has been dispatched to long leg, which is an interesting manoeuvre.
Maybe after those overthrows, he's on the naughty step.
Right. Wokes into the left-handed Shan Masood, who plays and misses outside the off stump. It was a little short, it was a flat-footed waft. He's annoyed with himself, is Masood. The ball goes through to the keeper. 33 without loss. Masood has 9, Abid Ali has 18.
See, I like that from Chris Wokes because he's bowled a short wide one. He's blamed the Alice band because it took it off and put it back in position.
That is good, isn't it? Yes, that's a fine manoeuvre.
Yeah, it was there to hit, though. I was surprised that Shan didn't put that one to the boundary.
Here comes Wokes, and Masood defends. Bullish ball, it just gets turned round by it ever so slightly, but the ball meets the middle of his bat and rolls out into the covers where Crawley does the fielding. And there is no run, 33 without loss. It's a rather nice day today. This was the day that was supposed to be not so much. And mind you,
what is the forecast? I've not really looked at it today.
It's 30% chance of rain, and given that yesterday there was an 8% chance of rain and it thundered down, I kind of figured that meant we had basically 100% chance of rain. But no, Wokes in and dabbed into the onside to go through for a quick single. Well, alert Abid Ali was to that, and Masood gets into double figures. He just jabbed it down into the onside, sort of mid-wicket region.
Here he comes down, the postman, Phil Neal, England manager. He has this at least 3 or 4 times a day where he walks from the dressing rooms over just beyond the boundary, comes over to the hotel, and generally always comes back with something. A box of some kind or a delivery.
Well, there's a few of those actually on the table downstairs.
Here he comes.
Here comes Wokes to the right-handed Abid Ali, who plays and misses again. He was tempted and drawn into a ball that really didn't need to be played at. It was well wide of off stump, quite full. And Abid Ali is leading a somewhat charmed life at the moment. Pakistan 34 without loss at the end of that over. The 12th over of the morning. England still haven't made a breakthrough. And just seeing again the Jos Buttler drop, and it is a little baffling because frequently this season we've seen the ball, move quite considerably, wobble after it's left the bat. That one it didn't really, but I mean something must have happened because his hands were nowhere near the ball. It was the 4th drop of Jimmy Anderson in 37 balls as Archer starts a new over. The left-handed Masood outside the off stump. The ball goes through to the keeper.
You can analyse that drop as many times as you want. You can say the ball's wobbling. That is just concentration. Because every ball since, you're not telling me the ball hasn't wobbled since, has gone right into the middle of the gloves.
Indeed.
Because he's probably just reset his focus and his concentration. He just lapsed for that split second, thought, right, you go, bit off it.
Yeah.
Wasn't quite concentrating, and it went straight. Well, it didn't even go through the hands, did it? It missed the hands.
Archer in full delivery, very full, almost Yorker length, and dug out by Shan Masood from off stump, back up the wicket to the bowler. Archer.
Here he is, the postman, down, just up the stairs now. He'll be coming into the hotel to see what's been delivered. So he's going to have a chase. He's going to sit in the stands for a while, Phil.
He's quite languid, isn't he? Just takes his time. Doesn't seem rushed or hurried in any way, doesn't Phil Neal?
No emergency parcels.
Archer in, and Masood is trapped on a pad. Big appeal. Archer really likes it. I wonder if it's pitched outside leg stump. Archer isn't as excited by it as he was to begin with. So my suspicion is that, yes, he's actually indicated to the umpire. He's saying, was that just pitching outside leg? The umpire's not going to say anything because the DRS timer's still going down.
Well, he's gone to bowl the ball that's going to go across and an inside edge as well.
Inside edge and a bit high.
Yeah. I think it might be better suited around the wicket. Jofra Archer to Shah Masood. Not swinging it back into the left hand, it's generally going across.
3 slips in for Archer as he approaches, and Masood defends from the crease. Full ball down into the ground, and Archer fields of his own bowling in this follow through on the offside of straight, and there is no run. Yes, it's intriguing, that, isn't it? Broad just comes round the wicket to left-handers as a matter of course.
I was noticed one of the stewards look just beyond the ground, the cold ground. He's having a little nap on the bank. Look, see him in his orange jacket. Look at the top of the bank there, just right at the.
Oh yes,
he's having a little nap.
Oh yes. Archer's in. Masood plays around his front pad and works his full ball up to Stuart Broad at mid-on. There's no run. He looks quite comfy there.
Yeah, he's found a position at the top of the bank. He thinks he's hiding because he's kind of put himself behind one of the...
He's nestled behind a fence.
Yeah, a fence that's got kind of a sponsored kind of logo, so you shouldn't be seeing... But he has got an orange jacket on it. I'd advise him to take that off.
If he's listening, he's been rumbled.
He's fast asleep. Oh, he's moving. I wonder if he is listening. Come on, give us a wave if you're listening.
Archer, top of his mark. The moving security guard away to his left. Into Masood. Masood lets this go by outside the off stump. So on about a 5th stump line. Didn't need to play at it. Shoulders arms end of the over. 34 without loss, Pakistan. 13 overs been bowled. Shah Masood has 10. Abid Ali has 18. We're coming up to the end of the first hour of play today, and whilst Pakistan had a few problems early on, they've weathered that storm. They've weathered the newest bit of the new ball, and they've not lost a wicket. They're in they get a position that gets better and better with every passing over they survive. The weather forecast for tomorrow has improved a little bit, which they won't be happy about. It looks like the rain may be gone by about 2. So then there'll be a clean-up operation. Today we have, sort of the threat of drizzle all day, but we don't know if we might get lucky and miss it or not. At the moment, conditions for batting are not bad. The light is good as Wokes turns, runs towards us, and Abid Ali leaves this alone outside the off stump. He could leave it on length as much as anything else. It wasn't that wide. Goes through the butler and there's no run. The trees are not swaying at all. The gusty wind of the day one, which was really horrible in actual fact, has entirely dampened down, and the trees are sort of standing to a semi-languid attention. The England flag is barely fluttering on the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion as Wokes is in, and Abid Ali plays at this, and this is again, that's a 3rd or 4th misjudgment of Wokes. It's too wide to even need to play that, and that was too short as well. But he's got away with it. So it went through around about shoulder height to Butler. Did you watch the fielding drills this morning?
No, I watched a little bit of Pakistan's. I didn't see England's, but they're highlighting it on the television now, the cord and the stagger. So they are spread out a little bit better.
Here comes Wokes, and Abid Ali advances down the wicket before Wokes had arrived, and doesn't it pushes a full ball up to Broad, sun-hatted Broad, at mid-on, and there is no run. It was interesting. Did he suddenly advance there, Abid Ali?
I did it a couple of times to Jimmy Anderson, which I don't mind because I think that attack is so consistent and disciplined that you only have to look at what Zach Crawley did to Mohammed Abbas when Abid crease just kind of unsettled his length, his line.
Here's Wokes again, and that's forward in defence comes Abid Ali, pushes the ball firmly and stoutly and resolutely to Broad at mid-on, straight mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, why not do it to an England team attack that was very similar? They all moved the ball, they all bowl into that corridor and on that uncertain length. So by just shimmering down, it's a slow pitch, so you shouldn't really be concerned about the bouncer from Wokes, Anderson, Broad. John for Archer's a different proposition.
Wokes is in down the leg side and well stopped by Jos Buttler. It was a stop rather than a take as the ball bounced just in front of him. It was the sort of ball that he got, Wokes got Mohammed Rizwan out with yesterday, but Abid Ali didn't get any bat on it. Just a bit of thigh that took the pace off it. And there's no run. Yes, I watched a bit of the fielding drills and basically caught everything.
You generally do when you know it's coming.
Yes. Wokes in, forward in defence to a full ball and around off stump. It is Abid Ali. He pushes it up to Stuart Broad at mid-on. That is the end of the over, the 14th of England's innings. Drinks will come onto the field. Commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra, digital radio, online and via the BBC Sounds app. But Radio 4's long-wave listeners are leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast. Yes, Drinks are coming on the field. It's been a successful morning for Pakistan, not successful morning for England. With his thoughts on that is Michael Vaughan, and that I should be replaced by a much more satisfied and pleased-looking Atif Nawaz.
Yeah, and Paul Collingwood is out there. He's got the gels and the bars just to give England a bit of energy. Chirpy character, Paul Collingwood. I'm sure he'll be having a little word with them all about the catching and having a chuckle or two. Yeah, good start for Pakistan. What was required, and it's a pitch that you would fancy getting some runs on. There's not a huge amount of demons out there. We haven't seen any low balls yet, no balls that have reared off a length. There's a hint of movement, but nothing drastic, nothing like we saw in the second Test match here. So if you play with a bit of skill and concentration at this level, you should be able to score a few out there this afternoon. Andy, what have you got for us?
England's struggle to take an early wicket in this innings has been very rare in the home tests in the last few years. In the 2016 series against Sri Lanka, Sri Lanka's openers 3 times reached the 15th over. Since then, only 3 more out of 48 innings in England have England failed to take a wicket inside the first 14 overs. This is the 4th occasion in those 48 innings, and only the 2nd in the last 2 summers.
Extraordinary indeed. Good afternoon, everybody. Michael Vaughan is going to take a little break, and we're shortly going to be joined by some more company, and we'll keep you up to date on that. Pakistan 34 for no loss this morning. Had a couple of chances, England. They've kind of been threatening all morning, but Pakistan have sort of weathered the storm. There was that one notable drop by Jos Buttler earlier in the day, but aside from that, Pakistan have just held their nerve at the moment in the face of all of that build-up, and they'll be very aware that Jimmy Anderson within 2 of making history here today in Southampton. One eye on the weather as well. It's quite cloudy, but none of those clouds look particularly threatening at the moment. And of course, I myself have been keeping an eye on the Bob Willis Trophy as well. I know there's the Big Roses match, and commentary is available on BBC Sports website, but I've been paying attention to the game at Radley between Sussex and Middlesex. Sussex 74 for 7, another 5-wicket haul for Tim Murtagh, which is great to see. I never tire of seeing those. Very pleased to welcome into the commentary box this afternoon Ebony Rainford-Brett. Ebony, how are you?
Oh, it is afternoon. When you said that, time just flies, right? We've just ticked over 12 o'clock. I'm good. Interesting morning.
Absolutely.
I'm sure we've all talked to death about the frustration for Jimmy. I actually think Wokes is showing a lot of positivity, some good movement. Maybe just needs to get that well. But actually, the one thing I thought stood out is how good Abid Ali's looked. I thought his footwork's been impeccable, actually. Got behind the line, sometimes just shimmying down the wicket a fraction. So, yeah, a lot of cricket's left to be played.
Yes, and welcome back to our Radio 4 listeners. Absolutely, Ebony, as you say, Pakistan at 34 for no loss after 14 overs. They'll be pleased with that. It's the first time they've managed to sustain a partnership as well early doors, as Andy's pointed out this summer. England have been so good at getting those early wickets, and they just haven't been able to do so today with a lot more pressure and expectation, I suppose. Abid Ali, as you say, is a fantastic batsman, averaging 62 with the bat. It's only his 6th test match, this one, and he's scored 2 centuries in his first 2 games, so he's certainly one to keep an eye on. His technique has looked a little bit vulnerable at times in England, as often is the case with Pakistani batsmen when they come to England. There's a lot more swing, particularly away from them. It's something that they don't get a lot of in Pakistan, so they have to kind of adapt very quickly, and we saw a few things with Azhar Ali talking about having to adapt his technique. In comes Jofra Archer too. Shan Masood now is firmly behind that in defence, into the onside for no run. Of course, with the left-right opening combination for Pakistan, a lot of steps being made up by the England fielders as well, having to move across every time there's a quick single. So Pakistan will be quietly pleased. I did hear some very bullish predictions last night as well.
What have you heard?
Well,
what's the talk? What's everyone thinking?
So Mohammad Rizwan, who is quite a character at the best of times, said something that was mildly outrageous. You tell me on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, how outrageous this is. After I tell you that Jofra Archer in now full and wide outside the off stump. So Mohammad Rizwan suggested that Pakistan's first target will be 310, to kill the deficit, and get another 150 on top of that, and then have enough time to bowl England out, and then have enough time to do that in the game. And he really reckons they could do that. He was saying it with no sense of irony or sarcasm. He really believed that was a possible outcome.
Well, I like that thinking. First of all, there is nothing that stops them on a flat wicket when it's actually not swinging, getting to 310. I mean, then after that you're thinking, well, who have you got left? Who's still in?
Jofra Archer, and once again this time Shan Masood just pushing into the onside for no run.
But I think that's the mindset of an athlete, you kind of have to be a bit of an optimist stroke, a little bit, I don't know, sometimes you're so over positive that's what keeps you at the crease, or that's what keeps you...
You take optimism to the nth degree.
Yeah, I think there is something to be said in that. Otherwise, why would you keep turning up if you thought there was no chance? What would get him out of bed this morning if he thought, oh, God, there's no hope? So I like it. You never know.
You never know, indeed. In comes Archer now, good length, left alone by Shan Masood. I mean, in a more, if I may say, realistic sense, with absolutely no disrespect to Mohammad Rizwan, I think there's a lot to play for these batsmen as well, just to show that quality, just to win back the faith of the fans, the selectors. Misbah ul Haq, who's the head coach of this Pakistan team, is also the head of selectors, chief of selectors. So, and he's right there. He's got the best seat in the house, and he'll be keen to see what kind of technique and temperament these players can demonstrate. Shan Masood feels like quite a senior player in the team. It's only his 23rd Test match this, so still averaging in the early 30s. He'll be keen to improve that. As in comes Jofra Archer, a little bit fuller this time, worked off the pads by Shan Masood into the leg side. They take the first one quickly, and they make it back for the second. Well run. Excellent stuff. They can hear a little plane in the background somewhere, I think. Talking about the Bob Willis Trophy, we've got TMS summariser and part-time opener Sir Alistair Cook. He's just reached a century for Essex at the moment as well. Lots happening in the Bob Willis Trophy today.
First of all, you just said part-time opener, clearly summarising his, I mean, he's only got 10,000 runs, but other than that...
Well, I mean, like, it's a side gig these days, isn't it?
It is.
He misses being here. He very much enjoyed...
Get back to the day job, Sir Cook.
Yes, Sir Cook, we'd love to have you back here in the TMS box soon, but go well, another century to his name, outstanding. In comes Jofra Archer once again, back of a length, left alone by Shan Masood. That completes the over. 36 for no loss, Pakistan, after 15 overs. Well, the big story of today is going to be Anderson watch, really, and see how quickly he can get to, and if he can indeed get to 600 wickets today. You'd back him at some point today to do that. But for Pakistan, they've got a match to defend here, really. Still 2 days of play to go, and plenty of overs. Of course, we're still playing more than 90 overs a day at the moment. Like 83 more to come today.
Yeah.
There's a few different narratives at play in this game.
I mean, I just saw the cameras, but they're zooming on over to our right, which is where I think the rain comes from. Like, there's potential that the next 2 days are going to have significant time taken out. You've got a wicket that's not responsive. You've actually got batters like Shan Masood, who's got 150. So actually there'll be some confidence. Rizwan is another one. As a Pakistan fan,
In comes Wokes, good length, pushed into the offside for no run.
I would say until they're sort of 3 or 4 wickets down, I would be positive. I think after that you start to think, well, the tail's not the longest. But, you know, they're unbroken at the moment. Let's say we get a little rain shower, takes an hour out, another rain shower. All of a sudden, you know, you're then batting to save the last day. You know, something's in it.
Absolutely, there's still a lot of drama in this game, a lot of cricket left to be played. 3 slips in place. Chris Wokes at the top of his run. And in he comes to bowl. Fuller delivery onto the pads, and there's a big shout for LBW. Big shout. Sustained shout that, but the umpire shakes his head. And Joe Root doesn't look particularly interested in any kind of DRS situation here. Yep, England with all 3 of their reviews remaining. They used up their reviews very quickly in the first Pakistani innings, and there were a few moments of frustration for them after that, but that time the ball sliding down the leg side, so good decision by the umpire, and equally good of England not to review.
Yeah, no chance there. But Wokes is looking, I think, the most threatening so far.
And he comes once again this time. A little bit fuller, has been driven into the gap in the leg side. Abid Ali will take the first one quickly. The batsman will come back for an easy 2. Abid will move on to 20 not out. Pakistan 38 for no loss. Again, crucial runs this for Abid. He's used to scoring runs, but he's done it in conditions that are usually more friendly for batting conditions. He played in Pakistan, of course, the historic match at Rawalpindi in December, then against Bangladesh again in Pakistan. So it's his first real chance to play cricket outside of Southeast Asia. So he'll be very, very keen to show his skill. He's on strike now, as in comes Chris Wokes, and short and wide outside the off stump, left alone by Abid through to the keeper for no run. Practices that cut shot, he's lining it up.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to the Headingley match when Stokes won. I remember, I'm sure there's footage of, or I've been on TMS. I remember working on TMS and 5 Live. I did an interview the night before when most people said no chance of them saving the game the next day. And the one thing that stood out to me, why I was quite positive about it, is the wicket was flat. I think always when you've got a flat wicket.
In comes Wokes this time, carved by Ahmed Ali to the fielder at point for no run.
It nullifies the advantage of Duke's ball, swing, all those sorts of things. And so actually if you're a batter, get set, like we saw Azhar Ali, for example, like we saw Zach Crawley, you know, a big innings is very possible. So I just got that feeling. I know that the weather could change if the overheads change, but I just got that feeling we might see 1 or 2 more partnerships from Pakistan than you'd expect, and that there'll be a bit more resistance.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really a game of cat and mouse, isn't it, when there's nothing happening? How much ingenuity can the bowlers and the fielders show? As in comes Chris Wokes this time. Squares up Abid Ali, who pushes the ball to point for no run. That's the end of the over. 38 for no loss after 16.
Can you see them? They're starting to get twitchy.
The ground staff, there's a little bit more movement. In fact, they're moving that advertising boarding out of the way just so they've got room for the cover. I can't see any rain in the air at the moment, but that cloud is just ominously moving across the field. Well, let's see. We'll hope it'll hold out, but the ground staff are hedging their bets. They've got everything open. It is a really dark cloud. It looks a bit like a scene out of Lord of the Rings.
It does look dark, but you could I just felt a chill as well. I don't know if it's me. Maybe maybe I've got some extra senses, but you just feel a chill, don't you, as well, looking at that.
Well, either way, Jofra Archer is at the top of his run. He's still got 3 slips in place, and Shan Masood awaiting him at the crease. As in comes Archer, this time full delivery and pushed out to mid-off by Shan from the back foot. Shan, great character, Shan Masood. Really enjoyed our chat in between test matches. A very deep guy, really. He's got a lot going on and very keen to prove his doubters wrong as well. He knows he's got a lot of them, but he's very good at shutting out the rest of the world. Listens to music, visualizes what he's doing at the crease, and he's always he's got a song in his mind as he's playing. It was nice to hear him describe his psyche at the crease in that interview. As in comes Archer once again full, and this time flicked off his pads by Shan Masood. There is a fielder out in the deep backward square leg, and he'll get the ball back in. A single taken. Shan on to 13.
I haven't seen it. Can I find it?
The
interview.
Yeah, well, you can hear it at some point.
Website, or?
I believe it is available. It is on the BBC Sport website. You can read it there. And if there are any delays in the game, I suspect you might get a chance to hear it again. But we did play it out over lunch, and we'll try and find a way to put it out again. Andy?
I hope the song that he has in his head isn't Jimmy, Jimmy by the Undertones. Explain a few things. This is now the second longest opening stand by a visiting pair in England in the last 30 tests played in this country.
Wow.
In comes Archer now to Abid Ali, who plays into the onside, and they run through for a quick single. Good early call there from the batsman, and Pakistan on to 40 for no loss.
Andy, sorry, can I get a bit more on that? I mean, that's quite a fascinating stat. It's the second longest at 40.
Yes, so I slightly underestimated the number of innings when I sort of gave an earlier version of that stat as, so 30 tests, just under 60 innings, a couple of matches with only one innings for the visiting team. The longest was 18.4 overs by Dhawan and Rahul for India at Trent Bridge in 2018. This goes back to the start of the Pakistan series of 2016, and this now at 16.3 overs, the second longest in that time.
Archer in once again left alone by Shan Masood through to the keeper for no run. And just a reminder, by the way, that interview with Shan Masood, you can listen to it on the TMS podcast, which is available on BBC Sounds. Lots of cool podcasts there. You might want to check out one called The Dusra. I've heard great things about it.
Who's on that then? Anyone I would know?
Well, Isha Guha's on it.
Oh yeah, I've heard of her.
Ankur Desai of the BBC.
I've heard of him,
There's another chap on there. I've heard he's devilishly handsome.
I heard he's a bit dodgy, actually.
Yeah. It's conflicting
I heard
views.
he's obsessed with TikTok.
He has his moments for sure. There's some great content coming out of this summer and the summers previous. It's been a great chance to get inside the heads of some of these cricketers, work out what their routines are, how they spend their time, particularly in this unique environment. Shan Masood on strike now as Archer comes in round the wicket this time with a fuller delivery and just beats the outside edge. Shan looking to drive that through the covers, and the ball whistled past through to the keeper for no run.
It stayed pretty low there, didn't it?
It did keep going out.
Decent pace, delivery, good seam position. It just died, really. Well done to Butler for cleaning that up.
Yeah, it's absolutely just moved away a touch off the surface as well. Not as much carry or pace in this today. I saw Jofra was clocking sort of 88, 89 yesterday, whereas it's been closer to the early 80s, 83, 84 today. It just gives you an idea of how much pace has come out of this wicket. Archer in once again, full delivery, pushed into the offside and quickly onto that into the covers. No run scored, so that's 17 overs gone now. Pakistan 40 without loss, following on, of course, after England elected to enforce the follow-on. Is something very rare these days. But with Pakistan bowled out for 273, conditions being the way they were, we're expecting interruptions today and tomorrow. So probably the right move, Evan.
Yeah, definitely the right move. Just look, if time gets taken out of the game, we just had a test that pretty much we watched it rain for the 5 days in bad light. And now as we sit here, you can feel it. So England know that they have to be on the money. They're trying so much as well. You're watching Archer. He came over the wicket to the left-hander. Now he's trying to come around. You can feel that feeling of there's an urgency. We've got to try and get these wickets as quick as possible before the elements, you should say, get in the way.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit darker here as well now as in comes Chris Wokes, and it's been worked into the leg side this time by Abid Ali. They run through for a quick single. Been quite good about rotating the strike, these two batsmen, accumulating their runs. Abid is used to scoring his run in boundaries. He's a very free-flowing stroke player, but just the one boundary each for these batsmen so far in this partnership. They'll be aware of the circumstances where they need to exercise a little bit more caution as well. Yes, yesterday we almost saw Pakistan begin that second innings, of course, and then Light intervened. It would have been interesting to see how that panned out as in comes Wokes once again, this time once more pushed off the back foot by Shan Masood into the covers for no run. Yeah, Azhar Ali tempted to come out and bat again. Apparently that came from Misbah. It was the coach's call. He said, well, look, it's very dark. Do you fancy going back out? And of course, you never say no in that circumstance. So he was ready to go. But of course, because the innings hadn't begun, he was able to revert back to his number 3 position. That would have been
fun.
Quite the move as well.
It would have been the move. But also he was seeing it well. He had the pace of the wicket.
Wokes in once again this time, defended into the covers. No run. Big loud call of no from Shan Masood.
It's one thing getting asked to do that when you're scrapped around for runs, but after you've done a big one, you're like, all right, yeah, no worries, I'm ready to keep going.
141, of course,
for Azhar Ali in that first innings under intense pressure. An excellent knock from him, much needed as well and much appreciated in Pakistan. A lot of cricketers who'd been backing him as well and encouraging people to be more encouraging. As Sean was on the back foot, just pushes that to point again, looking for that quick single. It wasn't really there. Yeah, there was a lot more support for him yesterday.
Is there enough though? That's the question. So is it enough? Has he done enough to just silence people, or does he need to?
Well, with the bat, he certainly silenced some critics, but I think there will still be some questions about his tactical play, his captaincy. And again, the one thing you can notice, of course, it's difficult to know what's happening, but the one thing I've noticed from afar and just being here on the ground is the lack of contact with the younger bowlers and the lack of consistent encouragement. The darkness is descending upon us, I'm afraid, as in comes Chris Wokes. He bowls a leg side delivery, strikes Sean on the pad. Aborted appeal for LBW, way down leg side, pitching outside leg as well. 41 for no wicket. It's getting darker and darker. The ground staff are just sitting on the harbour cover, awaiting.
It's got that Armageddon feeling, hasn't it? Look, the lights have come on. The darkness is just descending.
Yeah.
Feels like a film, doesn't it?
It really does. It feels like one of the latter parts of the Avengers film. Andy.
Well, the fourth umpire, Mike Burns, has got the light meter of doom ready to come on.
Oh dear. In comes Chris Wokes now, around the wicket for the last delivery and just left alone outside the off stump by Chris Wokes. Pakistan 41 for no loss, Sean on 13, Abid on 22. Ebony Rain for Brent, maybe some thoughts from you, and then you'll be joined by Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, we're just watching the fourth umpire sprint out now. He's got the, like you say, the light meter of doom. He's going to Michael Goff, who's going to go through that procedure of just holding it above the stumps or the bails, which is where they take the reading from. I don't know if this is an initial reading or it's a comparison. I don't know the details, but what we do know is something feels imminent, Aggers.
It's like Independence Day. That's the one you're looking for.
That's the one.
It was.
Yes.
That huge thing.
Yes.
Hovering. It's over the woods here, and I don't know if it's most of it. I think has gone past. But it looks as if the umpires aren't happy with the light, and away they go. It isn't actually raining. But the cover's coming on. That's the sound of doom. That cover coming on again. And nice conversation there between Joe Root and Abid Ali, I see, actually, as they walk off. Root's trying to give that ball one last polish before he gives it to the umpires. Nothing to show for it today. There was that one drop chance that Joss Butler must still be wondering how he's dropped that. Off Jimmy Anderson, of course. And it really wasn't a difficult one at all. It was a loose drive from Shah Massoud, little nick, and Butler dropped it. And I don't know what Jim Anderson's done over the last couple of days, but he's offended somebody up there, because nothing has gone his way at all since then. So a very good effort by Pakistan's openers anyway to have seen it through that first hour and 20 minutes. And they all know they've got a chance here, because the forecast today is very mixed, and there are some, you look on the rain radar and you see some blibs and blobs. When you see the purple ones, that's when you know it might not be very good news. And there was a sandstorm out there as well. Look at that, with the hover cover has come to rest over the pitch, which is now so dry. It's just there's dust and sand, and it's a great cloud there all over that cover. And are you seeing rain?
Yeah, plenty of rain now. It's I mean, I feel like an expert here, but it's not heavy drops, but they're coming down pretty quickly. Lots of. I hope your eyes can see it. I can see it, but this is not a good sign for England.
Well, it's sort of early lunch rain, maybe, because I can hear it now, and out go the covers again, rolled out, and there's clearly going to be yet another delay. So there's already time added on for today. Anyway, I think from yesterday, is that right? We're still making up time, and it says 96 overs today. It's not the full allocation, but they can add another half hour on today. So 6:22 is the original close of play, but some of this can be added on, and depending, of course, when they do decide that it's lunch, well, that takes that time out of it. So we've got the sight again of Mr. Burns coming out with his umbrella up. easy job, that fourth umpire's job, is it? Because when everyone else retreats and heads for the hills, as it were, in the dressing rooms, poor old fourth umpire gets kicked out there to go and make sure that everything is done correctly. The ground staff dragging out more sheets. What a lonely job too, because you're often standing out there completely by yourself. No one wants to go out there and stand in the rain with you. So there he is, got a blue umbrella up and just watching as the ground staff put more sheets into position coming on from either end. So we're waiting really for news about whether or not there's going to be an early lunch or not. But I think we're going to say a fond farewell to Azar Massoud at some stage. He's got a big job. He's moving on, of course, from us to go and take over as bowling coach for the England T20 team. So we wish him well. We'll have a quick chat with him in a minute just to send him on his way. And then we're going to have a chat during lunch about a feature that the BBC website is running, which is basically selecting the England player of the summer. We're not actually going to select who we think is the winner, because we'll all argue about that, so we're not going to do that. We're not going to fall out. But we're going to go through the nominations, which are quite a few, actually. So that's how we're going to spend lunch, as and when it happens. And you'd think, looking at it now, they'd just take it now, wouldn't they? Just take the 40 minutes out. But anyway, Pakistan were happy with that little session.
Yeah, look, you've got to give them credit. They did a lot of hard work yesterday to stay in the game, and they knew that second new ball would have been available overnight. They managed to kind of skirt that half an hour because of bad light, and then they've come out today and they're unscathed. Of course England had the chance, which they didn't take, but I also thought they've shaped up nicely. Shan Massoud and Abid Ali just moving their feet well, slightly flat wickets, so they haven't had to deal with, being rushed, too much pace or too much swing. It's been actually okay, but also it takes a lot of mental resilience to be able to handle a period in the game where you could be thinking, right, our test team's done, we're going home soon, and it's inevitable, whereas actually they've come out and shown fight, a bit of guts, a bit of resistance, and now you never know, the weather could play a bit of fate in this and help them stay in the game.
Well, it could, because the forecast for tomorrow morning particularly is horrible. So there is a target there for Pakistan to aim at, to try and see themselves through. Here's old Azar. He hasn't got his smart jacket on from yesterday, but he's set for the drive up. We've got to go, Azar. Are you on your way?
Going back to another bubble. Yeah, Chester, Old Trafford.
Bubble to bubble life.
Yeah.
Bubble at Old Trafford. Of course you have experience Manchester bubble. It's a bit different to this one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit more relaxed, or no?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No. It's much the same. But it'll be interesting to be in the players' bubble rather than just the broadcasters' bubble, to see how they've been getting on actually, and how they've been existing all this time.
Yeah, it's been tough for everyone. I met Shoaib Malik downstairs. We were 6 meters apart, but he was telling me, he arrived quite late, and he finding it tough because the guys were here for more than 2 months, or they've been in the hotel, going to the field and coming back to their rooms. It's really tough for them.
Yeah, and that's it. It'll be interesting to see what they've got set up. I think in Manchester, they've got up in the point, which is that big. Sort of sponsors area, isn't it? Huge indoor facility there. I think they've got a few golf game, I think, and maybe a Formula One driving simulator or something to entertain the players with. So you might be a driving expert as well by the time you've spent some time in there, has it?
Yeah, I will try. I would love to do that, because you need to get yourself busy with doing something. And I think, we haven't got anything like here for the broadcaster, but we have a lot of fun, when we're sitting together and having a chat on different topics. It feels really good. And let's see.
And how many of these England fellas do you know, the bowlers?
Almost most of them. Never worked with Sakib and Lewis Gregory.
Oh, yes.
These two guys, I don't know them. The rest of the guys, I've played with them. They were part of my team. or under my coaching as well. Morgan was there when I was coach. Karachi Kings, and I played against him, and Moin was there when Multan Sultan, Jordan and Tom Curran at Surrey played with me. So I know them all, coaching staff as well. So it's quite easy for me to going into the next bubble. It's not strange feeling for me going into that bubble.
Yeah, well, it'll be fascinating to see how much time you get, because you'll have a lot of time in the nets and so on preparing, won't you? So you will have an opportunity to really get to know them and to pass on all those wonderful tips that you gave us the other day, which we have on the sports website, all these different deliveries that you bowl and so on.
Yeah.
Did you expect them to bowl them already? I mean, to be playing at that level, although there are one or two young ones, I mean, the two you mentioned there, Sakib and Gregory, obviously developing bowlers, but I mean, would you expect them to have most of those skills in their armoury already?
Everyone has a different skills level. Like a lot of players can bowl the cutter. I know when I was playing for Surrey, Tom Curran started bowling this back of the hand, and when I was working in PSL, Chris Jordan came to me and asked me about the deep slower ball, which I was talking about. You can bowl with swinger as well. So I told him and teach him as well. So he started bowling that one. So now I will work with him and get him a bit more better idea and seeing him in front of me and working on that delivery. So a lot of guys, they can bowl because they're playing T20 format and they have to bowl that. Well, my role is going there. I don't want to. It's I think 3 sessions before the T20 game, so it's not enough time for me to teach them each and everything. But it's more importantly, my role is to tell them how to go on about under pressure, when you're under pressure, when you went for example, went for 6 on the first ball or boundary on the first ball, how to finish the over and how to calm their nerves under pressure.
Yes.
And think out of the box. So it's T20 cricket is just, sometimes you do bluff. Normally we say double bluff, but you do bluff. You put the fine leg and third man up and bowl the bouncer, telling the keeper I'm going to bowl the bouncer. These type of things, you learn when you play more and more cricket.
Very brave too, doing that though, isn't it? Because it could fly out of the ground for 6.
Oh yeah, you need to take a positive option. Like in T20 cricket, you will go for runs. So par score is 160, 170. So you're going 8 an hour. Anyway, I don't mind bowlers going for 10 an over and get us wickets. The only way you can control the rate by getting people out. If the set batsman is batting and you can't stop them.
Yes.
For example, Morgan and Butler is batting, so you can't stop them. The only way you can stop them when they're sitting in the dressing room.
Yes, that's fascinating. And I've been watching you the last few days, because your room is just down from mine. Your daily chats with the Pakistan players as they walk past. They all know you, of course, very well. You've worked with them. What are they going to think when you're strutting around in an England tracksuit then, and suddenly you're with the England team? What are they going to say?
Oh, they know I'm a professional, so I had a great time with them. So I have to move on. So they understand, but I got a lot of stick on a social media, why are you working with them? And you're gonna give them all the knowledge and information. But people don't understand. In these days, modern day cricket, England and Pakistan got analysts. They got all the videos, they got all the data, they work on the data, they got everything available for them. It doesn't matter, if I'm going there or not, they got everything available for them to see the weakness and the strength of the opposition. All the team does that.
Yes. Well, they can just go on the BBC website and see your coaching there. You can bowl all these great balls on there if you go on there.
Yeah, we definitely do some more, like on the park or somewhere where we can actually, they can see it, what I mean by that, changing the ball while I'm doing my action and anything,
Well, my highlight of working with you was that evening you spent teaching me that slower ball over the top of the hand. So which I wish I had been taught 30 years ago, or whatever it might have been, even 40 years ago, I might have got rather more wickets than I did. But that was great fun. Thank you. I'll always remember that.
Thank you very much. And it's coming all right from your head or not?
Well,
yet?
I haven't tried since. I haven't dared try. But it seemed to come out all right at the time, more or less. But there wasn't someone like Joss Butler standing 20 yards away with his bat, so it was hard to tell how accurate it was. But just to feel it coming on what you do, it was fascinating. So thank you. Good luck, Azhar.
Thank you.
Thank you for the time you spent with us. And I hope you've enjoyed it as well, enjoyed seeing cricket from this different perspective. So,
thank you very much for having me.
Okay, Azhar, there you go. Drive safely up to Manchester.
Thank you.
And, I suppose see you in the bubble up there.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, all right.
Cheers, guys. Thank you very much.
Good one. Thanks, Azhar. There we go. So that was good fun. And if you haven't seen any of those clips, there were many clips that I saw, but there was also a full demonstration of Azhar. You'll find it on the Test Match Special social media of all these different balls that you can bowl, and he's giving away some secrets there which will hopefully improve your games as well. Now, you probably heard during the course of that little chat the sound of heavy rain lashing down on plastic sheets, and if you thought that's what it sounded like, you'd be absolutely right, because it is pouring down really now, really quite heavy, this certainly persistent, and the woods have vanished into a sort of a dank gloom, which is a shame. It's rather nice in there, but not at the moment. And the covers are on, and the players are taking lunch. I'm not sure what time, probably past or so. They took it, so they're taking lunch. I suspect that it's going to take some time when the rain does stop to clear this up. So we are going to have our chat about England's Test player of the summer, and just to mark your cards before we get the latest scores from the Bob Willis Trophy, the players we're talking about are Anderson, Broad, Butler, Crawley, Stokes and Wokes. Contributions up to the close of play yesterday, so nothing else really happened today, is it? But anyway, that's those are the players we're considering, and we'll have a little chat about that in a few moments' time. But first of all, as promised, let's get the scores from the Bob Willis Trophy. Lots going on this morning with hundreds of some past, present and maybe future England names. Kevin Howells is at Headingley. I bet the sun's beating down up there in the north, is it, Kevin?
It is actually at the moment, but look, the weather's not been great over the last couple of days, and therefore any bonus points are really useful for all these teams towards the top of their respective groups. So Yorkshire have just got themselves another batting point, for example, 253 for 9. I think we've only had about 89. I'll get that confirmed when the scoreboard turns over again. 89 overs of this game so far. We started on Saturday, and rain on Saturday and a little bit yesterday. 89 overs possible. Olivier and Warner are this last wicket pair for Yorkshire, eking out whatever they can after Adam Lyth completed a century earlier. Very important knock that for Lyth in the context of the game in this Roses clash, but he's not scored a century for, 2018. He missed out completely last year, and his basic goal and ambition set for him by the club was to turn those 70s and 80s into centuries again. Well, he's gone and done that today, scoring 103 before he was caught well by Jennings Hyatt. First slip off the bowling of Bailey, an important stand of 55 with a young teenager called George Hill, who went on to make 29. Patterson out for 8. Danny Lamb has picked up 4 wickets. This Roses match continues with Yorkshire in their first innings at 254 for 9. The team that topped the North Group, Derbyshire, have begun their first innings away to Durham. Derbyshire 59 for no wicket after Durham declared overnight at 337 for 9. The other game in the North, Leicestershire made 222, Nottinghamshire 306 for 7. Into the Midlands group, or the Central Group, not the Midlands, the Central Group. Somerset frustrated by the weather. They're at Taunton. They had Gloucestershire at 14 for 3, or they've got them at 14 for 3 in the final innings of that match, chasing 385, but no play so far and no play before lunch due to a wet outfield at Taunton. So they'll be really getting a little bit frustrated. The forecast is not great for tomorrow, so they'll be keeping their fingers crossed there. Worcestershire, who are top of the Central Group, Worcestershire 231 for 2 after Warwickshire declared 355 for 9, and Northamptonshire 332 for 9 after Glamorgan made 259. Now to the south, where you talk about those centuries. We mentioned one for Lyth. Let's talk about Ben Foakes. 118 he scored in the Surrey first innings score of 278 against Kent. Kent at 18 for no wicket second innings and lead by 82 runs. And Alistair Cook has got himself a century, still going, 109 at not out. Essex 218 for 3 against Hampshire at Arundel, and Sussex, who were 4 for 4 at one point in their second innings against Middlesex, now 97 for 8 at Radlett, and they lead by 187 runs.
Well, Kevin, enjoy the sunshine up there. Glad to get getting so much play. Here, you can still hear the sound of the rain hammering down, and it's a forlorn sight indeed. The players are taking lunch, and England haven't taken a wicket so far this morning. Pakistan 41 for no wicket, so there's still 269 runs behind. There's still tomorrow, of course, but the forecast for tomorrow morning in particular is bleak. This feel there might not be much play possible tomorrow. Just a reminder that you can follow every county game, of course, live on the BBC Sport website and the app. So, as promised, we're going to have a chat here about who selected these as players of the summer. We shall find out in a minute. But as we know, England have enjoyed a successful summer of Test cricket, despite everything going on. They've beaten West Indies 2-1, and still very much favourites to complete a series victory over Pakistan here. But who has been their player of the summer? We've drawn up a short list down to you to pick your winner from Anderson, Broad, Butler, Crawley, Stokes and Wokes. So those are the names that have been drawn here. We've got Michael Vaughan, we've got Ebony Wade for Brent, we've got Andy Zoltzman, of course, with all the stats. Stefan Schemmelt is somewhere here. Oh, he's behind me. Hello, Stefan. From the BBC Sport website. Come on then. So, Stefan, how were these selected, and how do people get involved in voting?
We can vote on the BBC Sport website, Agus. If you head to the cricket page of the website, just underneath the live text and the scorecard, you'll see their page which says vote for England's Test Player of the Summer. You can get yourself in there and you can make your selection.
Right. And knowing the BBC is a very generous prize for the winner, is there, for selecting the right player in our mind, or not?
Pride, I think.
Pride. Okay, well, that's fair enough. That's a good start. So, Anderson, Broad, Butler, Crawley, Stokes and Wokes. I'm looking at the page now. You literally just press a name and on you go. So, where are we going to start with all of this? Let's start with, because they've all got a bit of a backstory, haven't they, these players? All quite interesting about it. And I think the first one from the story point of view would be Stuart Broad, who the first match here, of course, was left out. This was England's best bowling attack, and Stuart didn't think that it was, and he got very angry about it, and then showed very graphically why, of course, he belongs very much in the England's best bowling attack group, because his figures are frankly astonishing. Andy, you might as well go through them and just remind us of what sort of a summer Stuart Broad has had, despite missing that first Test match.
He's played the 5 since then, taking 28 wickets at an average of 13.4, strike rate of a wicket every 31 balls. Had a 10-wicket match against West Indies in Manchester, took 3 wickets at least in each of the first 7 innings that he bowled this summer, and took 2 yesterday to break that sequence of consecutive 3-wicket innings. Only the 7th England bowler to have 7 consecutive 3-wicket innings. If he'd taken 1 more yesterday, he'd have been the first with 8 consecutive 3-wicket innings since Maurice Tate in the 1920s. So he's been incredibly consistent as well as penetrative. And in terms of best summers by England bowlers, his average of 13.4 is the currently, it might go off a little bit tomorrow, but it's currently the second best average in a home summer by an England bowler who's taken at least 20 wickets in the last 50 years, and only Dominic Cork with 20 wickets at 12 in the year 2000 has a better average in that time.
And let's not forget his batting either, because he's contributed pretty well there too, in that Old Trafford Test match against West Indies, for instance.
Yes, a rapid 62s, 124 runs in the summer, strike rate of 111, and we'd seen a long-term decline in his batting. He had a good knock in South Africa as well, and maybe the time off caused by the virus enabled him to work at his game, but it's the best he's batted for probably 7 years.
Yeah. So, Ebony, let's start with you. It looks absurd now, that decision. And selectors are there to be shot at.
Yeah,
and it's a difficult job, and but it just seemed like a bad decision at the time, didn't it?
Well, there was that, but I also, in some ways, it's a good decision. So I'm going back to Melbourne a few years back, where he was under a little bit of pressure. The critics are up, and I think he's one of those players that sometimes responded. I remember watching him during the Ashes, and it was one of those tests where England needed to bounce back, and he came out with fire. And I just wonder if it lit a fire in him. Not only has he sat there for the last few months around COVID and then got into this bubble or whatever, to be left out after that, I think would have stung him. And you know, in some ways, maybe that ignited it. You know, he was so frustrated. He said what he had to say. It maybe refocused him in his mind about what he wanted to achieve. You know, I can understand the thinking of why he was left out. I can understand England looking forward with pace and those sort of questions. But what he's done is completely changed the narrative. And he's done it in a few ways. I think he separated himself from Jimmy Anderson. Quite clearly, he wanted people to know, by the way, you know, there's an age gap, and Jimmy has added extra so many wickets in this time. I think it was over 100 and odd. So give him time, and, you know, he could surpass him. I think that was a strong point. I think that, you know, the fact that he's talking about, you know, I've changed my game, I'm adapting, and I'm bowling fuller and straighter and taking the pads. You know, what he did is he kind of spoke into existence what he believes his next phase is, and he's gone out and delivered. So you've got to give him so much credit. You know, we're on the verge of celebrating Jimmy Anderson, but give Stuart Broad the time that we're seeing with Jimmy. You know, you never know. He's now showing that he's got that next phase of his game available.
Michael, it makes you wonder, does it, why they made the statement? Except they obviously believed that was the case, that was the best attack. But do you think they actually needed to do that? Because it's pretty personal, and I mean, and with all the figures and the stats of the year leading up to it, and what he's done since then, it's obviously quite ridiculous.
Well, I think we're making too much of that first test. It was the batting that let England down.
Yes.
You know, they'd have won the test match. I don't think we'd have been having this conversation if the batters had arrived and played well. If Josh Buttler had taken that catch down the leg side to Jermaine Blackwood, they'd have won the game. You know, Broad has been outstanding since coming back into the team, and he's always been that character that if you prod him and you poke him, he'll respond, and that's a great trait to have as an international sports person, that, you know, every now and again he is that kind of character that he does need a prod and he does need a poke, and what does he do? He comes and responds. So you could argue that it was a masterstroke by Ed Smith and the selectors, that who's to say that if he'd have played in that first test and been selected, that we might not have seen his performance had been such of a high standard over the course of the last 5 test matches. And it's the 5 test matches that we should be focusing on, not talking about the game that he actually was dropped, because what he's delivered has been pace, skill, great control, a great mindset. You know, great mindset. You can see him in the headband. He gets it on. You can just see it at the end of his run up. His legs are running in nicely. He's got that bounce in his run up, and he's got that energy. You know, there's been many times, and understandably when you play for such a long period of time, as is the same with Jimmy Anderson, that you see them so much that you can see traits and you look and go, not quite right.
Oh, yeah.
It's very obvious, and you know, over the course of these 5 games, it's been very obvious that Stuart Broad is exactly right, as he was last summer, as he was in the winter. Yes, he's got every gripe and every ounce of kind of anger to go and give that interview, like he gave in that first test match, and it worked brilliant for him.
He said he really thought about his future, like giving up. He was so upset about it. I think he took it very, very personally.
Of course he did, but you know Stuart as well as I do, and you know he's going to be very good in the media because he's going to say things. You know, he's got a column on a Sunday. Of course he needs to say something. You're not telling me that Stuart Broad was considering retiring after that 1 test match with 5 test matches to go? Absolutely no chance whatsoever. He was just making a statement. He did it brilliantly. He's gone back into the side, and you know he's been the pick of England's bowlers. And when you think he's up against Anderson, Wokes, Archer, you know, to come out on top inside that quartet is some doing. How long he's going to play for? Well, I hope we see him for at least 2 or 3 more years. What he's doing now and what he did in the winter and what he did last year is certainly giving himself a great chance of playing next summer, and obviously in the Ashes series in a 1.5 years' time.
Andy, you're gripping your microphone.
His previous best average in an English summer was 22. He's been very consistent in the home test, but never had quite such a spectacular summer as this one. Going back to the start of the New Zealand series that followed the Ashes in 2017-18, he's taken 114 wickets at an average a shade under 22. But it's worth looking back, actually, he didn't start the series against West Indies that well. It took him until his 20th over to take his first wicket, and it was a spell with just before the new ball became available. Stokes and Broad bowled a series of short balls. Shamar Brooks was batting very well for West Indies, and that, I think Broad said afterwards, it helped him find his rhythm a bit. So he had none for 59 before he took the new ball, and then took 3 wickets in that spell that broke the game open for England when West Indies were looking like they might back themselves towards safety.
Stephanie, got any thoughts on Stuart Broad?
The interesting thing about that first test match of the summer was who the captain was, and that it was Ben Stokes. He knew he was doing it for one game, and we know that it was Stokes who broke the news to Broad, and that he had to have that difficult conversation with him. And I just wonder if as a one-off, as Ben Stokes knew as captain, it was much easier to make that decision rather than when Joe Root comes back and he's thinking, well, actually, I'm the long-term captain here. I don't want to be losing test matches. I don't want to be losing series. It's much easier for the skipper who had the one opportunity to do it, to make that decision. I didn't have a problem at the time with England only wanting to play one of Broad or Anderson. I just think they played the wrong one, and that they went back to... We all know how good James Anderson is, and his record speaks for himself, and he's about to take his 600th test wicket. But in the previous year, it was Jimmy Anderson who barely played because of injury, and it was Stuart Broad who had the second most test wickets behind only Pat Cummins. And then after that, after England had lost that test, and as Michael rightly says, it was actually due to their batting and their catching, not the bowling, that they lost that match. They've sort of gone back to what they know, probably quite rightly because of the conditions. But when you look at Broad, it's a real story of the summer because of not just this. It wasn't just a man getting left out and then coming back and doing well. It was a man who got left out, who spoke his mind, who put himself under pressure, who then performed. And now you're looking at the new Stuart Broad, if you will, the shorter run-up, the fuller length, the high pace. And you're thinking, well, next winter, or rather in 18 months' time, if you're arriving in Brisbane and you want Archer and Wood firing, well, who's the other bowler? And you're thinking, well, actually, it probably is Stuart Broad, who, with that fuller length, with that extra pace, they look more suited to Australian conditions than what Stuart Broad has maybe been in the past.
Well, I think that's true. He hasn't bowled many flat spells, has he? I mean, sometimes in the past he could run in and the knees weren't up, and he could have, military mediums were get harsh, but I mean, he just looked like he was holding himself back a bit. But I don't think I've seen a single spell like that this summer.
No, he has charged, and I also think, and especially for the fast bowlers, that this little bit of an extra break off has maybe freshened up the body, so it's allowed them to charge in. Anderson's speeds have been up as well, but you're right. Look, you got to give him credit. He is charging every single phase. I think there is actually, and I think because of the conversation around having the 2 quicks and stuff like that, I think if you're Jimmy and Broad and Anderson, you want to make sure your pace stays up as well, because I think you don't want to be on the side of low 80s and then it looks like there's 6 or 7 miles an hour between the two. So I think it's
competition, isn't it?
Yeah.
England have got competition, and they all know that if you have, we have to look at Jofra Archer. He had an off first test match, he got a few wickets, but England, they'll deny that this is the case, but for me it's quite obvious that they weren't quite happy with the way that he bowled in the first test, and they said, right, you're not playing in the second test. He's come back here, he's bowled, he hasn't got wickets, but for me he's looked like the bowler that England need in a 4-man seam attack, a bit quicker, a bit different, and I think that's kind of hanging over the heads of all the players now, that there are competition for places in all positions, and if you have a couple of bad games, couple of really bad games, there's a chance that you might lose your place in the side, so it just keeps you on your toes.
And if you are knocking on a bit and you do lose a bit, your pace is low, then it's 2 and 2 equals 4, isn't it? Oh, he's over the hill with his pace is down. You soon get written off.
Yeah, well, once age is against you, it's only a matter of time, isn't it?
Oh, there's more rain sweeping in because I was getting quite excited there. I hear the slopper loosening up and firing up and so on, and we've got 2 now going up and down the covers, which is good because this is what didn't happen the other day when it rained. They just waited until it stopped, and of course the sheets were absolutely underwater, but at least they are taking off the surface water. But the trouble is, every bit they're taking off, there's more and more coming down. It's absolutely filled in now.
I'm glad they've covered again the bowlers' run-ups as well. That was a bit of a missed thought last time.
That was, but anyway, there's a lot of water on there. You can see it bouncing off. So, okay, well that deals with our thoughts about Stuart Broad being on this list of 6 players who we've shortlisted to be England's Test Player of the summer. Where should we go next? How about Zach Crawley? Let's go Zach Crawley, shall we? So, figures-wise then, and let's leave that with you.
4 tests, 417 runs. See the vast majority of them in the majestic 267 in this game, which was which Michael will talk about the quality of that innings in terms of the match situation and the range of strokes and the different manner in which he batted in various different phases. But he played a couple of other very good innings.
So Finch has 4. He's faced 5 balls. Australia are 16 for 1, and Archer bowls to full length, wide of the off stump, and there's no stroke. Henry Moran, I know, has brought his guitar down.
Well, Henry's very good, yeah.
Well, we had a sample of that.
Yeah.
Was it last year in the World Cup? Was it against Australia? They let him loose in the Hollies stand.
So that's you, Daggers, Henry,
Alison.
What does Alison play?
She's a strummer.
Is she?
Yeah.
What does she play?
She plays the guitar.
Does she? So we got 5.
Oh, yeah.
What's that? What's the 5-piece bag?
In goes Archer, bowls outside the off stump. And there's no stroke from Finch. It's 16 for 1.
Quintet.
Quintet, I'd say.
Yeah, quintet.
But a quintet rather than sort of think of Brahms and things, don't you? I don't think this will sound much like that.
No,
I'm afraid.
Perhaps not.
But it'll be fun.
Yeah.
It'll be fun. So he's just got to find a soundproofed venue.
We just need Ebony, because he's on the drums. It's difficult to transport those drums.
No, Ebony's not here, unfortunately.
No.
So we are missing a bit of... well, you could bang some spoons or something.
Yeah, it's not bad on the spoons.
Yeah, that'll do.
The washboard.
Yeah, that would be good fun.
Well, we've got a couple of days off it.
Well, we have. We have. Yes, we've got a few days in the bubble.
Yes.
Monday, Tuesday. The diary's blank, I would say. But anyway, a bit of practice we can get in. 16 for 1, and Wokes will start from the edge of the circle. And he's going to bowl to Stoinis, who's on 3. He's faced 3 balls, looking around the field. There's a couple of slips. 2 men fairly square in the offside circle. There's a big gap there at extra cover. As Wokes moves in now and bowls, and Stoinis is hit on the pad, or runs away down towards fine leg. They'll try and get 2 here because Rashid's throw is not very strong, but in fact they don't manage it, although they would actually have taken it very easily because his throw was way over Butler's head as he backed up out there in the offside. But usually you could push Rashid. He's not got the strongest arm in the world, and yet he often turns up in quite key places out in the deep. Like fine leg, quite a lot goes down to fine leg in one-day cricket.
Well, he had a lot. He had his shoulder problems, didn't he?
Yeah. 17 for 1. Then in the 5th over, out comes Wokes. And he bowls, and that again hits the pad. There's an appeal from behind the stumps. Nothing really from the bowler. There's no infields. Just moving to his right within the circle at mid-wicket. His shadow showing clearly at his feet now. He tosses the ball on for Morgan, the captain, who's at mid-on. Until he throws it on to Wokes, who's marching back to the start of his run-up down there at the Anderson end. He's completely deserted. There he comes once again. Hare streaming behind him, and that squares Finch up. They're going for a quick single, though. It's a thick leading edge there. And Billings again was quite square there on the offside. They've done that quite deliberately. They're able to steal a single there to his right. 18 for 1.
Yeah, leaves a big gap, doesn't it? Any sort of back forward push going into that extra cover reasons a comfortable single.
Yeah. Stoinis is doing some gardening. He's seen something there on the pitch, so he's just walked down a few paces, picked whatever up the offending item with his glove and tossed it away with the wind. Always sensible. And now he's fiddling with his back rubber. What's going on there? He's got a yellow one. Perhaps sometimes it rides up the handle, doesn't it? Which you've got to try and avoid. 18 for 1. In comes Wokes. And he's there and he bowls down the leg side. That might be a wide. Yes, it is. They're so tight on that these days. And umpire Kettleborough there immediately signalling a wide. 19 for 1.
That matches his outfit. The old retro.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
Oh, I see what you mean about Joe Root's hair.
A lot of hair on there.
He's gone for it.
Yeah, he has. In comes Wokes again. He bowls on the leg stump. Flick past Moeen out towards that deep mid-wicket boundary. But Morgan really rushing after that out towards the deserted point. Nip and tuck. The ball just wins the race. So it was a leg stump half volley. Wokes knows it there, grimacing rather as he walks back to his mark, sweeping his hair back as he does so. But it was rather asking for it there, drifting onto the leg side.
Nice shot.
Yeah.
Didn't try and overhit it, then it just waited for it and then just pushed it away through that mid-wicket. Good timing. Big strong boy, isn't he, Stoinis?
He is. They put that away very easily. Sun out. Wokes on his way once again. He'll be cross about that delivery. 23 for 1. He bowls. That finds an edge. And runs away down to third man. He's squared Stoinis up there. Wood is the fielder. 24 for 1 with a ball to go in the fifth over. And Isha's coming in a very nice autumnal coloured long jacket. This is lovely.
Tunic. I'd say that's a tunic.
Would it?
Yeah.
I'd say it was a jacket.
No,
almost knee length.
Well, that's not a jacket, is it? How many jackets have you seen go down the knee? It's a tunic.
Goes Wokes bowls, and that's pushed away for that single. We're talking about the gap there at mid-off. And they take one run, so it's 25 for 1. Isha can tell us exactly what it is herself in a minute, but it's a very nice autumnal colour.
Yeah.
Toughest thoughts from you at 25 for 1, and Isha's coming in here.
Yes, it is a bit autumnal. It's chilly out there walking round. Saw a few of the fellas as well, huddled up with the jumpers. So it is a bit cool, so they'll be thankful for that bit of sun. But decent start by Australia, 25 for 1. Lost David Warner to an absolute beauty from Archer. Bit of seam movement. I'd say that's a tunic, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but I thought tunics, don't they go up to the neck? Is that right? Anybody else tell us? I'm not sure. Good afternoon, everyone, anyway.
Isn't there enough conflict in the world as it is?
Who knows? Archer will continue with 2 slips in position. Finch on strike on 6. Archer bowls, and Finch works it to mid-wicket. Up on his toes, good length delivery on around middle stump. And yeah, so you're going to take a picture, are you, producer?
Well, you've got to stand up.
Put it out on social media.
You've got to stand up, because
okay.
it's a lot. You've got to get the length.
It's knee length.
Yeah.
It's knee length, yeah. Sun coming out here at Old Trafford. And, a strong breeze blowing across the ground. Flags blowing in the distance as Aaron Finch crouches. So it's back and across. It's playing that to point, looking to defend it back straight, and it hits the outer part of the bat again on his toes, playing that ball from Archer.
Nearly carried that sort of deepish gully. There was a bit of bounce and a little bit of seam, but you always sort of say that when Archer's got a new ball in his hand. I think he'll get a bit of bounce and a bit of seam from most pitches.
I think he's enjoyed being back playing the limited overs matches as he pushes away now past the umpire to Finch, who punches to cover off the back foot. No run as Sam Billings comes around to his right to throw it into the keeper. So Australia 25 for 1 into the 6th over. England having won the toss and elected to bowl first. They do enjoy chasing. Archer will be tossed the ball by Mark Wood. I'm sure you've talked about selection already, Tuffers, as Archer shuffles away now into his stride. Bowls. Finch pushes to mid-off, no run.
Well, no, not really. Who's playing?
Well, nine of the 11 featured in the World Cup final for England.
Yes.
And this is the 7th one-day international England have played since that World Cup final. It's only 6 games in the year and 2 months since that World Cup final, and they've not fielded more than half of the 11 from the World Cup final before. 5 was the most they'd fielded until today, so it's back to that side basically.
Finch back and across, pulls a short ball out to the deep square boundary, gets right on top of that one. He has been good at that shot all the way through the T20 series, and here now he picks up a 4, 29 for 1.
Yeah, it's definitely a tactic of Aaron Finch to Jofra Archer. You've got to be able to play it well, though, because it's coming down at a fair lick. But he hangs right back, doesn't he? We saw him play, or take that tactic in the T20 as well. Both feet almost in the popping crease and just looking to help that round. And if you get any sort of bat on it, it's going to be 4. And then that makes a field change. Moeen Ali going back out on the deep square leg boundary. He's looking for that shot. Could get him in trouble, but he plays it well.
One more ball left of the over, just the 4 from it. That boundary, 2 steps still in position as Archer approaches the crease. Ball short again, and he just dips his head underneath that one. Aaron Finch as it goes through to Jos Buttler. So 6 overs have been bowled, 29 for 1 Australia. Stoinis on 9. In at number 3 in place of Steve Smith, who is not featuring in today's match. Received a knock to the helmet in training yesterday, and so not available for selection. Finch on 10, and Chris Woakes will continue from the James Anderson end. Going with the 2 paces once more, Archer and Wood. I did think with the nature of the surface, potentially they might look at Tom Curran bowling his slower balls and balls at the back of the hand into the surface, maybe through the middle overs. They've opted for that extra pace. And then for Australia as well, just going with the one out-and-out spinner in Adam Zampa. I thought they might look at Ashton Agar, again, because of those overs in the middle. As Woakes...
They've been good pitches up here, haven't they?
Yeah.
Been in it forever for everyone.
One's towards us on an angle. Stoinis on the back foot defending to mid-on. No run. Strongly built is Marcus Stoinis. I reckon he's got bigger since the last time I saw him in Australia's summer.
Yeah. Down the gym. I've seen him down there a couple of times.
I'm sure you have in your dreams, Phil Tufnell. They call him the Hulk every now and then, Marcus Stoinis. Those biceps protruding.
Warney calls him the Hulk.
There's Woakes bowls to Stoinis, working it past mid-wicket. Moeen Ali chasing after the ball as they turn and go. Come back for 2, the throw is sent in. 31 for 1.
You just get the feeling that Woakes is after that LBW, but anything a little bit too straight. He has knocked him through that onside a couple of times, but does sort of come from a wide bat angle to then sort of try and catch up with the delivery. As a seam bowler, I reckon you'd think you might be able to just sort of rush one onto that from pad, but managed to get his bout on a couple of them.
As you so often see, Owen Morgan just in conversation with his bowler.
It's good to talk.
Yeah.
I think England missed Owen Morgan that last D20 actually, didn't they? I mean, Moeen did a good job, but that sort of calmness.
Stoinis drives a good length delivery to Owen Morgan at mid-off, who's falling to the floor to his right to take the ball and throw it in, no run. Yeah, and the fielding just dissipated. It just almost collapsed with him off the field. It was contagious in the end. Drop catches, missed run-outs. So standards they want to improve upon, certainly here in this game. Australia always put pressure on you as Woakes comes in once more past the umpire to Stoinis, who leaves outside the off stump, and that was mightily close to the top of off. Chris Woakes with a smile on his face and crouching forwards. Now Stoinis just has a A bit of a laugh, yeah, just nipped back off the seam. A good length delivery. Good leave. That's what the skipper says at the other end, Aaron Finch. Now just sets himself up once more. Stoinis taps his pat down. Before still in his crease. Defends to the leg side. Just a gentle push forwards. Another good length delivery, but this time on middle stump from Wokes. Strides back to the top of his mark. 2 slips then in position. We've got a point cover. It's quite square. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and Adil Rashid down on the 5-leg boundary, about 20 metres off the rope as Wokes bowls. Stoinis drives to cover off a good length. And that is the end of the over. 31 for 1 then after 7 overs. Average score here at this ground in the last 10 matches, 278. Wokes has gone for 16 from his 4 overs as Jofra Archer will continue. Different style of braids in his hair. I think that was for the T20 series as well. As he now has a chat to O Morgan. Andy?
Chris Wokes has become one of the most important players in this England one-day side. You could make a pretty strong argument that he'd almost become the most important member of the World Cup winning side due to his performance in the power play overs.
Finch leaves outside the off stump. Good length delivery from Archer.
Since the start of the 2016 English summer when Wokes became established in this one-day side, he's taken 48 wickets in the opening 10-over power play in 56 innings, averaged 24. He's the highest wicket taker in world cricket, and that's the third best average of bowlers who bowled in 20 or more innings in the power play in the last 4.5 years. There's 45 bowlers in that sample, so those show how good his stats are broadly.
As Archer is through a fuller delivery to Finch, who drives to mid-off, no run.
And if you look at England specifically, it has been a problem for them, other than Wokes. You take Wokes' figures out, all other England bowlers in that opening power play in this period since the start of the 2016 summer have collectively averaged 44. Archer's made a bit of a difference. He now has 9 wickets in the power play, averaged 33. But without Wokes, England have really struggled to take wickets, and we saw how effective he was, particularly in that semi-final against Australia last year, also in the final against New Zealand. So he's become absolutely crucial to this team.
Finch bat hovering as he plays it to the leg side, and they come through for 1. Jofra Archer comes through to kick the ball at the stumps but misses. Just looking to dab that leg side. It hits his pad and pops up almost where a short leg would have been for Finch as he comes through for 1. Score now 32 for 1 inside the 8th over. Phil Tufnell has left. In comes James Anderson. Hello to you, Jimmy.
Good afternoon.
Finch just spinning the bat in his hand. He's got a lot more of an open stance these days. Bowlers looking to target his pads. There was a period of 6 or 7 months where he just kept getting out LBW. He had a particular problem against Bhuvaneshwar Kumar of India as Stoinis is now on strike. Archer bowls to Stoinis on the back foot, push into the leg side again. They scamper through for a single. Turn and throw from Archer, misses the stumps. I think he would have been safe anyway. Stoinis comes through for 1, moves to 12, 33 for 1. Looking to hustle now, these two.
Yeah, looking to rotate the strike. They've been just playing fairly conservatively, just putting the bad balls away, trying to pick up as many singles as they can in between the boundaries.
I think Stoinis much prefers batting up in the top 3. We've seen him bat 5 and 6 for Australia in the past. He has been successful in those positions, but I think he likes the opportunity to get himself in. There's Finch staring down the track, spins the bat in his hand once more as Archer is having another conversation with Morgan and Wood before he sets off. Bowls short to Finch, who again just ducks underneath it, has a look over to the leg side umpire. 90 miles an hour that delivery from Jofra Archer. We've seen some real pace, haven't we, Jimmy, over the last week or so.
Yeah, we have. Interesting. First couple of overs from Jofre, he bowled sort of 85 miles an hour, but was getting movement. And now that movement's gone, he's looking to bowl a lot more aggressively, with using the short ball quite a lot, and that pace has just picked up.
That was a good length delivery this time to Finch, who defends it mid-wicket. No run at the end of the over then. Again, 90 miles an hour, that delivery. Searing pace, 33 for 1 after 8 overs then. Australia, as the young players hustle between the wickets. I'm sure they're loving being back on the field together. 9 of the players from the World Cup winning team. And Chris Wokes will resume from your end, Jimmy. It's been very consistent so far. Batters to come for Australia: Marnus Labuschagne, Mitchell Marsh, who played so very well in that final T20 against England. It was a really measured innings, calm innings, as he looked to track down the runs. Alex Carey's very good against spin. Glenn Maxwell and Pat Cummins as well. I guess players looking ahead to the 2023 World Cup in India, it's about how they play those middle overs. They were undone against spin, weren't they, against Adil Rashid in the T20, so something that they'll want to work on.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised if Alex Carey is sort of floating in that middle order, so when the spinners do come on, I wouldn't be surprised to see him come in as soon as they do.
Stoinis off the back foot, whipping it to mid-wicket, no run. Turn and throw from Johnny Bairstow, sprinting to the ball, but doesn't leave his hand.
I think Mitch Marsh down at 5, but I'm not convinced he's the best player of spin. He's renowned for playing pace very well, coming from Western Australia, growing up at Perth. Alex Carey probably more favourable facing spin with his reverse sweeps and sweeps, so it'll be interesting to see what they do.
It was a match turning over, wasn't it, against Mark Wood in that T20 as Wokes bowls back the length again. Stoinis on the back foot, working it down to fine leg. Gentle pace on the ball as Moeen Ali runs around from square leg to collect the ball and throw it in. They come through for 1. Stoinis to 13, 34 for 1 into the 9th over. Yeah, it was a game-changing over. Mark Wood against Mitchell Marsh, who had been playing quite conservatively up until that point. That was the one big over they needed in the run chase. And they needed 1 a ball after that, pretty much, as Moeen Ali now heads out to the deep square boundary. Adil Rashid coming up inside the circle at short fine. Wokes runs pumping, running towards us on an angle to Finch, who edges past first slip down to the 3rd man boundary, and it will reach the boundary as well. Mark Wood diving away, but in vain. Picks up 4. Finch goes to 15, 38 for 1.
Yeah, it was probably a bit finer than Aaron Finch was aiming. He opened the face of the bat to try and run it down to 3rd man. It was a bit more edgy than that. It was aerial as well. Went through the 2nd slip region. England did have 2 slips for the first few overs, but have removed 1 since and put him at mid-wicket. So without that 2nd slip fielder, it raced away. Mark Wood couldn't quite cut it off down at the 3rd man boundary.
Finch with his open stance crouches, bat hovering, back and across, defends to the offside, no run. As he's evolved as a cricketer, he's almost like morphing into Steve Smith a little bit with the way he bobs his bat outside the off stump. I remember speaking to his wife in the winter, and there was a night where I think he was having a dry run in the Big Bash. He spent about 4 or 5 hours shadow batting in front of the mirror into the early hours of the morning. And as it's hovering once more, whips it out to deep mid-wicket, a good length delivery on around middle and leg. Finch picks up 1, goes to 16, 39 for 1, throw sent in. More ball left at this over. Haven't caught up with you yet, Jimmy. Have you had a good few days off?
Yeah, it was nice to get home out of the bubble. The last stint in the bubble now for the last few games.
Yeah, it's been a long time in the bubble for some. Some of the UCB employees, 81 days in the bubble.
Yeah,
which is
a long time.
It's a long time. There's Stoinis punches through the offside, beats a diving Owen Morgan at mid-off to his left. It will go out to the deep cover boundary off the back foot. Marcus Stoynes, just a bit of width on offer there from Chris Wokes, who shakes his head. It's the end of the over, 43 for 1 after 9 overs. Stoynes on 17 and Finch on 16. A few words from you, Jimmy, and then it will be Charles Dagnall.
Yeah, first loose delivery really from Chris Wokes there, giving some width to Marcus Stoynes. He's been brilliant this first 5 overs he bowled from when it opening up with Jofra Archer. And, just 2 boundaries off that over makes his figures look a little bit worse than actually how he's bowled. 5 overs for 26, Chris Wokes. Just 4 overs from Jofra Archer. Now Mark Wood comes into the attack. So pace replacing pace.
Good afternoon, James.
Good afternoon, Charles.
Nice to be back. Old Trafford, granted, right in the centre of the square is this pitch. Pavilion bearing down on the players as 1 slip is in place, 4 in the offside ring, 2 on the leg side, the 2 deep fielders, 3rd man fine legs, so it is pace for pace. Wood was really cranking up the limited amount of time we saw. Away he sprints from us, comes in, bowls full of length, he edges the court, first ball. Aaron Finch departs, a beautiful length delivery from Mark Wood, just a hint of away movement, and Finch with no footwork is drawn into the drive, and a comfortable catch for Jos Buttler, and England have their 2nd wicket. Australia 43 for 2.
Yeah, what a great start from Mark Wood. Quite often, they've got Jofra Archer's bowled brilliantly in the first 4 overs. Seen him off. Now Mark Wood comes on, bowls a brilliant length first ball. Aaron Finch eyes lit up, tried to drive it, wasn't quite there. It was a good length, it wasn't full enough to play that shot. There was not enough foot movement either. He didn't get out to the pitch of the ball. Both feet stayed inside the crease, and he's edged it. Fine edge through to Jos Buttler, easy catch.
I don't want to say anything, but it's my first ball of radio commentary this summer, and I've just bowled an absolute beauty.
Well bowled.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's glorious length, 'twas ever thus. So, Australia, 2 down. Remember, no Steve Smith in the Australian lineup today. He was hit on the head in practice by one of the coaches, of all people, yesterday. So, Marcus Stoynes replacing him, but it's Finch that departed. Marnus Labuschagne comes into the middle to come and join Marcus Stoynes. Australia in their bright yellow outfits with green piping just across the shoulders and down the sides. But England have bowled pretty well this afternoon. Bit of movement there. Glorious delivery from Jofra Archer to remove David Warner. So both openers are out. Labuschagne averaging 50 in one-day international cricket. Andy Saltzman, what do you have for us?
Daggers, you're the first TMS commentator to take a wicket with his first ball of the summer since Don Mosey in 1976.
Just imagine what would have happened.
I mean, I've just made that up, but still, let's stick with it.
No, I'm with you as well. So 2 slips now in place. Mark Wood making an immediate impact. Labuschagne just taking his time. The field hasn't changed apart from that 1 fielder coming in from the offside ring into the slip cordon, both with hands on knees, as is Jos Buttler, the keeper. Flags just fluttering the top of the pavilion, all 3 of them, as away goes Wood. 33 on his back, bounding in, bowls full of length and carefully watched by Marnus Labuschagne. Just tentatively onto the front foot, he goes out to mid-on, and there is no run. So this is much more like the England one-day international side that we were used to seeing in that 4-year period post the World Cup in Australia that built up to the World Cup victory last year. 9 of them, minus Ben Stokes and Liam Plunkett. Sam Billings and Moeen Ali are the changes there. Of course, due to the bubbles and the crossovers of Test and one-day international cricket, we saw a slightly different one in the 3 one-days against Ireland. Wood again, back of the length and just tailing back in, left alone extravagantly by Marnus Labuschagne. Goes through to Buttler. So much more recognisable one-day international side, you'd say.
Yeah. Well, I think the T20s have been a good sort of period for England to try and have a look at a few guys, especially with 2 T20 World Cups in the next couple of years. Now with focusing on the one day stuff, it's nice to see the main guys back, that strength that we saw in the World Cup last year.
Field closes in as Wood runs away. Then a good length. Just forward comes Labuschagne. Wants a quick single, will get one. Just of where short leg would be. A couple of pitches over to the leg side. Moeen Ali comes in and does the tidying up, not before Australia collect a single. 44 for 2. Labuschagne is off the mark on his third ball. Just you see Owen Morgan, who's fielding up mid-on, having a quick conversation with Mark Wood. This really has become a team, both in T20 cricket and one-day international cricket, that is moulded in his image. He really has taken control of this side over the last 4 years or so. Made it into his own as Wood comes in, full of length, driven firmly, and Morgan fields excellently, just scampering away to his left-hand side at mid-on. Had he not been so fleet of foot, he would have gone down the ground for 4, but as it is, the score remains 44 for 2. Everybody just seems to know what's going on out there.
Yeah, well, I think that, as you say, Owen's put his stamp on things over the last 4 years. Had a tricky start with that World Cup. Didn't get much time before that to do much with, from what he wanted to do in terms of how he wanted the team to play.
Wood completely over. Ball's full on the inside edge. Thickish one from Stoinis. He looks to drive through extra cover, but the ball just goes backward of square, and again it's Moeen who does the fielding. And gets the ball back on the one hop to Josh Butler, but a couple of runs to complete the 10th over. So the power play overs are complete. 46 for 2. Marcus Stoinis is 19 and Labuschagne is 1. But, I've put it very generically there, so knowing what they're doing. But their roles within the side, his leadership and the way that, and what he expects from the side. He's a hugely impressive captain, or has turned into one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that can never be underestimated, that clarity. Because as a player, if you're going onto the field not knowing what's expected of you, how he wants you to bowl, and generally it looks like England are trying to attack more often than not, especially the pace bowlers. Maybe Chris Woakes slightly different. He's really containing from one end, and he's done a fantastic job with the new ball. And with the bat, similarly, can go out there and express themselves. And I think the faith he's shown in. I remember Jason Roy going through a tough period where there was some scrutiny about his position, and Owen backed him the whole way, and he came through it and performed admirably.
Well, it's Woakes who comes from the James Anderson end and is left alone outside of the off stump with one that's just showing a little bit of away movement. Labuschagne carefully watching it, and all the way through to Butler it goes. Again, it's 1 slip and 4 in the offside ring. That initial movement will just be tempered ever so fractionally with the ball getting slightly older. 5 overs in bowl with these 2 new balls that he used. And in fact, his second slip is going in. There's Johnny Bairstow, who moves in at first alongside his Yorkshire teammate Joe Root at second. Slightly angled run as the sun tries to pop through the clouds. Woakes wide of the crease this time, and again left alone. Shouts of oohs and ahs from behind the stumps. He gets over to the offside quite a lot, does Marnus Labuschagne. Plenty of movement in the crease. And another dot ball. I just remember going interviewing Owen Morgan in that pre-World Cup in Australia, and not shell-shocked. He never looked shell-shocked. He's always very much in control. As Woakes approaches, and Labuschagne thinks about leaving it alone and then plays it at the last moment, just on his tiptoes, dabbing it out into the offside, and there's no run. But having been thrown into that situation, what with Alistair Cook being left out of the side, and the side playing in a certain way, and definitely you got the feeling, even speaking to him then, that they're not playing the cricket that he wanted to play.
Yeah. That was definitely the case.
Woakes striding past the umpire, bowls, and this is tucked off the hips of Labuschagne, only as far as mid-wicket where Moeen fields. Firmly struck. Woakes bowling a nice tight line on around the top of off stump, or that 4th stump line.
I think the appointment of Trevor Bayliss probably helped Owen Morgan. He was allowed to put his own stamp on things, and it certainly did become his team. Trevor being a quieter sort of, likes to just sit in the background and oversee things. That worked perfectly for Owen, and it's done wonders. I think, you know, seeing the team progress over that 4 years was really impressive.
Works on and around a good length for defensive prod by Labuschagne out to Gully, and there is no run. It's easy to forget, you know, the impact that Trevor Bayliss had. And also interesting to suggest about the way that Owen Morgan backed his players. You see that in top football managers as well. Sir Alex Ferguson, you imagine, whenever, you know, never bag his own players, even if they were struggling, he would always back them up. And that gives a player that confidence to see through that horrible run that they might be having, as Wokes finishes off the over. A lovely straight drive from Labuschagne. He's just punched it, might have enough energy to go all the way to the boundary, and it does. So a shame to finish the over in that manner. For England's perspective anyway, it also brings up the Australian 50 for 2 at the end of the 11th over. And just a reminder that you can see the 2 wickets England have taken on the BBC Sport website and app with in-play video highlights as normal. Just go to the text commentary and you'll see the clips available there. If you do want to see that delicious delivery that Jofra Archer removed David Warner with, similarly the one that got Aaron Finch, both 2 super deliveries, one from Archer, one from Wood. Well, that's the management of people, isn't it? And that steeliness of Morgan, it gives me the feeling you've played under him. You know, he's one of those people that you just don't want to let down. There's a steeliness behind him, as well as a very good tactical and very astute cricketing brain. Stoinis waits for Mark Wood, who starts his second over, sprints away from us, bowls. Ball just nipping back a little bit. Mark Stoinis adjusts and just pats it out into Johnny Bairstow at extra cover.
Just going back to that Jason Roy situation, when there was a lot of talk in the media about him, you know, low scores and you know, debate about his place in the team, but Owen's the sort of character. He knew that Jason Roy is the right guy to be opening the batting for England, and he backed him all the way. Yeah, as you'd expect, I guess, but you know, in the past it feels like the pressure from outside might have just put pressure on the coach and captain to maybe make a change.
Wood hurls the next delivery down, cut away nicely by Marcus Stoinis. He's found the gap through backward point. It was more of a straight bat than a cross-bat shot, but he bisected the fielders at backward point and cover point perfectly, and it brings him another boundary. Looking good is Stoinis, 23 not out from his 20 deliveries faced, using nothing more than the pace of the ball.
Yeah, we've seen some good movement actually in the wicket for the bowlers, but at the same time there's not much margin for error. Anything offline or slightly full has been punished, and that one's slightly wide, maybe a touch short as well from Mark Wood, and that extra pace, as you said, easy for Stoinis just to use it. Didn't have to hit it too hard.
And it's prompted a deep point to go out as Wood gets one of the edges and goes down to the third man boundary for 4. Thickish outside edge, a second slip wouldn't have caught it. Wood's more of a third or fourth slip line, and consecutive boundaries for Stoinis and for Australia. They move to 58 for 2 halfway through the 12th over. Just playing away from his body ever so slightly.
There's that movement that I was just mentioning. There was a little bit of movement away from Stoinis and just finds the edge, but just manages to find the gap perfectly between first slip and third man.
Second wouldn't have caught that, I don't think. No. A little bit wider than that. Hammering his bat into the turf is Stoinis as he waits for Wood and gets a beauty. One that just holds its line ever so slightly, and it passes the outside edge and through to the gloves of Joss Butler. One thing has been for sure, the pitches here at Old Trafford, considering the amount of cricket that they've had in such a short space of time, they have been fabulous cricket pitches.
Yeah, and considering the typical Manchester weather we've been having as well, you know, I do feel for Matt and his team here sometimes when they can't get on the pitch as much as they want to roll it when the weather's poor, too much moisture getting into it, but he somehow manages to like today, Owen Morgan said at the toss it was a little bit softer than normal, but still playing brilliantly.
Wood. Short delivery, pulled away well by Marcus Stoinis. Just started back into the body, and he just pivoted on his back foot and pulled the ball around towards deep backwards square. There is a deep square in place, but once again, he's found the gap beautifully, and Stoinis moves to 31 not out, Australia 62 for 2.
Yeah, again, not having to hit it too hard, just uses the pace of the ball from Mark Wood and pivots, pivot and roll of the wrists. Raced away, didn't it?
Yeah.
It wasn't like a normal hook shot or pull shot where you see players really trying to hit it hard. He just sort of swiveled on it and managed to roll his wrists enough to keep it down.
Well, the 4 deep field is deep square, fine leg, third man and a deep point. As Wood kicks his heels and runs away, bowls a full delivery, and Stoinis steals a single just to the right-hand side of Morgan at mid-on. Completes the over with a single, keeps the strike as well. He's 32 not out from just 24 balls after 12 overs. Australia 63 for 2. That's it. I've watched a lot of Marcus Stoinis in the Big Bash League as well, and of course the way he's built, I mean, he knows where the dumbbells are in the gym. He is a proper unit, loves a bench press, no doubt, and he is built so powerfully. But actually, there is, just watching in other aspects, he's got a nice touch to the ball. He's not all brute power as well. He's got a rounded game.
Yeah, I think you do see that he's got a bit of finesse, a bit of touch about him, rather than just the brute power, as you were saying, which you might see in the Big Bash, where he's had some success. But I think that the fact that Australia keep putting him at 3, they obviously see something in him. I don't think he's shown his potential just yet, but they're showing faith in him at 3, and they obviously see that all-round game that you need at this level to bat 3.
He's scored an absolute truckload in the Big Bash League, but that's at the top of the order for the Melbourne Stars. And maybe that extra responsibility, getting that extra time for him has given him that opportunity. We're going to have a change of bowling at the James Anderson end. Speaking of which, James Anderson's going to leave us for the moment. Andy Saltzman.
You mentioned Stoinis batting higher up. He's not batted at 3 since March of last year. He made 37 against India. In the next game he made 52. But in there's 12 innings since then, this is his highest score. He really struggled in the World Cup, including a second ball duck against England in the semi-final. Something that will return to form so far today.
Maybe this sort of pitch suits him. Moeen Ali it'll be then. Off spin with a slip in place, 3 in the offside ring, 1 on the leg side. His first delivery is driven by Stoinis. He wants a single and will get it out to wide mid-off, just to the left-hand side of Mark Wood, and the score ticks over to 64 for 2. There's not just this game, of course. The Royal London One Day International underway. There's 7 games in the Vitality T20 Blast, and every ball of every game available on the BBC Sport website and app. Michael Vaughan.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Decent start.
Yes, I've just been listening to you, Charlie.
Oh, have you?
You're
Thank
absolutely
you.
spot on about the pitches. Pitches there at Emirates Old Trafford have been magnificent.
Moeen. Oh, a little bit straight. Huge appeal for LBW. Turned down by umpire Richard Kettleborough. They'll have a conversation about it and think about whether to have another look. But there was a hint of turn there, darting back into Marnus Labuschagne.
Yeah, Moeen Ali, he's so honest, isn't he, with his non-reviews. Hits him outside the line of off stump.
Towards us comes Moeen. Firmly struck back by Labuschagne, and Moeen fields off his own bowling.
I think he is the most honest bowler, actually, with the reviews. If Moeen says it's not out, you just absolutely trust him. There's many bowlers that just want to go for the reviews. There's one just down the corridor, actually, I've just seen.
As Moeen just gets tickled round towards the leg side by Labuschagne, just for a single, 64 for 2, 65 for 2.
Yeah, I don't want to be telling you who it is, but he's got over 500 Test wickets for England. He's got blonde hair.
Around about 6'6".
Yeah.
Not.
Yeah, it's close.
Yeah. Well, if you can't get it from that, here comes Moeen. A little bit more aerially hit by Marcus Stoinis, but just open the face a little bit to guide it through the gap. Through the point region, and Wokes field after coming off the boundary. Another single taken, 66 for 2.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if we got double spin to Marcus Stoinis. I mean, we'll I fancy bowling a few dot balls to him.
He twirls his arms again. Flattish delivery. Let's get swept hard by Labuschagne. Could be a couple here. Archer's running round from fine leg. And even though the throw and the piece of fielding is good, they managed to come home for a second. So 13 overs gone. 68 for 2 Australia are. This after England winning the toss and electing to field first. Michael, it's been lovely. What a super over it's been to spend with you, but I've got to go. Adam Collins is coming in for me.
Yeah, ta-ra, Charles. 68 for 2 after 13. It's a steady start for Australia. It must be so hard to play against this England side because it's very hard to know what a good score is. This England batting lineup is so powerful, which can chase down anything. So it's always hard to know as a batting unit what's going to be competitive. One thing's for sure is for them to get to any kind of competitive total, one of these two. I would suggest one of them certainly needs to go on and get the big score, and then you can have one or two kind of cameos around it and get to yourself to 275, 300 plus. And you always think it's required against this England side.
Wood to start his third over, bowling here to Stoinis, who pushes into the onside quick single. Labuschagne called him straight through. 70 for 2. That came back quite a way. You can see it from the reaction on Stoinis' face. Just the inside edge of the bat into the onside. Hand off the bat as ball made contact with blade. So we have men out at deep mid-wicket. Let's have men at deep fine beneath us here, or rather at no one straight. Deep point, third man, fine leg, deep backward square as Wood approaches and bowls. Oh, and beating the outside of the bat. Labuschagne might have just dragged it inside the line at the last moment.
Yeah, I think he did. It's the perfect length. That length that just goes over the top of the off stump. It was a little bit wide of the off stump. The slip's going to be put back in place because of that hint of movement. We saw Wood bowl that first ball to Aaron Finch. There wasn't a great deal of foot movement from Finch, but there was certainly a little bit of nibble, a seam movement away from the right-hander. The route's been put at first slip from mid-wicket.
So Wood again into Labuschagne, who's on 8. Bowls here and defends into the onside, knows the call. Labuschagne, such a fantastic start to his 50-over career for Australia. He's played 7 times in that period between the last World Cup and when they finished up against New Zealand as lockdown was starting, or coronavirus, the first behind closed doors game. We saw that game, Michael Vaughan, and thought this won't take off. This behind closed doors cricket can't possibly be a thing. He made a half century then, but across his brief career, 305 runs at 51, a strike rate of 94, a lovely set of numbers for the Queenslander. On strike here to Mark Wood. Halfway through his third over, he bowls and Labuschagne pushes out towards mid-on. Waiting's the call. They don't take a single. Straight to Owen Morgan, the captain, doing the tidying up.
Yeah, from the minute Marnus Labuschagne strolled out at Lord's to replace Steve Smith. Steve Smith obviously taking that brutal blow from Jofra Archer. He's just looked completely ready-made for international cricket, whether it's been facing the white ball, the red ball. It started with the red ball. He was so consistent in the Ashes series, and he took that form back to Australia, that test match century, and he just looks in so much control, just plays orthodox cricket strokes.
He's facing up here to Mark Wood, who bowls. Labuschagne driving out through cover to the right of deep point. They'll get at least one and they'll come back for a second. A little bobble there from Sam Billings, moving Australia onto 71 for 2. We've got one ball to come in the 14th over.
Yeah, just that little bobble. It's not highlighting Sam Billings at all. I just look at England. How can they improve going through to the next World Cup? I still think England can be a better fielding team. You look at them in the T20 series against Australia. That last game in particular, the fielding was horrific. Dropped chances, fumbles. I think England can improve in all facets. You always can, but certainly the fielding can go up by quite a percentage.
Wood to complete the over, bowls to Labuschagne, who plays with soft hands into the offside, collected in the end by the keeper Butler. So the end of 14 overs, Australia, after being sent here in the 71 for 2. Marcus Stoinis is 35 from 27 balls, Labuschagne 10 from 18. I'm Adam Collins. With me is Michael Vaughan. And we had Andy Zaltzman, who has some numbers about Mark Wood.
But his wicket today with his first ball is the second time in his ODI career that he's taken a wicket with his first ball. Also the second successive England-Australia match in which Aaron Finch has been dismissed by an England fast bowler's first ball of the game after Jofra Archer got him with the first ball of the second over in the semi-final. Looking at Wood's form, England had been a powerful batting side in the years leading up to the World Cup victory last year, but their bowling had not been particularly effective, and two major changes in the year of the World Cup: Archer coming into the team and Wood coming back into the team with his remodelled action. He had taken in his first 37 ODI innings 35 wickets at 49. Since then, in fact his last 14 games since sort of halfway through the West Indies series that started last year, 27 wickets at 24. So a massive improvement in Wood has helped this England team.
Thank you, Andy. Moeen Ali starting his second over to Stoinis, who drives out through cover. There should be a couple there. They do come back for the second. Labuschagne to the non-striker's end, where the throw came from Chris Wokes. They're 73 for 2. Stoinis now on to 37. Michael Vaughan between overs has seen Andy Zaltzman's, well, I was going to call them dolls. Are they dolls? Is that what you call them? They're toys. The WG Grace
teddies
and the Fred Spoffer teddies that he brings with him as Stoinis goes up and over the top of mid-off. One bounce, two bounce into the advertising boards. That's a lovely shot from Stoinis to move into the 40s. Stand and deliver stuff. Australia 77 for 2, a couple of balls into the 15th, but that's what Stoinis does best against spin. Goes over the top and picks his spots.
Yeah, perfect there, Adam. Stand and deliver, because it's just that front press, the left foot down the pitch, swing of the bat, mid-off's there for him to target, and he does it so well.
Staying inside the circle at mid-off, Moeen Ali bowls, and Stoinis this time pushes back to the bowler. Moeen Ali working around to his right.
It's ironic, actually, the ball before he hits the 4, I know Stoinis can do that. It's the next ball that he's got to work on. Just an average off-spinning delivery. And he didn't break his wrist just to get off strike and get the single. And that's the area that Marcus Stoinis can improve. We all know that he can strike a ball. But can he then rotate when the ball's quite a good one? You know, the really good players work a way of working singles to the good balls as well.
And that was a shortcoming in the World Cup last year, where Stoinis made 87 runs at 15 across the competition, but a lot of scrutiny on his strike rate and his inability to keep the ball ticking when he was coming in, often at number 5 or number 6. But today getting an opportunity at number 3, which is where they want him. They want him batting in the top order. Moeen Ali bowls here and Stoinis pushes straight back to him. 2 dot balls on the bounce. It stays at 77 for 2. But yeah, it was that issue in the middle overs. He couldn't seem to pick out the sweepers and turn the strike over with ease, which got him in trouble. Not such a problem today. Stoinis pushing again to cover, so 3 consecutive dot balls after the boundary. What you're talking to there, Michael Vaughan.
Yeah, this is the problem. You know, and Justin Langer knows his Australian side can improve their play against spin.
Moeen to finish the over, bowls to Stoinis, who pushes past point, gets a single, and they will come back for a second. Wokes escorting it out there towards the boundary. So Stoinis is 43, 15 overs.